Chapter 224, Meteor Array. Chapter 224, Meteor Array. Sponsored by Gentleman Badiola, Cy Pucklupty, and K. Eisenman. The 9 broken palaces, held by stone pillars, stood in a field of white bones. Each palace was like a small mountain. There were already many pillars broken among those 9 palaces. 3 of them didn't even have any stone pillars for support. It appeared that they will collapse at any time. Damn, there must be a lot of people who came here before. These bones are very clean. Even their clothes are stripped with nothing left. Yang shook his head and complained loudly as he walked around inside one of the palaces and didn't find anything from those bones. After Shi Yin came, even he didn't move. He already knew that there wasn't any treasure here. Of course, I already told you guys that you won't get anything in here, Li Feng'er frowned. The restrictions and barriers inside the palaces have already disappeared. If we can enter it, of course, the others can too. How could there be something left for you? The last time I came here, I'd also carefully checked, but still couldn't find anything. If you can find something, that would be very strange. Yeah, it's very safe in here, so there must be nothing here. Yamu nodded, searched for a while, and said, I think Panja and the others will arrive soon. This place is quite wide, so it's pretty good to fight. Yeah. The problem is we don't know how many people they have with them. If there are too many and they came all together, then it will be very difficult to kill them. Let's make our retreat path first. Yang Shui hesitated for a bit. If they are too many and we are in a disadvantageous situation, then we need to withdraw immediately from here. Then we will find another chance to fight them. Anyway, this chasm battlefield is very deep, and also we need to stay here for 3 years, so we don't really have to fight with them. These 9 palaces are also a magical array, but this array is already damaged and didn't function properly. Zhang Huchuan pondered for a moment, said, It's easy to pass through these 9 palaces. The gray clouds over there are very thick, and they have a very unusual energy flow. I believe that there is some restriction in there, but we need to pass from there if we want to retreat. So the area that is dangerous for us is also a threat for them too. Shi Yin looked at the area where the gray clouds were very thick. When he released his consciousness, he couldn't find any signs of life but can feel a very strange energy flow in there. As if the restriction has already been operating, waiting for someone to fall into it. Let's make sure of our retreat path first. Yang Mu nodded towards Jiang Huchuan. Yeah, I will take a look first. Jiang Huchuan headed towards that direction alone. After looking at the area of the gray clouds, he hesitated for a while, then said toward Yang Mu, You guys don't come in first? I will take a look first to ensure there is no danger there. After that, I will call you. After saying that, Jiang Huchuan entered into the depth. After he stepped into it, his figure immediately disappeared. As if he stepped into another world. Even his presence also disappeared. Shi Yin's face slightly changed. After he quietly used his consciousness to look, he found that there was no sign of life from Jiang Huchuan. Secretly frightened, Shi Yin realized that this chasm battlefield was really strange, and he immediately became cautious. After some time, Jiang Huquang came out miserably, with his body full of dust and messy hair. He seemed to have experienced a disaster. How is it? Yang Mu quickly asked. Meteor array. The moment I entered, suddenly there were huge meteorites falling over. Those meteorites were very dense and big, and the impact from the meteorites is also very huge. If we want to pass through, we must face the attack from those meteorites. If we are careless, we will be smashed by those meteorites. Jiang Huchuan looked grimly. Is there any way to break it? Li Feng'er asked. I haven't found it yet. I need to recover first. Then I will enter again to find it. Jiang Huchuan shook his head, quietly sat down, and ate 3 restoration pills. This place is really dangerous. Looks like it really isn't easy to survive in this chasm battlefield, Yang Ku exclaimed. Yeah, in this chasm battlefield, there are countless restrictions and barriers. It is more difficult to deal than our pursuers. Yang Mu also looked grimly. After Jiang Huchuan recovered for a while, he stood up and entered again. After some time, he came out miserably again, but this time there was a trace of blood came out from his mouth. It seemed like he had been hit by those meteorites. After coming out, Jiang Huqiuan didn't speak anything and once again took the restoration pills and continued to recover. Shi Yin and the others didn't say anything, just quietly watched Jiang Huqiuan. After entering 2 times, Jiang Huqiuan became more and more miserable. He who understood arrays very well became like this. Then if there was someone who didn't understand array and entered recklessly, then it definitely would be difficult to come out alive from there. The meteor array was one of the arrays that they encountered inside the chasm battlefield, and Jiang Huqiuan, who had the cultivation of Earth Realm and a deep knowledge toward arrays, became so miserable. Then did they still need to pass through from there? Looks like this chasm battlefield isn't so easy to stay. Yang Mu slightly sighed. I have always heard the strange rumors about it before, but I didn't believe some of it, and felt that those rumors may exaggerate the dangerous at the chasm battlefield. But now I know that those rumors were true if I didn't experience it myself. I really can't imagine it. Well, Shi Yin smiled, lightly said, the more dangerous this place is, then it will be more advantage to us. Even we will die, then those people will also face the same problem as us. I think their overall strength should be stronger than us, which also mean here they will suffer greater losses. Yeah, that's why we are here. Yang Xuan nodded. Because this place is really dangerous, it will be very difficult to deal with us. As they were speaking, Jiang Huqiuan opened his eyes. Uncle Jiang, how is it? Yang Ke quickly asked. Shaking his head, Jiang Huqiuan looked grim. I saw I controlling the array, but there are many ancient letters on it. Even I didn't recognize those ancient letters. If I didn't understand the meaning of those letters, then it will be very difficult for me to find a way to break it. Ancient letters? Shi Yin was surprised for a moment. Then immediately he asked, what kind of ancient text? It should be cuneiform letters from the ancient time, primary used on arrays and restrictions. Only array master from the ancient times understood these ancient letters. In our time now, there's almost no one who has knowledge about these ancient letters. Jiang Huqiuan sighed. Even my teacher can't recognize these ancient letters, and I'm even worse. Then what should we do? Yang Ku was stunned. If we couldn't understand those ancient texts, then we will never be able to break this array, right? Before I understand the meaning of those ancient letters, I definitely won't act recklessly, otherwise it will be more dangerous. Jiang Huqiuan nodded helplessly. Can you write down the ancient letters that you saw? Shi Yin suddenly said. Everyone was surprised and looked strangely at Shi Yin. They didn't know why he suddenly said that. Xiao Yinzi, what do you want to do? Yang Mu was stunned. He asked, could it be that you understand letters from ancient time? Only some, but I don't know if those ancient letters are the one that I know. Shi Yin nodded. What? You really know it? Li Feng'er immediately shook her head as she couldn't believe it. You are not kidding, right? Even Uncle Zhang's teacher couldn't recognize all of it. Do you really know it? Uncle Zhang, just write them down for me, Shi Yin insisted. Jiang Huqiuan was also confused. He pondered for a moment and said, there are only a few letters that I saw on the array's eye, so I still remembered them. I just don't know what it means. If you want to see, I will show it to you. Jiang Huqiuan crouched, held a dagger, and depicted 6 strange letters. Arrival, rest, fire, wind, life, death. Shi Yin pointed at the ancient letters on the ground and read it word by word. That is all. Fortunately, I recognize all of it. Everyone was stunned. You aren't talking nonsense, right? Li Feng'er exclaimed. Yang Mu, Yang Ku, and the others also showed an expression of disbelief. Their eyes were odd, and they doubted if Shi Yin really recognized those letters or not. Master Yin, is it really these letters? Jiang Huqiuan looked startled, suddenly stood up, and his eyes flashed. I can't be wrong. Shi Yin nodded. Before I was 17 years old, I had a great interest towards ancient text, and fortunately, I recognized those letters, so I could be certain that it is these 6 letters. I will enter again. Jiang Huqiuan pondered for a moment, suddenly said, this time I'll try moving the array eyes. If the message that Master Yin gave to me is right, then I think I can break this array, but if the message is wrong, I think I won't come back again. Jiang Huqiuan looked at Shi Yin deeply. Seemed like he was waiting for something. Everyone's face changed as they heard the meaning from Jiang Huqiuan words. and looked at Shurian again. I definitely am not wrong. Under the looks from everyone, Shurian calmly replied, Don't worry, Uncle Jiang. I won't harm you. These 6 letters absolutely aren't wrong. All right, Jiang Huchuan replied. He no longer hesitated and entered into the restriction again. Xiao Yinzi. Yang Mu lightly said. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but eventually he shook his head, smiled wryly, and didn't said the following words. I know what you guys are worried about. Shurian looked indifferent and grinned. Brother, did you see me as a man who acts recklessly? Yang Mu immediately shook his head. That's right. Rest assured, Uncle Jiang definitely will be okay, Shurian comforted them. There's someone coming. Pretty quick, though, Li Finger shouted. Don't know when she already stood on a broken stone pillar and looked far away. Her face gradually changed. Panja, Guling Long, Chao Zhilan, Sieke, He Ching Man. Siekue, He Ching Man. Yang Mu's eyes suddenly became cold. He sneered. The evil wonderland is really audacious to deal with us, Yang family. At this time, they really have no scruples. He Ching Man also came. Yang Shue's eyes became cold, and he angrily said, I can't believe she is also involved in this. I know that the relationship between you and her is quite good, Yang Mu's side. But at this time, no matter how good the relationship is, it is the same. If this girl is only pretending, then we don't need to fight with her. But if she really want to kill us, don't give her mercy. I know what to do. Yang Mu took a deep breath and nodded. Translated by Y. Chapter 225, Ambush. Chapter 225, Ambush. Inside the broken palace, Shurian and Yang Mu's group were quietly waiting for something with serious faces. This time, the time that Jiang Huchuan spent inside the meteor array was longer than before. While Panjun, Chao Zhilan, and the others have been approaching closer and closer, everyone was quite anxious because their retreat path hasn't been confirmed. Yang Ku, with his knitted eyebrows, kept walking around, regularly looking at the thick gray clouds area where Jiang Huchuan had entered. Li Finger stood on the broken pillar. Her body was slender and soft. Her eyelashes were long and prominent on her face. She slightly shouted, Nearly 100 Earth Realm warriors. This force isn't just double stronger than us. Chao Zhilan and Siekue have also joined this time, as well as He Ching Man. Those are tough characters. It looks like we got some troubles. Chao Zhilan. Yang Mu's face looked heavy. This woman was the high-class warrior from the young generation of the Chao family. Rumor said that she has an extraordinary strength, ranked 3rd in the combat list, 1 rank higher than me. I haven't fought with her yet, so I didn't know how her real ability is. However, since she was ranked 3rd, her ability mustn't be weak. Yang Mu thought for a moment and then suddenly said, If the situation turns bad, regardless of whether Uncle Jiang has come out or not, we must enter that meteor array. Yang Shue's beautiful face slightly changed. She couldn't help but exclaim, If that meteor array isn't broken yet, I'm afraid we will suffer a great loss if we enter it. You guys also have seen that even Uncle Jiang, who has a deep knowledge of array, was stuck in there. If we enter there, we definitely will be worse than Uncle Jiang. Li Finger, Yang Ku, and the others also looked somber. They all looked at Yang Mu. The meteor array is dangerous for us, but is also the barrier that Dieters, Panja, and Chao Zhilan. They're more than us, so if they keep chasing us, their loss will be certainly bigger than ours. Yang Mu said calmly. So, regardless of whether Uncle Jiang can come out or not, we still need to enter it. Shurian. Yang Shue's face was confused. Do you think Uncle Jiang will be fine? Of course, Shurian shook his head. If Uncle Jiang understands that meteor array, he definitely can break it. I believe the message that I have given him is correct. Gently nodding her head, Yang Shue, still dubious, sadly said, I hope so. It was not that she didn't believe in Shurian, but this time, Jiang Huchuan had entered for a long time and still hadn't come out yet. In their mind, Jiang Huchuan could have probably encountered some danger. They subconsciously thought that Jiang Huchuan had died inside the meteor array. Even Yang Mu had said that once the situation got bad, regardless of whether Jiang Huchuan came out or not, they still needed to enter the meteor array. It proved that he didn't have too much confidence. They will arrive here soon. Li Feng'er raised her head, looking up for a while. I think we should prepare first. By using the terrain here, we can ambush them, and maybe we can kill some of them. Li Feng'er gritted her teeth. Her eyes shot out a cold beam of light. She looked like she was ready to fight. Shi Yin secretly nodded and then quietly urged the power inside his body to form gravitational field without saying anything. Yang Mu, Yang Ku, Yang Shui began to command the other warriors to split up and temporarily hid inside the palaces. As soon as the enemies arrived, they would signal their warriors to take action. Master Yin, what should we do? Kama asked respectfully. Kama was in the third sky of the Earth realm and belonged to Shi Yan's team. His cultivation base was the highest. He was 2 meters tall with a sturdy body. His strength was very superior because had trained the Shura blood guard of Shura, King Li Mu. You guys hide inside the palaces first. Don't need to prepare anything. Just seize the opportunity to kill the enemies when facing them. Shi Yan's face became solemn. Just focus. You only have fleeting chances. I will give you guys the opportunity to kill them in one blow, so you guys must seize that chance. Understood, Master Yin. Kama's face was convulsive. Previously, in the battle on the Silverhorn ships, Kama had seen Shi Yan's miraculous ability. He knew that Shi Yan could quietly release mysterious martial technique that could affect the entire battle and also could constrain the enemy's movements so that the others have the chance to kill the enemies. Therefore, although Shi Yan only had the cultivation of the disaster realm, Kama and the others still had little respect for him and didn't look down on him. Oh, Shi Yan slightly shouted and looked toward the thick gray clouds area. His soul consciousness sensed some anomalies from there. In the area that Jiang Huchuan had entered before, the energy flow was very chaotic at the beginning, but it seemed to become restful all of a sudden. The energy inside seemed to turn into a long river, slowly flowing in a special current, as if someone had repaired the mess inside the energy, restoring their order. Jiang Huchuan. Shi Yan's mind was slightly agitated. He immediately realized that Jiang Huchuan had probably succeeded in breaking the meteor array and changing the energy flow inside the meteor array. Uncle Jiang is going to come back. Shi Yan revealed a faint smile and slightly shouted. What? Li Feng'er was still standing above him. Looking at Shi Yan below, are you a prophet now? Shi Yan smiled and shook his head, looking up toward Li Feng'er and said, I am not a prophet, but I can vaguely sense his presence. I have a magical treasure that can help my spirit insight become sensitive. Little Yin, Uncle Jiang has succeeded? Yang Mu overjoyed. The enemies will come here soon. If Uncle Jiang has succeeded, we will have a greater advantage. Yeah, he'll come out soon. Shi Yan nodded. As soon as he had finished his word, a body covered with dust suddenly ran out. Jiang Huchuan's face was full of dust, but he was very energetic. He excitedly looked toward Shi Yan and happily said, The message that Master Yin has given me is indeed true. Thanks to Master Yan's knowledge of the ancient text, I could break the meteor array. Yang Ku, Li Feng'er, Yang Shui, and the others were very surprised when they heard Jiang Huchuan's words. They all looked at Shi Yan with a meaningful look in their eyes. Kama and the other warriors who had been assigned to Shi Yan's team was very excited and had more confidence in Shi Yan now. After we enter into the meteor array, remember to take 7 steps on the left path first, and then take 5 steps on the right path, and then take the left path and repeat the steps again. Remember, 7 steps to the left, 5 steps to the right. Don't forget it. If you follow this, the meteorite will not hit you guys. Jiang Huchuan grinned. If the enemies dare to enter it, I believe that they won't be able to figure this out and definitely will suffer a great loss. That's the best. Yang Mu laughed comfortably. Let's prepare first. We will ambush them and kill some of them first. If the situation changes, we will immediately retreat into the meteor array. This time we are lucky to have Uncle Jing's and Little Yan's help. Otherwise, we undoubtedly will face a big problem. Haha. Now, we have the advantage, and we should make those pursuers taste the defeat. Those are 9 broken palaces. Pan just stopped all of a sudden. He stood on a solid stone, looking at the distance. I have gone through those 9 palaces over there before. All of the ancient arrays inside there have been broken, so there is no danger. However, behind the 9 palaces, there are still many forbid dances and barriers, so it all depends on luck when we want to pass through it. Those Yang's people maybe have left from there? Gu Linglong frowned. I don't know. Pan just shook his head. Just be careful. There are many hiding places inside those 9 palaces. If the Yang's people stay hidden there, it will be tough for us. Even we have more people, we still can't let our guard down. Remember, don't act recklessly. The gray cloud behind the 9 palaces are very thick. Thus, our sight dropped greatly, and many forbid dances blocked our spirit power as well. Over there was the real chasm battlefield. Yang's people are inside the palaces. Chao Zhilan dashed forward, passing Panja like a feather drifting forward. Her slender body was swaying and swinging as if it was weightless, giving people a strange feeling. Follow up, just be careful. Shi Yin that you guys have mentioned has formed strange confining vortexes inside the palaces. Those vortexes also keep shaking. Yeah, you guys will tell me who is Shi Yin later. I will deal with him first to prevent him from playing tricks with you and creating a chance for the Yang people to kill you guys. Chao Zhilan was like a floating feather. Her body moved in the air randomly, leaping up from the ground from time to time, which made her movement turn into a blurred shadow that seems very slow, but in fact, it was dashing incredibly fast toward the palace. Miss Chao, your spirit god martial spirit can detect any energy flow and also know that energy's movement rule, and thus, it enables you to find a way to deal with it. This spirit, god martial spirit, is a sacred rank martial spirit. It can even sense the tiny weakness of the opponent's martial technique. It is genuinely magical. So, just follow her words. The saintess from the Heaven Lake Divine Land, Chu Yanqing, displayed a strange emotion in her beautiful eyes as she explained Chao Zhilan's miraculous martial spirit. Chao Zhilan's martial spirit was very mysterious. Many warriors from the Endless Sea have heard about this. However, only a few people knew the magical effect and the strength of her martial spirit. Chu Yanqing was one of the few of them. Panja, Siekue, Gu Linglong eyes were shining after hearing Chu Yanqing's words. Chao Zhilan's spirit, god martial spirit, can detect any energy flow and even can know the movement rule from that energy. This means that the forbid dances and barriers inside the chasm battlefield couldn't escape from the martial spirit's detection. She could even find a way to break those obstacles. Inside the chasm battlefield, Chao Zhilan's spirit, god martial spirit, was apparently very useful. It could help them significantly reduce their loss. Don't hide anymore. Just come out and fight with us. Outside the palace, Chao Zhilan calmly walked inside with a smile on her face. Her slender body could easily avoid 3 moving gravitational fields. She shook her head and revealed a smile. Yeah, these active traps are very magical. No wonder why Panja and the others had to suffer a great loss. Shi Yan, right? You have surprised me by making those traps. Can you show up, please? Shi Yan was hiding behind a stone pillar. His face slightly changed. He coldly harumphed and walked out step by step with a dark face. He appeared from the stone pillar where he had been hiding. Watching this beautiful woman who breaks his gravitational field and hearing her praise made him become focused and cautious without daring to let down his guard even a bit. He could feel that he was the target of this woman. Chapter 226, you guys go first. Chapter 226, you guys go first. Chao Zhilan quietly stood outside of the palace. She didn't rush to enter, but instead she smilingly looked toward Shi Yin, who poked his head out from behind the stone pillar. The look in her eyes was somewhat shady. Panja and the rest saw that Chao Zhilan was already here. They didn't dare to delay, and all sped up their pace, quickly appearing behind her. Almost 100 Earth Realm warriors lined up neatly and stood behind Panja, Gu Linglong, Siekue, and Chu Yanqing. They coldly watched the rubbled palaces as if waiting for something. Did they hide because they want to make a sneak attack? Chao Zhilan chuckled and shook her head, her thin hand slightly raised up, and beams of blue light flew out of her 5 delicate fingers, attacking the Yang family warriors that hid inside the rubbled palace. Yang Mu and the rest that hid in the dark seemed surprised. Under the attack of the bright blue lights, they had to move out of their hiding spots, and all revealed their whereabouts. Shi Yan's expression slightly shifted. This gorgeous woman was even harder to deal with than Nirvana Realm warriors. Inside the Abyss battlefield, mind power was restrained, and even vision was greatly affected. Inside the Abyss battlefield, even Nirvana Realm warriors have a hard time picturing the life force fluctuations around them. But this woman was still 50 meters away from the palace. However, she seemed to have the all-seeing eye and pointed out all the Yang family warriors that were hiding. With her soul power, she broke the sneak attack plan of Shi Yan and the rest. You don't need to hide. There's no point. I know your exact spots. Chao Zhilan smiled. She kept waving her hand and shot out more bright lights, forcing the Yang family warriors to shift and appear in plain sight. Panja smiled casually. He stepped forward and stood beside Chao Zhilan. He nodded towards Yang Mu from a short distance. We meet again so soon. Hee. This time you can't use Demon Beast to block us. I wonder if you can still escape from this. I think I remember that the ones who fled in panic last time were not us. Yang Mu seemed stunned. He scratched his head and looked towards Yang Ku. I'm not wrong, am I? It wasn't us who jumped into the sea. Yang Ku chuckled coldly. Big brother, you might have remembered wrong. Some people seem to think that they won before. When facing enemies twice their amount, Yang Mu and Yang Ku were not startled at all. They still had the leisure to mock Panja, as if they didn't take this crisis seriously. Panja, Chu Yanqing, and Gu Linglong immediately darkened their expressions. The ones that should come out are all out now. Isn't this great? Chao Zhilan smiled. She turned back, glimpsed at Panja and the rest, then said confidently, You can go inside to complete the objective of this mission now. Don't worry, there won't be any messy traps for you to deal with. Then, Chao Zhilan suddenly whistled. The crisp whistle spread far and loud. On the sound of the whistle, her delicate body was like a lightning flash that shot straight toward Shi Yan. At the same time, rings of blue aura flew out of her body. These blue auras were like hula hoops, quickly flying inside the palace, with the intention of going towards the gravitational fields that Shi Yan made. Inside the blue auras, there was a flow of extremely obvious soul fluctuation. Inside every blue aura, there seemed to have Chao Zhilan's mind power. Once these blue auras fell inside the gravitational fields, they immediately rippled with bright blue light, and the blue light instantly filled the entire gravitational field. The gravitational fields that were hard to be seen by the naked eye now appeared in plain sight because of the blue light. When the blue auras fell into the gravitational fields, the bright blue light that it released had no effect on the operation of the gravitational fields. However, the existence of these blue lights marked the placement of the fields, letting Panja and the rest know where the traps were, so they could dodge them. Chao Zhilan didn't remind them, but from the location of the blue lights, Panja and the rest clearly saw the traps that were secretly made by Shi Yan. The gravitational fields were now useless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the whistling sounds, Chao Zhilan shot towards Shi Yan like lightning. In a mere moment, her delicate body appeared in front of Shi Yan. Sky Spirit Bound, Chao Zhilan shouted. A blue light cover formed by vigorous spirit energies suddenly fell on Shi Yan's head. The Sky Spirit Bound was a mortal-level martial skill. It uses the natural spirit energies to form a constraint, directly capturing the opponent. As long as the spirit energies remain, the constraint of the Sky Spirit Bound would not disappear. Performing the Sky Spirit Bound while being in the third sky of Earth Realm, Chao Zhilan was confident that even Yang Mu would be bound by her for a while. It's not that hard, Chao Zhilan chuckled. She looked at Shi Yan's figure inside the blue light cover and shook her head, feeling slightly disappointed. I thought you would have some things up your sleeve, but it seems that you're nothing more than this. Boring. What are you talking to yourself about? Shi Yin snorted coldly. Chao Zhilan's bright eyes lit up. With some excitement, she looked at Shi Yin, who was outside the light cover. Then she immediately looked at the blue light cover, suddenly realizing that the original figure of Shi Yin was slowly dissipating and disappearing bit by bit. Shadow. Chao Zhilan's pretty face smiled more. She nodded. You kind of have some skills. Didn't get captured by me immediately. Very good, very good. This is more interesting. Yang Mu, you won't get away. Panji yelled. With the feather fan in his hand, he already started battling with Yang Mu. The Earth Realm warriors that rushed in from outside the palace also quickly sought opponents. They formed into an arc and surrounded the Yang family warriors, moving closer towards them. Yang Mu, Yang Ku, and the rest were dealing with their opponents and quietly backing up at the same time. They moved closer towards the area behind the palace with the thick dark clouds. When Chao Zhilan pointed out their exact spots, Yang Mu already had the thought of retreat. At the moment his figure appeared, he already made hand gestures, signaling everyone to retreat to the area where the meteorite formation was. Li Fenger and the rest all know very well in their hearts. They knew that the situation was not fit for a battle to the death. According to Yang Mu's idea, they all moved closer to that side. Panja, you weren't worthy of being my opponent then, and it is still the same now. On that side, Yang Mu laughed loudly, with a fearless expression on his face. Surrounded by many warriors, an extremely explosive power was bursting from his body. That giant sword pressed towards them like mountainous waves, forming continuous explosion sounds, beating the hell out of those tight-knit warriors. Yang Mu had the immortal martial spirit. He wasn't scared of being heavily injured at all. He even purposely injured his body just to kill those surrounding attackers. Very soon, there were many wounds on Yang Mu's body. Many of the wounds were so deep that the bone was visible. They seemed extremely severe. At the expense of heavily injuring his body, in this mere moment, Yang Mu had already killed 3 warriors in the first sky of Earth Realm. Plus, this result was under the situation in which he was facing Panja's attacks at the same time. Yang Ku and Yang Shui were about the same as Yang Mu. They relied on their fearlessness of wounds, and when they battled with attackers, they often didn't care about getting injuries on their body. They killed the surrounding attackers at the expense of injuring their own bodies. Shi Yin, how are you going to escape this time? Gu Linglong shouted coldly. A long magic sword flew through the air. This magic sword was in a strange prism shape with a chilling cold ambience. The look in Shi Yan's eyes was calm. He didn't look at the cold magic sword that Gu Linglong shot out. Instead, he gravely stared at Chao Zhilan. After one blow from Chao Zhilan, she didn't attack again. Instead, she observed the situation in the battlefield with interest. She saw Panja and the rest quietly surround Yang Mu's group, and she saw the Yang family warriors retreat towards that meteorite formation in an orderly manner. The moment when Gu Linglong's ice magic sword attacked, Shi Yin immediately guessed her intentions. In the last battle, the aftershock power of the 7 magic swords of Gu Linglong had once rushed into his body. However, they were burnt completely by the fire power of the 10,000-year-old core fire. As the master of the magic sword, Gu Linglong naturally knew that inside Shi Yan's body there was a strong fire power. So, this time she didn't shoot out all 7 magic swords. Instead, she concentrated the power in her body and solely controlled this one ice sword with the cold energy, wanting to use the cold energy on this magic sword to suppress the fire power in Shi Yan's body. The ice magic sword pierced through the air. Shi Yan's expression was cold. He didn't make any actions. When he sensed that bone-chilling cold energy, a chilling grin suddenly appeared on his lips. Boom! Raising his hand, he gathered the negative energies, and a death seal suddenly bursted out. The death seal explosively shot onto the ice magic sword. Negative powers that were several times stronger than the last battle suddenly exploded and actually blew away that cold magic sword into the air. Gu Linglong's delicate body shook. Her face suddenly became paler, and her eyes were extremely surprised. But after the surprise, she smiled. Let me see how you're going to get rid of that cold energy this time. The moment when the death seal blew on the cold magic sword, the bone-chilling cold energy in the ice magic sword also flowed out at this opportunity, seeping through Shi Yan's entire body. The true motive of Gu Linglong was to let the cold energy of this ice magic sword make Shi Yan's body freeze up completely. Chao Zhilan chuckled. She looked toward Shi Yan with interest and said, "The cold energy has entered your body. How are you going to deal with it? Why is there a need to deal with it?" Shi Yan frowned and glanced afar at Gu Linglong. He mocked. "Didn't that retard Gu Jiang tell you I was once sealed in ice by the ice-cold flame for 3 years? Even the cold energy of the ice-cold flame couldn't do anything to me. Can the cold power of your little ice magic sword be stronger than the cold power of the ice-cold flame?" Gu Linglong's face suddenly changed. "Retreat." At this very moment, Yang Mu suddenly roared. The light in his giant sword shone, and beams of extremely sharp sword aura accurately shot towards Panju and the rest. Taking this opportunity, Yang Mu and the group of Yang family warriors immediately stepped inside the meteorite formation. "Let's go." Karma waved his hand and shouted, "Young Master Yin, we should leave now. You guys go first." Shi Yan's face suddenly changed. All the hair on his body seemed to raise. His eyes stared straight at that Chao Zhilan. Chapter 227. You really surprised me. Chapter 227. You really surprised me. You're quite alert. Chao Zhilan smiled like blooming flowers. A flow of surging, terrifying power swept toward Shi Yan like tides. This flow of frightening power came out of nowhere. Shi Yan only noticed it when it was arrived 3 meters in front of Shi Yan. This frightening power that came from Chao Zhilan was everywhere. Silently, it already sealed all escape routes around Shi Yan. Whether it be in the sky or below the ground, everything was occupied by this power. No matter which way Shi Yan backed off to, he would touch this flow of power. This flow of terrifying power did not flow towards Shi Yan with a fast speed. Perhaps it was because the overcasting power was too broad that caused it to go extremely slowly when in action. "Damn little brat, I'll see how you're going to block it now." In the distance, Gu Linglong shouted coldly. She was going to activate the magical sword to attack again. "Little sister Gu, you can leave this guy to me. You don't need to intervene." Chao Zhilan frowned. She turned back and glacé to Gu Linglong, then said lightly, "Don't worry, when I capture him, I'll let you take out your anger on him." "Capture him?" Gu Linglong dazed. Her nose twitched. "Why won't you just kill him?" Gu Linglong's bright eyes darted, and then she smiled. "There's something I want on him. If he dies too soon, I might not be able to get the things that are on him." Shi Yan's expression was serious. "What do you want?" "The things inside that ring of yours." Chao Zhilan smiled joyfully. Her jade-like fingers pointed at the blood vein ring on Shi Yan's hand. "You might not know, but my martial spirit can sense any extraordinary power." As for what is inside your ring, of course you know it better than I do. The ice-cold flame and the 10,000-year-old core fire." Shi Yan's expression changed. When he looked at Chao Zhilan again, the alertness in his eyes got more intense. This woman can actually sense the ice-cold flame and the 10,000-year-old core fire inside the blood vein ring. What kind of magical martial spirit does she have? Shi Yan, who was secretly stunned, stirred his negative powers, petrified his body, and performed the dark light shield at the same time. He pushed out all of his defensive powers, preparing to handle the hit of the slowly approaching, but inescapable, frightening power. "You can't get away." Chao Zhilan seemed to know what he wanted to do. She chuckled and shook her head. "Even Yang Mu can't save you now." Then, a colorful ribbon flew out of Chao Zhilan's sleeve. That ribbon was like a snake, wiggling in midair and dragging out streaks of blinding rainbow light. The rainbow lights weaved into a net and also formed another layer of barrier constraint. With the flying of the ribbons, the power in the barriers seemed to get more complicated and vigorous, as if it was made with several different powers, posing a similarity to Shi Yan's gravitational field. Boom! Yang Mu's giant sword suddenly slashed onto the light net. The rainbow lights were like strong silk threads. Some of the rainbow lights shattered from the blow of the giant sword. However, more rainbow lights from that light net soon gathered towards the point at which the giant sword hit, and quickly repaired to the area of damage. Yang Mu, if you want to break my rainbow net in a short time, it probably won't be easy. Chao Zhilan calmly waved her thin hand. The rainbow ribbons quickly flew and weaved into more rainbow lights. Yang Mu, why don't you try a few more times? I think if you try a few times more, you would surely be able to break my rainbow net. Big brother, Yang Ku roared. We need to go now. Little Yin, Yang Mu roared angrily. Can you get out? If you don't go now, it would be very hard to leave. Yang Mu also sensed how Chao Zhilan surrounded Shi Yin, and he knew that Shi Yin was temporarily trapped. Thus, he hurriedly intervened in an attempt to shatter the terrifying energies around Shi Yin, so that Shi Yin can break out of the trap. Yang Mu wanted to save Shi Yin, but the situation at the moment was not looking so good. Many warriors from the Yang family already went ahead into the meteor formation. At the moment, the few ones left outside were only Yang Mu, Yang Ku, and Li Fenger. At this time, if they get entangled with the opponents, then it would be hard even for them to get into the meteor formation. Big brother, you go first, Shi Yin roared. Don't fall into their trap. You will only get more opportunities if you enter inside. Don't get the everyone else implicated because of me. The brotherly love is so touching. Xie Kuei sneered. He glared at Yang Mu with a dark, evil look in his eyes. If you're brothers, then you should live together and die together. Yang Mai, last time on Black Rock Island, you killed my fellow junior disciple for this kid. In the eyes of you Yang family people, our lives aren't worth a thing. This time the reason why our evil wonderland is going against your Yang family also has something to do with your unhesitating murder. This time this kid is in trouble again. Are you going to die with him for his sake this time? Big brother, Yang Ku screamed. While he was talking, Xie Kuei and his group already surrounded Yang Mu. Gu Linglong, Xie Kuei, and Pan Zhe attacked together. They formed into a triangular formation to deal with Yang Mu. The three didn't make a murderous attempt immediately. Instead, they directed their sharp attacks to gather towards the meteor formation behind Yang Mu. Once Yang Mu backs off, he would land himself into the trap where all the attacks had gathered. Xie Kuei and the rest were trying to block off Yang Mu's escape first, so that even at a life-and-death emergency, he wouldn't be able to escape into the meteor formation. I won't leave then. Yang Mu suddenly relaxed. He glimpsed behind him at the spot where lights gathered and said with cold pride, Even if I can't leave, I will drag you guys down with me. Xie Kuei, stop making your fucking excuses. The evil Wonderland single-sidedly broke the Treaty of Alliance and colluded with people from other seas to go against our Yang family. For what other reason can it be than their greed for our Yang family's riches? And that they want to take the Yang family's place in the Kiara Sea? Xie Kuei sneered. Your Yang family has been arrogant in the Kiara Sea for too long. Because of the belligerent nature of the Yang family, none of the neighboring big seas have been at peace. The warriors from those seas have held grudges against the Yang family for a long time. With Yang Qingdi getting trapped this time, it's just the right fuse for the situation. Yang Mu, since you don't want to leave anymore, then I won't waste any more time either. Chao Zhilan pressed her lips and smiled. She casually looked toward Shi Yin. Your big brother wants to protect you, but now he's getting the same outcome as you. Having someone to go to the afterlife with you. You won't be that lonely anymore. Later when you tell me the method to opening your ring, I will let you die easily. I won't give you extra pain. Bitch, you think you've got me for sure now. Shi Yin took in a deep breath. His expression soon turned vicious. Curse all you want. You can curse a few more times before you die. I won't mind. Chao Zhilan still had that calm, careless look, as if no matter how badly Shi Yin cursed at her, it won't move her at all, and it cannot affect her mind. Yang Ku, you guys go. Under the siege of Xie Kuei and the two others, he suddenly roared. Remember to revenge for me, big brother. Yang Ke suddenly smiled. He shook his head. We've been brothers for all this time. If you were to stay, how can I escape alone? Isn't it just death? When has us, the Yang family members, been scared of death? Li Feng'er already had 1 foot in the meteor formation, but ultimately she didn't enter, and instead she stopped. Her eyes gleamed with cold light as she said coldly, "As if I'm scared of death." Then Li Feng'er stepped back from the meteor formation and stood next to Yang Ke again. Huff, huff. Heavy panting sounds suddenly came from inside the field. The attackers that originally had their attention on Yang Mu, Yang Ke, and Yang Feng'er couldn't help but look toward Shi Yan when they heard the panting. Unknowingly, Shi Yan's eyes had turned into a bright red color. His facial expressions were twisted and ferocious. Violent, crazy, bloodthirsty energies surged from all over his body, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. His bright red eyes stared deep into the soul, like a ghost from the depths of hell, with the most extreme evil. The second sky of rampage. Little Yen. Yang Mu's face changed. He exclaimed, "What happened to you?" "I'm fine. Better than ever." Shi Yan clenched his teeth. He roared with a low voice. The different negative powers surged towards all directions like enormous waves with him as the center. The terrifying power that came from Chaozhelan was forced more than 10 meters away from the frightening air wave formed by these negative powers. A mass of murderous thoughts uncontrollably appeared in the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Shi Yan was in the second sky of rampage. The different negative emotions have started to rush into his mind, gathering with his consciousness, forming into a spiritual storm, sweeping towards where the other warriors gathered. The spiritual storm formed by different negative emotions had the evil power to delude people's minds, making them fall into a state of madness. Wherever the spiritual storm went, those Earth Realm warriors seemed to have lost control of the murderous thoughts in their minds and couldn't help but raise their weapons to attack the people beside them. That trick again. Panja's handsome face showed some signs of fear. Be careful. Don't get affected by his evil spiritual power. Wisps of negative powers formed and gathered on Shi Yan's body. The martial skill, second sky of rampage, made him who was only in the disaster realm increase double in power. Shi Yan's expression was extremely ferocious, like an evil spirit. He used the negative energies on him to push away the gushing powers that surrounded him, and actually walked step by step towards Chaozhelan. No wonder Panja and the rest had lost. Chaozhelan revealed a serious expression for the first time. Her bright eyes shone with a mysterious light. A disaster realm warrior can actually have such terrifying power. Shi Yan, you really surprised me. It seems that I've underestimated you before. You actually didn't take out your real power until now. He's actually even stronger than that battle. Gu Linglong's pretty face changed. She looked at Shi Yan with an unbelievable expression and couldn't help but exclaim. In the last battle, Shi Yan was in the second sky of Disaster Realm. He had only activated the first sky of Rampage. This time, Shi Yan was at the peak of the Disaster Realm, performing the second sky of Rampage. The atmosphere on him was not just a bit stronger than the last battle. Chapter 228, Turn the Tide. Chapter 228, Turn the Tide. In the rubbled palace, most of the warriors from the Yang family had already went ahead into the meteor formation. Now, the only ones who still stayed outside were Yang Mu, Yang Ke, Li Feng'er, and Shi Yan. However, on Chaozhelan and Panja's side, there were almost 100 warriors, of which Panja, Chaozhelan, Xie, Chu Yanqing, and Gu Linglong were all elite figures on the leaderboard. These 5 people were enough to win against Shi Yan's group. With Shi Yan inadvertently getting surrounded by the wave-like powers that Chaozhelan released, Yang Mu also got in the mess by trying to save him. Afterwards, Yang Ke and Li Feng'er both knew that their chances were slim, but they stopped, turned around, and stood with Yang Mu. In the field, Shi Yan finally performed the second sky of Rampage in such a serious crisis. making the rolling negative energies in his meridians merge with the blood in his body. At that moment, the power in Shi Yan's body doubled again. Being at the peak of the disaster realm, the power on his body kept increasing. Under the refining of the surging negative powers, they instantly formed into frightening evil impacts and actually pushed away the omnipresent powers that Chao Zhilan quietly casted this way. And Shi Yan himself started stepping towards Chao Zhilan. The evil powers of hate, fear, desperation, bloodthirst, and violence gushed out of Shi Yan's body. This flow of evil power rushed up into the sky like a whirlwind. As Shi Yan walked, the waves of evil power kept forming and actually transformed into 3 magnificent mountain-like demonic shadows. 3 demonic shadows were formed with different negative powers. They had Shi Yan's soul imprint on them and carried surging negative emotions. The demonic phantoms were foggy and floated above Shi Yan's head. Their faces were blurred, but gave an extremely terrifying feeling to others. Shi Yan's eyes were bright red. He coldly glared at Chao Zhilan. Murderous thoughts came into his mind. Those 3 giant demonic phantoms suddenly flew out simultaneously. Their big demon claws were like overcasting dark clouds, pressing towards Chao Zhilan. The faces of everyone in the field suddenly changed. Shi Yan's power instantly soared and formed 3 giant demonic phantoms on top of his head. The 3 demonic phantoms seemed like they were illusions, but brought extremely fierce and frightening energy fluctuations. Anyone could see that once they get hit by a demonic phantom, it wouldn't be weaker than a full power hit from Shi Yan. "Little Yan, you really are something." On the side, Yang Mu laughed out loud. He held a big sword in one hand and swung it at the sky. The giant sword in his hand seemed light as a feather to him. It swung a beautiful arc in the sky. A cluster of bright silver light suddenly shot out and forced back the approaching Panja with one blow. Suddenly, from inside the meteor formation, Yang Shui, Karma, and Zhang Huquan appeared. These Yang family warriors that went ahead into the meteor formation saw that Yang Mu and the others were at such a delay, and finally realized that Yang Mu had probably encountered danger. They actually came back and appeared again. With the help from Yang Shui and the other Yang family warriors, they temporarily resolved the attacks towards Yang Mu and the 2 others, unburdening them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 giant demonic phantoms, under the murderous thoughts from Shi Yan's mind, crazily pounced towards Chao Zhilan. The 3 demonic phantoms were formed purely with the negative powers in the meridians. They weren't afraid of physical attacks. No godly weapon could kill these phantoms. Under the attacks of these 3 demonic phantoms, Chao Zhilan's expression also became more serious. While being encircled by 3 giant phantoms, Chao Zhilan's delicate hand waved slightly, and different energy fluctuations that were different from profound qi flew out of his palm. Those strange power fluctuations rippled like water. Energy fluctuations formed into a strange barrier that was difficult to see by the naked eye. This barrier actually had extraordinary defense power. Under the bombarding of the 3 demonic phantoms, that strange barrier kept twisting but never broke. More traces of sweat appeared on Chao Zhilan's supple cheek. It seemed that also she could defend against the attack of the 3 demonic shadows with the profoundness of her martial skill. She still had to use up quite a lot of power. The seal of life and death. Shi Yan roared. The patterns from both hands suddenly glowed in bright light. With 7 seals per hand, the seals merged in pairs and suddenly blowed towards Chao Zhilan. Boom, 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 boom. 7 deep and fierce bursts came from the barrier formed by Chao Zhilan. The extraordinary barrier that was difficult to see by the naked eye turned into firefly-like lights that shattered into the sky and spread everywhere. Chao Zhilan's pretty face changed slightly. She exclaimed, "Star shift." The lights that spread throughout the sky suddenly gathered quickly and formed into a smooth, flat mirror in front of Chao Zhilan. At the moment the mirror surface formed, the 3 giant demonic phantoms just happened to force themselves this way, their claws fiercely grabbing towards Chao Zhilan. Magically, the three giant demonic phantoms suddenly disappeared without a trace when they fell into the mirror surface. Just right in front of Chao Zhilan, those three demonic phantoms seemed as if they vanished in thin air, not leaving a single trace. A surprised light flashed across Shi Yan's bright red eyes. His mind shifted, and with the help of his senses, he realized that those three giant demonic phantoms actually appeared outside the palace, 3 li away from here. Chao Zhilan used a profound martial spirit that actually managed to transport the demonic phantoms formed by negative powers and easily resolve his fatal blow. You sure have some methods. Only in the disaster realm. You can actually force me to use such a defensive martial skill. You have enough to take pride in. Chao Zhilan gave a light sigh and shook her head. With some sympathy, she said, I originally wanted to catch you alive, but since you had such an eye-catching performance, it seems that I'll have to kill you first, then slowly try to figure out the secrets on you. After those words came out, suddenly there were strange lights glimmering in Chao Zhilan's deep, beautiful eyes. Those strange lights circulated in a special pattern in her eyes, light the stars up in the sky, moving in their mysterious tracks according to the laws of the universe. At the same time, flows of different types of powers quickly surged in Chao Zhilan's delicate body. Inside her body, 5 different lights the colors of red, yellow, green, blue, and green quietly appeared. These 5 different colored lights became more and more obvious. Each holy light seemed to be a power entirely different from profound qi. 5-colored holy light. Yang Mu's expression was extremely stern. He suddenly roared, Shi Yan, you can't fight the enemy head-on. Retreat immediately. Shi Yan's bright red eyes stared coldly at Chao Zhilan. At this most breathtaking moment, he suddenly closed his eyes. The faces of Yang Shui, Yang Ku, and Li Feng'er suddenly changed. Together they all yelled out, trying to convince Shi Yan to dodge. The 5-colored holy light was a sacred-level martial spirit from the Chao family. It is said that the cultivation of the skill was extremely difficult. First, you have to cultivate 5 martial spirits that each form different powers, and then try to master all of those 5 martial skills, thus owning 5 different types of powers in one's body. Only then could they start cultivating the 5-colored holy light. Because the 5-colored holy light was so hard to cultivate, even in the Chao family, there were rarely anyone that could successfully cultivate it. Reportedly, the power of the skill was extremely astonishing. Once Yang Mu and the rest saw the 5 different colored lights coming from inside Chao Zhilan's body, they immediately recognized this legendary martial skill. They hurriedly tried to advise Shi Yan to dodge. However, at this crucial moment, Shi Yan actually closed his eyes. After Yang family warriors like Yang Mu, Yang Shui, Li Feng'er shouted in shock, their expressions appeared to be extremely anxious. They wanted to go help Shi Yan, but they were stopped by the opponents in front of them and had no time to spare. I know those 3 giant demonic phantoms are quickly flying this way, but I think you won't be able to wait until their help comes. The 5-colored holy light came out, and a flow of extremely dangerous power presence came from her body. That 5-colored holy light suddenly gathered in front of her voluminous breasts. 5 types of holy light quickly formed into one broad beam holy light that was wide as a sky-reaching pillar. Devastating energy fluctuations came from inside that holy light and suddenly shot out. Its target was pointed straight at Shi Yan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wide 5-colored holy light shot out of thin air. Its speed was faster than the naked eye could catch. Shi Yan stood firmly in his place. Whoosh! The 5-colored god light shoot through his body. Its force was like a laser beam. It shattered one of the skyscraping pillars behind him and continued to shoot forward, crumbling another palace on its way. Little Yan, Yang Mu screamed. His expression was grievous. There were bits of mysterious light gleaming in Chao Zhilan's beautiful eyes, Her pretty face was a little surprised. She said faintly, "Another illusion. You've escaped this time, but are you going to have such great luck next time?" In the stone fragments that flew all over the sky, another Sure Yan's shadow slowly appeared. Using the electric shift and the phantom shift, and with the magical mental state of the second sky of Rampage, Sure Yan was able to predict the attack speed and direction of the holy light ahead of time, thus dodging the fatal blow of the five-colored holy light. "This time I won't dodge." His bright red eyes calmly looked at Chao Zhilan. Sure Yan's tone was flat, without a single trace of emotion. Wisps of scorching flame power quietly seeped out of the blood-vein ring. The flame power swept through his meridians. Wisps of flames came about the nostrils and eye corners of Sure Yan. The condition of his body was extremely strange. At the crucial moment, the then 1,000-year-old core fire had reached out in aid once again, injecting the fire power that can burn all beings into his body. Chapter 229, Counterattack. Chapter 229, Counterattack. "Dude, you scared the crap out of me." Li Fenger stuck out her tongue and revealed an expression of lingering fear. "Huh, you can even dodge the five-colored holy light. You certainly are no ordinary person." Yang Mu's expression also loosened. He threw a look at Sure Yan from far away, signaling Sure Yan to find an opportunity to retreat back to the meteor formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The harsh wind sound came again. The wave of five-color holy light that was dodged by Sure Yan came back and actually shot toward Sure Yan's back after crushing another palace. "You're not going to dodge anymore? Are you for real?" There was a mocking smile on Chao Zhilan's lips. "Let me see your courage then. Little Yin, don't get triggered by her. This five-colored holy light is formed by 5 different types of powers. Even a normal disaster realm warrior probably won't be able to handle it. Don't act rashly." Yang Mu shouted. Yang Ku and Yang Shui also tried to advise him. Sure Yan closed his eyes again. The five-colored holy light that came back brought an energy fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and earth. It blew toward Sure Yan's back. Boom! Clusters of flames continuously flew out of Sure Yan's body. The scorching flame power that came from the core fire instantly turned the area behind Sure Yan into a sea of fire. Crackling sounds appeared in the air, and the fiery power that could destroy all beings gushed inside that flame. Just like that, the five-colored holy light fell into the sea of fire formed by the flames of the 10,000-year-old core fire. SSSSS. Inside the sea of fire, there came strange sounds. They could see that the five-colored holy light was being burnt by the flame power inside the sea of fire. Firelight of 5 different colors appeared from inside the sea of fire. The power of this five-colored holy light was rapidly being burnt by the sea of fire, and its power was quickly being weakened. The 10,000-year-old core fire at the moment could count as a sky fire. The power of a sky fire was earth-shattering, able to burn all beings. The sea of fire formed by the flame power of this core fire also had the elemental properties of sky fire. That scorching flame power was able to burn anything into flames. The different types of powers and energies were also no exception. The five-colored holy light rushed into the sea of fire and was turned to ashes by the flame power at such a quick speed, only leaving colorful five-colored smoke and ashes behind. "I told you I won't dodge anymore." Sure Yan finally opened his eyes again. He glared coldly at Chao Zhilan. "Inside your five-color holy light, there is your soul seal, and your soul consciousness can lock my location. Next time, no matter how I try to dodge, I would still be endlessly chased by your five-colored holy light. So, I'm not going to dodge anymore. You can actually sense my soul consciousness." Chao Zhilan's beautiful eyes glinted with mysterious colores. "Only a Nirvana realm warrior that has formed a sea of consciousness can sense my soul lock. You're only in the disaster realm. How can you possibly sense my soul lock? I don't understand. There are way more things that you don't understand." A trace of disdain flashed in Sure Yan's bright red eyes. Then he lightly shouted, "Counterattack!" The 3 demonic phantoms that flew in from outside the palace suddenly surged into the middle of the pursuing warriors. At the same time, Yan's soul consciousness formed into a soul storm, adding the different negative emotions into it, and started a raging soul storm where the crowd of people was the most concentrated. Warriors under the Nirvana realm couldn't form the sea of consciousness and could only use their mind power. They couldn't form attacks that can target souls. However, Yin was able to use the soul-gathering pearl to unbelievably form the sea of consciousness ahead of time. With the help of his sea of consciousness, he first saw through all the secrets of Chao Zhilan's soul lock. Now he was using soul attacks to bombard those pursuing killers. The formation of the sea of consciousness meant that Yan's evolution of the soul was more successful than everyone here. With the sea of consciousness, Yan's soul senses were in every corner. He could use soul attacks to go against any soul to perform a surprise attack. The sea of consciousness that was never used before suddenly bursted out with the attack of the soul storm. Wherever the soul storm went, those pursuing attackers became red-headed, then completely forgot who they were and raised the weapons in their hands to attack the allies next to them. Waves of soul storms affected dozens of pursuing attackers, making those attackers go into disorder and become insane. Taking advantage of the situation, Yin used his mind to control those 3 demonic phantoms. Those demonic phantoms were formed with pure negative energies and flew around in the field, going through the bodies of warriors. Whenever a demonic phantom went through the body of a warrior, that person's life force would be immediately cut off and die on the spot. Yin suddenly crossed his legs and sat down on a spot. Using his mind to control the 3 giant demonic phantoms, he was also gathering soul consciousness at the same time, adding in the negative emotions, forming a soul storm that made people lose their sanity, thus continuously influencing the battling enemies, making the pursuing attackers start to go crazy. Soul consciousness. This is soul consciousness. Chao Zhilan's soul martial spirit, after a moment of comprehension, finally realized something. She couldn't help but shout. Her face was filled with shock. What? Gu Linglong's pretty face changed drastically. She shook her head unbelievably. This kid is clearly only in the disaster realm. How can he possess the sea of consciousness? Chao Zhilan didn't answer. She copied Yin and also sat down. The storage ring on her hand flashed, and a red leather battle drum appeared in the palm of her hand. Bum, bum, bum. Across from Yin, Chao Zhilan's legs were crossed, and her fair hands hit beat by beat on that battle drum. The sound of the drum seemed to have a mysterious power that twisted soul consciousness. The beating of the drum seemed to have stabbed into Yan's head like a piercer, seeping into Yan's sea of consciousness, making him unable to form soul consciousness to form an attack again. This battle drum was clearly made to go against the sea of consciousness of Nirvana realm warriors. Bum, bum, bum. The strange sound of the drum rang throughout the field. Each of the warriors that were turned to insanity by Yan's soul storm had regained clarity in their eyes and slowly awakened. Yan's face changed. He abruptly stood up and nodded towards Yangmu. Retreat. The 3 demonic phantoms that were formed with negative energies became a little out of control due to the disorder in Yan's sea of consciousness. They started to split into streaks of pale smoke, raveling towards Gu Linglong and the others. The soul storm was no longer working, and even the demonic phantoms formed with negative energies were hard to control. At the same time, the fatigue in his body became heavier and heavier. The aftereffect of the second sky of Rampage seemed to have slowly started. In this kind of situation, Yin made a prompt decision. He knew that if they continue the fight, they were probably going to be killed one by the opponents. Retreat. Yangmu roared. His shoulder bumped and sent Yangke straight back into the meteor formation. He was scared that Yangke might act stupidly again, so he sent him inside ahead of time. Then he finally shouted towards Li Fenger and the rest that were not far away. Let's go. Feeling the fatigue in his body rush in like waves, Yin no longer overexerted himself and hurriedly retreated backwards. A graceful figure wearing a fiery red armor suddenly appeared into view. Shi Yin slightly dazed. Then he realized that the beautiful figure was actually He Qingman. He Qingman's pretty face was cold. She performed an intense martial skill and fought with Yang Shui. When Yang Mu's loud roar came, He Qingman snorted coldly. The movements on her hands became more and more intense, with a ferocious look on his face as if she was going to keep Yang Shui from escaping. "You want to die?" Shi Yin was just about to storm back towards Yang Shui's direction when he clearly saw the intense movements on He Qingman's hands. He snorted coldly and raised his hand. The life seal formed with profound qi suddenly bursted out. He Qingman was just concentrating on her fight with Yang Shui, and out of nowhere, she realized there was a turbulent fluctuation coming from behind her. Her pretty face changed, and when she turned her head, she immediately noticed Shi Yan's life seal attack. A strange expression appeared on He Qingman's flirtatious face. She bitterly threw a glare at Shi Yin, then suddenly withdrew herself to back off towards Yang Shui's direction. Yang Shui, who was dueling with her, clearly had a great opportunity, but surprisingly didn't make a killing attempt. Instead, she suddenly backed off into the meteor formation. Shi Yin was stunned. Yang Shui had obviously held back. If she didn't hurriedly back into the meteor formation and fought back at He Qingman, then He Qingman, who was busy with dodging the blow of the life seal, definitely would not have blocked an attack from behind her. "Mind your own business." He Qingman's charming figure drifted away like the wind. She quietly cursed it out while dodging Shi Yan's life seal. Shi Yan dazed, glimpsing towards He Qingman a few more times, and remembering back to Yang Shui's strange actions, Shi Yan suddenly came to a realization. So these two women had been pretending all along. The two seemed to be fighting very intensely, but in reality, they never made murderous attempts. They were only making a show in front of everyone. Shi Yan, who had reacted to the situation, still had a cold expression on his face. He said coldly, "Piss off." He let out the dark shield and petrified his body. Shi Yan was like a sharp sword, quickly sweeping past He Qingman's side and quickly rushing towards that meteor formation. He Qingman raised her hand. Beams of sharp bright light shot from her 5 fingers, and all blew at Shi Yan's back. The bright light that seemed intense actually didn't have much invading power on his body. If Shi Yan didn't shatter his dark shield on purpose, this blow from He Qingman wouldn't even be able to break the most simple dark shield. This woman still had some touches of sentiment in her. Through this blow, Shi Yan had finally confirmed that even though He Qingman came to the chasm battlefield, her objectives were different from Xie Kuei's. She didn't actually want to kill them. Shi Yan's figure disappeared within a flash. He vanished where the dark gray cloud was the most dense. Yang Mu laughed loudly and disappeared last. Panja and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. They rushed towards that area with the pursuing killers and were just about to enter into the meteor formation. "Let's not chase first." Chao Zhilan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly stood up. She shook her head with a serious expression and explained, "There's a formation in there. It's quite dangerous. The reason why the Yang family members can get in and out safely is because they already resolved the formation. But if you enter rashly, you will be attacked by the formation." "Then what do we do?" Gu Longlong clenched her teeth and said bitterly, "Are we just going to let this go?" "Humph. I thought you were pretty strong, yet you still can't do anything with that brat Shi Yan. And you said leave him to you. I just shouldn't have trusted you. If I had come along, we definitely would have been able to kill him." "Little sister Gu, if you're so confident, then I'll give him to you next time." Chao Zhilan didn't get mad. She smiled casually and said, "But now, everyone calm down. Can you wait for me to break the formation for you first?" Everyone was silent, and then they all nodded. Chapter 230 Lost. Chapter 230 Lost. Inside the meteor formation. Meteorites as big as millstones were falling from the sky one after one, and their impacts were extremely violent. As soon as he entered the meteor formation, Yin immediately saw a meteorite landing beside him. Gray smoke was very thick in this place. Yin couldn't see anyone. When he used his soul consciousness, he couldn't sense any life signal around him either. As he entered the formation, Yin felt as if he had walked into a strange environment where his five senses were clogged up and his soul consciousness was hindered. Remembering the words of Jiang Hu Quan, 7 steps to the left, then 5 steps to the right, Yin followed this simple footwork and walked deeper into this strange meteor formation. He couldn't see people nor sense anything with his soul consciousness except for the meteorites falling over one after another. Jiang Hu Quan's footwork was indeed very magical. Following this pattern, Yin could see the meteorites falling one by one, but none of those meteors could hit him. When some of the meteorites were about to hit him, Yin wanted to try to block the meteorites using his body, but he soon found out that the meteorites fell to his side instead of hitting on him. It was like as long as he followed Jiang Hu Quan's footwork, he would never get hit. Yin calmed down and sped up his pace to get through this meteor formation. Suddenly, a strange thought came out from the blood vein ring. Yin was startled. He halted immediately. He used his soul consciousness to sense, and his face slightly changed. The earth flame became very excited. It even wanted to break out from the blood vein ring's constraint. It was unknown why it became agitated inside this meteor array. The ice-cold flame was also present inside the blood vein ring. As the blood vein ring seemed to know that the ice-cold flame was all along a threat toward Yin, it used a magical power inside the ring to bind the ice-cold flame to prevent it from using its ability to attack Yin. However, the blood vein ring's attitude was very loose towards the 10,000-year earth flame. It seemed to know that the 10,000-year earth flame wouldn't harm Yin, so not only did it construct a comfortable environment for it inside the ring, but also didn't bind the earth flame. This meant the earth flame could come out from the ring as easily as it wished. This time, the earth flame's abnormality was that it wanted to come out. Don't! Yin used his soul consciousness to try to stop the earth flame, but he found that he was already too late. From the moment he released his soul consciousness, the earth flame had already flown away from the blood vein ring, heading towards his right side. Inside the meteor formation, Yan's soul consciousness couldn't detect any life fluctuations around him, but this restriction seemed not to degrade his connection to the earth flame. Maybe that was because the relationship between him and the earth flame was already too close, that there was a strange connection between them. Even Yin didn't release his soul consciousness, he still could feel the location of the earth flame. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the meteorites continued to fall from the sky. If Yin didn't follow the footwork pattern, he definitely would have been hit. The earth flame ignored Yan's warning and flew away. It seemed to be attracted to something. At this time, if Yin still didn't continue to move, he would probably lose the earth flame's location if the distance between him and the flame became too far. Inside the chasm battlefield, there were many barriers. If he lost the connection with the earth flame, it would not be easy to find it again. At this time, the earth flame was only one step away from fully ascending from their location. Also at this time, if there was someone who wanted to catch it, as long as they knew the right way, they could ultimately replace Yin and establish a deep connection between him and the earth flame, and thus became the earth flame's new master. Yan's face looked uncertain. He pondered for a while, and then he decided to catch up with the earth flame. As he changed his pace, he immediately used his essence chi to burst toward the earth flame's location like a sharp sword. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment he changed his footwork, the meteorites inside the meteor formation suddenly came and crashed at him as if they had eyes. Wash! His shadow was like lightning, passing the falling meteorites with his fastest speed while avoiding them. Boom, boom. A huge meteorite suddenly came and crashed Yan's back. An extreme force of impact burst out from his back. Although his petrified body could withstand the impact, he couldn't maintain his speed, and thus he became the target for other meteorites. In just a few seconds, his body couldn't bear the impact from 5 meteorites, and his body was also exhausted. Under this bombardment, his mouth started to gush out blood again. Shurian stopped and didn't dare to make any move. He silently sensed his injuries with a little impatience. At the previous fight with Chao Jilan, he had used the second sky of Rampage, and his meridians had also absorbed a lot of essence chi from the dead. Now, the backlash started to show its effect, and his body became weaker. At this time, he was hit by 5 meteorites and damaged badly. If it wasn't because of his petrification martial spirit, he would have already have fallen to the ground under those attacks. The earth flame was 100 meters in front of him. For now, this distance was like a death road which was tough to pass through. If he weren't careful, he would be hit again. Inside this array, he was not sure when Chao Jilan's group would appear. If he lost his consciousness here, not only would he continue bearing the impact of those meteorites, but he also had to face the risk of being detected by Chao Jilan and the others. But if he followed the footwork, he could still get through this meteor formation and thus avoid the danger from the meteorites and Chao Jilan. However, if he did so, he would probably lose the earth flame. With a sullen face, Shurian looked hesitated. In his mind, he kept weighing gains and losses and needed to make a decision soon. I'll ignore it for now. 10 seconds later, Shurian made up his mind to put aside the earth flame first and wait for his body to recover before he returns to find the earth flame. He was ready to leave. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Suddenly, a dazzling red light came from earth flame's direction. A strong burning fire energy suddenly burst out. The earth flame was very excited. It used its mind power to urge Shurian to keep up. Shurian was stunned. The mind power from the earth flame was very clear. It seemed like it had found something and told Shurian to hurry up. As the earth flame didn't have a solid form, it couldn't be hit inside the meteor formation. It also didn't know that every step that Shurian took faced a considerable danger. It was just calling Shurian, wanted to share its findings with him. Struggling inside his heart and feeling the call from the earth flame, Shurian's eyes changed again and again. Damn, bring it on. A moment later, Shurian changed his decision. He took a deep breath and swallowed a few of chi refining pills. After he had felt the profound chi inside his body restored a bit, he triggered the electric shift and flew toward the earth flame's direction. Boom, boom, boom. Another 3 meteorites hit his body. The fierce impact power damaged his body and blew him into the air. He gushed out a mouthful of blood. By relying on petrification and immortal martial spirits, he didn't care about his damaged body. He triggered the electric shift again, and finally, he arrived at the earth flame's location before other meteorites fell near his location. Everything became quiet again. As he entered the area where the earth flame was, the meteorites suddenly disappeared. With the mouth full of blood, Shurian fell on the ground, and his face looked surprised at this area. It was an ancient array with the size of a house. Outside the ancient array, many circles of the energy flow were formed. These energy flow blocked the meteorites and prevented those meteorites from entering this array. Inside the ancient array, Shurian couldn't hear anything. The earth flame was floating in the middle of the ancient array. A thumb-sized crimson-red crystal laid inside the groove in the center. It seemed like that crystal was the supply source of this ancient array, overflowing red firelight and transmitting some sort of energy to this array. Outside the ancient array, there were also many grooves. Each of those grooves had a different color crystal, and each of the crystals transmitted a strange energy to provide energy to this ancient array. The earth flame was floating above that red crystal and jumping cheerfully, seeming like it wanted to absorb the energy inside the crystal. After Shurian had entered and examined this ancient array, he was about to ask the earth flame what this red crystal was used for, but he found the crystals around the ancient array burst out a colorful halo all of a sudden. The ancient array that was initially quiet started to run automatically after he had entered. Being surprised a bit, Shurian knew that this array was probably going to be activated. Without thinking furthermore, he quickly sent a message to the earth flame. Get in first. The earth flame bounced as it seemed to find something abnormal. It only hesitated for a bit before immediately drilling into Shi Yan's blood vein ring. After seeing the earth flame return, Shi Yan was relaxed and prepared to leave this mysterious ancient array. However, when he wanted to leave, he found that the strange energy flow outside the ancient array became a barrier that blocked the way in and out at the moment the ancient array started moving. Shi Yan's head hit the barrier, while it directly pushed his exhausted body into the middle of the ancient array. Shi Yan was aghast. The crystals outside the array were shining dazzlingly. The ancient array suddenly spun up as if it was a disk. Through a dazzling crystal light, an extraordinary energy wave came over. Shi Yan disappeared instantly. Chapter 231 Breakthrough, the Meteor Array. In another account of the old array technique, Yang Mu, Yang Shui, Yang Ku, Li Feng'er, and other warriors of the Yang family were all standing in the old array technique formation. This formation was quite similar to the one of Shi Yan. The only small difference was of the energy crystal around the array technique. At this time, the energy crystal kept releasing a dazzling light. The Yang family's warriors then entered into the old array technique, following the time when the light was released and disappeared continuously. Yang Mu's group followed Jian Hu Quan's method. Each person of the Yang family used exactly this method to move forward when entering into the old array technique. Hence, they were not affected by the special outer space meteorite. According to Jian Hu Quan, this way led to the exit of the meteor array. Thus, Jian Hu Quan had reminded everyone of the Yang family to not hesitate in standing in the middle of the old array technique, or else they would have been pushed out by the old array technique. Quickly, all the warriors of the Yang family went through into the old array technique and disappeared from the meteor array. Each person, like when Shi Yan had just entered, could not have seen each other's back as it was not possible to see anything inside the meteor array. Upon entering the old array technique, everyone would be teleported in a blink, so no one was aware of one another's situation. However, thanks to Jian Hu Quan's encouragement, they did not hesitate and entered the old array technique right away. This was the reason why Shi Yan's warriors lost trace of Yang Mu's warriors in the meteor array. Outside of the meteor array, Chao Jilan had beautiful, tender long legs with strange light flaring up in her eyes. The soul martial spirit was controlled by her spirit, which then started to analyze the transformation of the meteor array. The soul martial spirit then realized the miraculous movement of the meteor array. All the people of Panja stood outside the meteor array. Not a single person dared enter. Chao Jilan, who had been using the soul martial spirit for a while, suddenly burst into laughter, slowly stood up, and then said, "With the meteor array, you can either go to the left or to the right. As long as you do not make a wrong move, the meteorites cannot attack you. Well, if you choose go on the left, move 7 steps to the left, then 5 steps to the right, and vice versa. You can move to the right 7 steps, then to the left 5 steps, and then you can get out of the meteor array. So, should we go to the left or to the right?" Gu Linglong knitted his brows and irritatingly said, "Inside the meteor array, there are 2 sure ways out, which may possibly lead to 2 different areas. Our target is the Yang family, so we should first figure out the direction of the Yang family, and only then will we be able to pursue them." Chao Jilan calmly asked, "How can we know the path that the Yang family had taken?" Xie Kuei's face darkened with a murderous look in his eyes. "Yang Mu is easy to deal with. If he isn't already dead, he will surely find a way for revenge. If we fight with the Yang family, we cannot let them have a single chance of survival. We simply cannot let anyone live. When Shi Yan and I had fought, I recognized that he had vigorous flame power. I had just used my soul martial spirit recently, and discovered that there was a very strong movement of flame power on the right." Chao Jilan faintly smiled. "Maybe Shi Yan is on the way out on the right. Yang Mu will not be separated from Shi Yan. If Shi Yan is there, the Yang family will be there too. Good, we'll follow the way on the right then." Panja nodded and spoke to warriors of the Penglai divine land who stood behind him. Remember carefully of Miss Chow's words. Once entering the meteor array, they were to first move to the right 7 steps, then to left 5 steps, not daring to make a mistake. Okay, I'll lead. Chao Zhilan calmly entered first. In the middle of the immense and oppressively hot desert, a figure with their arms and legs up, like a dead squirrel, slowly breathing and exhaustively tired. Many different powers started to recover inside of his body, and the negative emotions inside of the meridian silently scattered out. The desert temperature was scorching, but there was no sun. The sky was vivid red, like the color of fresh blood. Looking around carefully, there were uneven dunes out there. There was no signs of life, no greenery, and no sound whatsoever. A flaming power stream flew out from the ring, flying around flexibly in the heated desert. It seemed to signal something. This place makes me uncomfortable. A flow of cold flames from the blood vein ring circulated around. This strange atmosphere has scorching powers. The air blast seems to belong to the sun, but there is no sun. I do not know what is going on. This is somewhere in the area of the chasm battlefield. Ugh, strange indeed. The earth flame seems to like this place very much so. After coming here, he seems to be happy, Shi replied. He was kicked out by the old array technique and fell down in this vast desert. He did not have any other old array technique. His whole body was injured. He did not have any more energy to explore this mysterious place. He then laid on the ground without moving, silently recovering. We cannot see the sun in this place, but there is still the intense power of the sun. Very strange indeed. The ice-cold flame was musing for a while before it suddenly said, "This place is very suitable for your refining technique. You can rely on the mysterious power here. Use the earth flame to keep practicing the refining technique. This will help your body become stronger. Recover first, then we will see." Shi did not refuse and smiled miserably while looking up to the sky. He stopped talking to the ice-cold flame and focused on slowly recovering. After taking the refining pills, the power spread out and combined with his profound qi. Without using too much energy, his profound qi was getting stronger by the minute, and the consumed qi was replenished quickly. Refining pills were a marvelous drug which restored profound qi. Refining pills were treasured in the endless sea. Only powerful warriors could take them, whereas normal warriors did not have enough ability to be able to consume the refining pills. The therapeutic power of the 10 refining pills was enough for the profound qi of a warrior at the earth level stage to restore quickly. For Shi, who had only the disaster realm peak, the effect of these 10 refining pills was more than enough. The profound qi was silently concentrating. Shi relaxed his mind and started to realize the strange things that was happening inside of his body. The injured body was recovering rapidly under the effect of the immortal martial spirit. Bones, which had been destroyed by the meteorites, were strengthened every minute. Broken blood vessels were healed in a very short time. A normal person would have needed a few days to recover, but he only needed a few minutes. Inside his meridian channel, a flow of air quickly circulated and filtered the energy which had been refined by the mysterious martial spirit, so that it could be absorbed directly. However, negative thoughts appeared and silently disturbed Shi mind, pulling him down to the deep dark abyss. This time, about 10 warriors had died inside of the castle. As a result of the death of the 10 Earth level stage warriors, their energy was now being transferred into him. Negative feelings created from refining this energy was enough for him to lose his mind and go insane. After slowly sensing for a while, he realized that it was not easy to stay strong-minded. Shi contemplated for a moment and decided to hide behind the dunes. Places that he went, others could also find out. If Chao Zhilan's warriors came while he was refining the energy and got crazy, it simply would not be safe. After spending some time recovering, his body was restored a little bit. He then released the finger gun. His 10 fingers were then like 10 sabers arising out of the sand, making way for him to get into the dune. The earth flame flew around outside. It seemed to sense Shi Yan's intentions and stopped careening before his body disappeared behind the dune. Shi Yan, once again, immersed himself in the blood vein ring. Holding his breath, Shi Yan went 10 meters inside the dune until his whole body was covered with sand and could not move any further. He then stopped. Not long after that, the refining meridian channels reached to the key point of time. He finally could not resist the persistent negative thoughts and started losing his mind. Deep down, 10 meters inside the dune, Shi Yan was struggling with all the sand enveloping him. The pressure of the sand on him made it impossible to utter a single word. The sand became a natural chain that temporarily binded him. Shi Yan then lost his mind and wriggled about mindlessly. He could not think of using the finger gun to claw his way out. He only kept struggling inside of the dune, squirming about mindlessly. A long time had passed. Shi Yan's struggle weakened, and he stopped yelling. All strange energy silently flew out from his meridian channels, spreading to every corner in his body. Shi Yan gradually lost his perception and did not realize that his body had transformed. He unwittingly had let strange energy run inside of his body, pervading his arteries and bones. Time had slowly passed. Shi Yan suddenly woke up after a long time. He immediately realized that his exhausted body started to gain its full power back. No matter if it was the profound qi or his own body, both fully recovered to the max, and it couldn't be better. Oh, the light of profound qi on his belly kept condensing and shrinking. Although there was no one conducting it, the light of profound qi was refining quickly. Following the light of profound qi, every corner of his body was acting like sponges, drawing on the profound qi energy which was flowing out from the light. Shi Yan's consciousness ran around his whole body inside out. His mind was suddenly omniscient. Right after that, an exciting smile appeared on his face. He then started to relax his spirit and depended on the transformation to move the energy from the light of profound qi to his body. Harnessing the power from that energy, his arteries became sparklingly transparent, like a miraculous, delicate jade. His arteries were changing and gradually expanding whenever profound qi flew in. Expanding arteries helped profound qi move faster inside of his body, which meant that his capacity for profound qi was much higher. His body movement was also even quicker. The allobiosis of arteries was the best visual sign to see when the stages of disaster had broken through to the Earth-level stage. Chapter 232, The Earth Realm. Chapter 232, The Earth Realm. Translator, Editor. Inside the dune, Shi Yan's entire body luminesced dazzlingly, since his tendons and vessels had been overwhelmed with the bountiful profound qi, which made his vessels sleek and smooth. As a result, the veins on his body were also developed, enlarged, and became much sturdier. The running speed of the profound qi was getting faster while the flow of the profound qi kept moving nonstop, then branched forth, pouring into the blinding rays of the profound qi light. The profound qi's light on his belly was continually being depressed and refined as it had propelled the stored energy inside of that ray of light, so that it kept on increasing, which was the result of that peculiar strength. That fantastic strength was released from his meridians, which had then promoted the miraculous effect of the profound qi light. Thanks to this mysterious effect, the profound qi light kept on being condensed and refined non-stop. It didn't seem to stop even though it had already tripled in size. As the vessels had been enlarged and hardened, Shi Yan's body seemed to be bloated, swarmed by heavy sensations of pain. However, the pain that ensued from the bloating was nothing compared to the hardship of the martial arts cultivation. Shi Yan held his breath as he was initiating the realm of his meditative state, while his entire body and mind were concentrating on the process in which the profound qi light was transforming his body. "Ah," said the ice-cold flame, as it suddenly sent out a message from the blood vein ring. "Are you going to break through the earth realm?" "Yes, that's right." "Very good, very good." The ice-cold flame displayed a wicked tone. "You have already obtained another flame. If you use the burning fires of the earth flame to temper your vessels during your cultivation, your vessels will be more tenacious and resilient. As long as you can withstand this arduous cultivation, the circulation speed of the profound chi in your vessels will be much stronger than that of the other ordinary earth realm warriors that have been trained with the same martial art techniques as you have, which naturally means that you will be quicker than them when performing such techniques. So, what do you think of this? Yan's eyes had suddenly brightened up as he exclaimed, "Not a problem at all. I am connecting with the earth flame now. You don't have to do anything this time. Anyway, you are in the confinement area of the blood vein ring, and the communication between the earth flame and me is no longer difficult as from before. That's good since I can't use my strength either way for now, so I will not be able to help you. All right, after using the earth flame's power to temper your body, you still have to be on the alert and try not to be too harsh because the earth flame is now equivalent to the heaven flame. Its heating power can easily burn you down into ashes. Remember this carefully. You have to carry on just one step at a time." "I got it." Yin then moved his consciousness from the ice-cold flame toward the 10,000-year earth flame's direction in the blood vein ring, sending a clear message that he wanted to ask for the support of its heating power to temper his body. The earth flame could not send out a visual message, but still displayed its excitement and joy. As soon as the earth flame showed its emotions, Yin immediately realized that many scorching energy fibers had shot out from the blood vein ring and were now running along his finger toward the vessels inside his body. The torment from being burned by the burning fires had been spreading all over his body as his original face, in being total comfort, had now become fierce. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath before urging the power of the burning fires so that it was dispersing into the vessels in his body. Right after the earth flame's burning fires had thoroughly penetrated into his vessels, the once bright, translucent vessels were now turned into the brilliant colors of a fire crystal. At the same time, when the earth flame's burning forces had seeped into his body, a tiny trace of a black impurity, which was instantly incinerated into ashes by the earth flame's burning fires, appeared in the vessels under the constant incineration flame's burning fires and was then expelled through his pores. Absorbing a few impurities was inevitable when his vessels were developing, as the existence of impurities would have certainly affected the resilience and plasticity of his tendons and vessels. Normally, after having broken through the earth realm, the warriors would usually be so overwhelmed with joy that in the majority of time, they hadn't noticed the appearance of the impurities as their vessels were being enlarged. Even though they had known that the impurities would have also appeared while their vessels were being developed, they had no solutions to avoid it. However, these peculiar body refinement martial arts techniques could have easily taken advantage of the heaven flame's power to purify all the impurities that were left in Yan's body, as well as enhance his vessel's resilience at the same time. Anyway, body refinement martial arts techniques were originally used to temper magical weapons, since each magical weapon needed to have gone through thousands of tempering and purification processes for the purities to be removed, so that the weapons would dominate the battlefield without being defeated by superior weapons. All right, as the earth flame was pouring more and more scorching forces into his body, Yin could feel that even his vessels would have burned down, so he hastily sent out a message to ask the earth flame to stop. Thus, the sweltering power of the burning fires from the earth flame was then silently ceased. Releasing a long sigh, Yin stopped thinking and then put his mind in the ethereal realm, sustained his restful mind, and suffered the pain from the heat's movement inside his vessels as he gritted his teeth while being on the alert. He gradually relaxed and enlarged his vessels, receiving many streams of the profound chi that were massively flowing into his vessels like surging tides. After a while, his vessels had quietly absorbed a lot of the profound chi, which resulted in the decrease of the profound chi that were now moving inside the vessels. The profound chi also blended with the peculiar strength that had been refined by that mystery martial spirit. This strength seeped deeply into Yan's vessels, amending and soothing his painfully cracked vessels a little bit. He could clearly feel this peculiar strength's existence, which seemed to make his vessels sturdy and resilient. As long as these mysterious forces ran inside his vessels, he could instantly have a miraculous fantasy that his vessels would never break. The mystery martial spirit was marvelous indeed. Time quickly passed by. After an unknown duration of time, his vessels had stopped enlarging. Since right now, they were like a fire crystal that flared up the heart-stirring, glowing red light. When the power of the burning fires had gradually vanished, and the red light also faded away, his vessels were finally recovering, little by little, as they regained their normal state. The profound chi halo on his belly shrank to the peach-like size, radiated sparkling light, which contained powerful energy fluctuations. After going through this refinement, the profound chi had been increased 5 times more than before. Shi Yan's mind flickered as the profound chi was suddenly poured into his vessels, inducing the moving speed of the profound chi inside his vessels to be tripled, so that the vessel's capacity for the profound chi had also increased significantly. Shi Yan then comfortably released a life seal. The handprint was sparkling with 7 beams of lights because it was now big as a basin, compared with the normal palm size from before. He suddenly launched the strike, zooming up above his head. As soon as this life seal was released, it pierced through the 10-meter-tall dune above his head like a magical weapon, breaking the dune, opening up the glowing red sky outside. The sky was as red as fire. The atmosphere was sweltering, and everything was the same as before. Shi Yan beamed a faint smile as the vessels on his feet suddenly produced an explosive sound, and his body then instantly moved like lightning, soaring aloft. Standing on the dune, bowing his head looking down at the sand crater, and Shi Yan saw that his illusory figure had gradually disappeared. After breaking through the earth flame, the speed of his martial arts performance would be several times faster than before, and thus his strength must have also skyrocketed as well. Previously, he hadn't been skillful in changing the phantoms. However, as he had just reached the earth realm, he could now arbitrarily perform it. Looking up to the sky, Shi Yan gradually restrained his joy as he then searched inside the blood vein ring for a while before taking out the sound stone, trying to make contact with Yang Mu's group. However, there was no response after his voice had been transmitted into the sound stone. It seemed that the sound stone wasn't working anymore. Shi Yan's face became grave while he tightly knitted his eyebrows. He then tried again to transmit his voice into the sound stone, hoping for a response to come out. Regretfully, it was unknown whether because of the situation or other reasons that the sound stone didn't have any reactions. Eventually, Shi Yan had to accept that he had lost contact with the Yang family's people. In the vast chasm battlefield, being an outsider as well as without the Soundstone's intercourse, he had no way to find Yang Mu's group. In this immense desert, his soul consciousness couldn't detect any living fluctuations. There was no the sun, nor the moon, nor the stars. He couldn't find the direction to move forward, didn't know where the road ahead led. Shi Yan suddenly felt a little unconscious. A small crimson-red flame was quietly flying out of the blood vein ring, gathering on his chest, joyfully dancing and jumping. "You're going out again?" Shi Yan forced a smile and temporarily forgot all about the unknown directions. He then used his soul consciousness to send out a message to ask with excitement. "So, do you probably know the direction?" I still don't know which way to go. If you have any suggestion, I will follow you." The 10,000-year earth flame beautifully flickered in the air like a fire wizard, and then concernedly retrieved most of its flame power to reduce the heat that Shi Yan was unlikely to endure. After having received Shi Yan's message, the 10,000-year earth flame didn't waste more time and proactively led the way. Without the sun, the moon, and the stars, Shi Yan couldn't clearly identify the direction, though he just vaguely felt that the direction that the earth flame was heading towards was the hottest place in the desert. "Okay, I'm going with you." Shi Yan revealed a smile and nodded. He joyfully followed the earth flame, heading with it towards the direction that it was leading him without overthinking. It was still early anyway, and even if he had to stay in this chasm battlefield for 3 more years, Temporarily losing his direction was not a terrible thing. Thus, he was not too anxious. Under the red fire sky, in this endless desert, many beams of light flashed up in different areas at the same time. Besides Shi Yin, Chao Zhilan, Panja, Guling Lung, Xie Kuei, Chu Yin Qing, He Qing Man, and almost 100 of the other warriors that had also arrived at this desert. Although they had entered that ancient formation as a group, for some reason, they had been transported to different areas. Panja, Chao Zhilan, and more than 10 other warriors who didn't belong to the group of the two of them that had been moved to the same area. Meanwhile, Guling Lung and Chu Yin Qing had been transferred to another totally different area. Meanwhile, Xie Kuei and He Qing Man, who were always together, had appeared in two different but close areas. They then quickly found each other. Many of the Earth Realm warriors, who had also been scattered in different areas of this immense desert, were mentally fatigued since they couldn't identify their coordinates because they didn't see the sun, the moon, or the stars. Like Shi Yin, those who had arrived at this peculiar space couldn't use the sound stone to make contact with anyone. In this place, the sensing forces of the soul consciousness were dramatically weakened, and thus their sensing powers were also very feeble. Therefore, once falling into this place, as well as being unlikely to find other companions, when the warriors realized that both the sound stone and the sensing power was of no use, they were all in a daze like Shi Yin, without knowing any directions or where to go first in this boundless desert. The feeling of losing their purposes had dispirited them severely. After having arrived at this place, as those pursuers all realized that it was very hard to find their target, as well as the way to go back, they all had a toneless look on their faces. Chapter 233, Killable. Chapter 233, Killable. Miss Chow, your spirit, God martial spirit, is always miraculous. Can you find out the location of Shi Yin and the Yang family from here? On a dune, after having tried the Yin Jade, as well as failing in releasing the spirit power, Panja dispiritedly asked Chao Zhilan in the end, setting his hope on this woman. Chao Zhilan's eyebrows slightly slammed together. She closed her eyes and silently sensed around for a while before opening her eyes again and gently shaking her head. I can only feel some special power fluctuations in a particular range. I think the Yang family's group has been out of the range right now, and thus I can't identify their direction. As what you said, staying here means that we all get lost. Pan just shook his head and burst out laughing. This damn place doesn't even have a transfer formation to go back. Will we get stuck here forever? I don't want it either. Chao Zhilan's face was indifferent. Although we don't know how big this place is, we can continue searching around and probably find out some unusual things. The one who has created this place couldn't just leave no trace. I need a little bit of time. Being in the same place with Miss Chow is my honor. Panja eagerly said, his eyes slightly brightened. Chao Zhilan did not reply and started searching for the unusual traces. A strange light flashed up again from between her beautiful eyes. Go, what should we do now? Both He Qing Man and Xie Kuei were standing on a dune. There were the other 5 Earth Real warriors of the evil Wonderland surrounding them. These 5 warriors, together with the other 2, were also lucky to be transferred to this place. The 5 warriors were besieging He Qing Man and Xie Kuei in silence, preventing the warriors of other groups from overhearing their conversation. Xie Kuei coldly harumphed and replied with a somber face and cold eyes, "You ask me, and then I ask him. Go, you weren't like that before." He Qing Man was a bit upset. Her beautiful face looked like she wanted to cry. "I remember that you have loved me a lot before. Why are you treating me like this now? Why?" Xie Kuei's look was cruel. "You don't know. Not at all." Under Xie Kuei's fierce gaze, He Qing Man, she was startled, timorously stepped back, but still tried to show her stoutness. "When we had arrived the Sky Sea, you insistently refused to come here. Since then, I figured out your innermost feelings that you are not heartfully with our evil Wonderland. However, I still did not expect that you could recklessly act like this. The fight between you and Yin Shui inside the palace was just a game. Xiaokui suddenly shouted after finishing his last sentence. He Ching Man's soft body trembled. Brother, you could recognize it? Yes. Xiaokui laughed coldly. Not only did I realize it, but I also knew that you did not even use the martial spirit. How much energy did you use? You think Chao Zhilan, Chu Yanqing, and Panja are all stupid? They just don't want to be nosy. If this is spread out, your honor and the evil Wonderland's reputation will be destroyed. I don't want people to say that we, the evil Wonderland, still have any relation with the Yang family. Go. The relationship between Yang Shui, and I have always been good. I could not kill him. He Ching Man shook her head. Her eyes were red. This is war. You're not allowed to let your personal feelings disturb you. Xiaokui's face was cruel and wicked. You did not use all of your energy on the last shot to defeat Shi Yan. You and Yang Shui might be close, but this Shi Yan, how come you still could not defeat him? I doubt if I should continue having you with us. Will it be a wrong decision or not? He Ching Man gritted her teeth, as she could not deny it. I can let go of what happened, pretending that I didn't see it. But if it happens again, don't blame me for being heartless. Xiaokui coldly continued. Remember, the evil Wonderland is involved in this war. From now on, everyone of the Yang family is our mortal enemies. It will never change. You and I are both outstanding warriors of the evil Wonderland. Everything we're doing now is for ourselves. Do you understand? He Ching Man bowed her head and said nothing. You should think about it yourself. I've said what I should say. I hope you won't disappoint me next time. If it happens again, we are no more brother and sister, and I will be the first one who punishes you. Xiaokui flipped his sleeves and left with a cold face. He considered the future of the evil Wonderland to be his. Catching and killing the Yang family were his compulsory oath. Anyway, with the importance of the evil Wonderland in the Kiara Sea, once the Yang family recovered its power and wanted to take revenge, the first ones they would kill were them. A stream of the red burning fires drew a beautiful curve. The flames sparkled everywhere. That fire halo moved faster and faster. Behind the red halo of firelight was a huge figure, which looked like a dead spirit and was as fast as lightning. He followed the halo of firelight and kept the distance of 10 meters from that halo all the time. While the earth flame was flying fast in the air, the supreme burning fire power uncontrollably spread out. Shi Yan also felt unbearable with that burning power. The 10-meter distance was the maximum that Shi Yan could bear, the limit he could do. If shortening the distance with the earth flame, that burning firepower would make him hardly breathe. Because the burning fires penetrated into the profound qi in his body, it proactively released the opposing forces to resist, which would consume a lot of his profound qi and exhaust his body very fast. Therefore, 10 meters was the most suitable distance for him to break through to the earth realm. Shi Yan felt that the forces inside his body had gone through an earth-shaking transformation. This change was not simply an increase in the number of the forces, but also an enhancement of his knowledge, his energy, his profound qi. Everything had jumped to the new realm. He could now skillfully control his profound qi. His soul consciousness seemed to be present in each flow of the profound qi. When his mind flickered, the profound qi from every vessel of his body would quickly spread out and transformed into a shape that he wanted. The profound qi stopped struggling and became easily controllable. As long as his mind could imagine and his spirit could take control, the profound qi would be able to condense and transform into many marvelous desired forms immediately, no matter if they were birds, trees, nunchakus, weapons, etc. The bird which was created by the profound qi could deliberately fly in the sky. Plants and trees could be vivacious. Weapons could be incredibly vigorous and firm. The earth realm was a process of clearly understanding the forces inside the body. In the beginning, the profound qi was only one of many energies inside his body. Now, the profound qi became an expansion of his body, a part of his body, the core of the power, and also the Holy Spirit on which he could rely. Is it still far? Sure, Yin sent out the message while his body was quickly gliding on the sand. He suddenly stalled, took out some refined pills, and swallowed them all. After this, he continued moving forward, but with a slower speed, while both gliding and waiting for the pill's therapeutic effects to spread out all over his body. In the chasm battlefield, refined pills were the simplest and the most efficient way to restore the profound qi. Anyway, the sky and earth's spiritual auras here were extremely diluted. It should take 10 times longer to recover the profound qi here than in other areas. As soon as the earth flame realized Shi Yan's speed was decreasing, it also slowed down, transmitting its happiness and eagerness. Is it very fast? Shi Yan stopped and released his soul consciousness to search around carefully. His soul consciousness was like rippling waves which were hindered by this strange space. They could not move as comfortably as they were outside. The spreading speed of his soul consciousness was also slower several times. The covering range was also smaller dozens of times. Oh, there are traces of beings. Suddenly, the ambiguous living vibrations appeared from the remote area where his soul consciousness was exploring. These vibrations evidently belonged to the Earth Realm warriors. Shi Yan's spirit was convulsive. His instinct told him that it was probably Yang Mu's group. Or even if it wasn't Yang Mu, as long as they are adventurers, he still could exchange information, asking them where he was and how to get out of here. It was unknown how long and how far he had been following the earth flame in this area. He had doubts about this place and was lonely for so long. He wanted to talk to someone. You come back here first. Slow down a little bit. I will go over to see some people. Shi Yan sent out a message. The earth flame twisted involuntarily and slowly got into the blood vein ring afterward. The earth flame was the heaven flame, which was incredibly powerful, but it's still not evolutional yet. Even if it finished the evolution, there were still many other existences that could dominate it. Otherwise, the ice-cold flame shouldn't have been imprisoned many times. There were many miraculous, precious treasures in this world which prevented the heaven flame from fleeing. For example, he could take advantage of the soul-gathering pearl to make the soul of that demon master separate from a body. There were also some other miraculous treasures which could capture and confine the heaven flames. Therefore, the earth flame was safe when staying inside the blood vein ring. After the earth flame had gone inside the blood vein ring, Shi Yan retrieved his soul consciousness that he had released. He then followed the guiding direction of his soul consciousness and kept moving toward the target. After half an hour, Shi Yan quickly moved behind a dune all of a sudden. He extruded his head out of the dune while squinting and looking toward some people in the distance who were approaching to where he was now. Shi Yan could easily see people coming from behind the dune. However, as the distance was far and he only extruded his head out, it is hard to see things. Shi Yan was not hasty and still kept waiting. Finally, he recognized a beautiful figure in a firing red armor among those people. Although he couldn't see her appearance, he was confident that prominent appealing body was He Ching Man. After having realized He Ching Man, Shi Yan fixed his eyes on the other people behind her. He then recognized Xie Kuei according to his old memory. After attentively watching for a long time, as well as releasing his soul consciousness once again, he could identify Chao Ji Lan, Pan Zhe, Guling Long, Chu Yin Qing. Those were the famous outstanding warriors on the combat list. They did not accompany Xie Kuei's group. His soul consciousness was like the heaven eyes, which helped him gradually realize the real abilities of that group of people. Shi Yan slowly retracted his head, activated the finger gun to bury himself under the dune. He slowed down his breaths and started to hide all of his body's auras. There were total 11 Earth Realm warriors, including Xie Kuei and He Ching Man, and no third sky of the Earth Realm warrior. I can kill them. Chapter 234, Defeat You. Chapter 234, Defeat You. The sky above the endlessly immense desert was red. It was sweltering. A line of 11 warriors was slowly moving in the scorching desert. Xie Kuei was leading, while He Ching Man lagged far behind from him. The warriors of the evil wonderland gathered around Siekue, ignoring He Ching Man. As they seemed to know who was going to be the future master of the evil wonderland, they decided to follow Siekue after the dispute between Siekue and He Ching Man without making any attempts in mediating the conflict between Siekue and He Ching Man. He Ching Man, with her appealing body, was far behind alone. Her gorgeous face looked worried. Remember, in the fight with the Yangs this time, if He Ching Man continues not using her full power, you guys could attain her so that she won't be our encumbrance. While leading with a cold and gloomy face, Siekue lowered his voice, commanding the following warriors of the evil wonderland. Yes, sir. They nodded and quietly looked at He Ching Man far behind with meaningful eyes. He Ching Man's beautiful eyes had a dull look. She apparently knew that her fellows kept their watchful eyes on her, but she couldn't do anything. At this time, she regretted not leaving the chasm battlefield and returning to the Kiara Sea sooner. She did not want to be part of this anymore. However, no one could find a way back. Going back alone, without being sure about the direction, was dumb. Although she was in a dead-end situation and knew that Siekue and his fellows wouldn't be nice to her, she had no choice but follow them. A patrol of 11 warriors was moving forward to a dune. 5 warriors of the evil wonderland were closely following Siekue and considered Siekue's command as their mission. The other warriors who belonged to the Palai Divine Land and the Heaven Lake Divine Land did not talk too much either. They silently followed Siekue, hoping that Siekue would help them find their other fellows and a way to get out of this devilish desert. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a big explosive sound came up from the dune in front of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A screeching tornado suddenly appeared and quickly approached them. Golden sand engulfed the entire sky. 6 massive whirls completely covered this area. No one could see anything in this thick golden sand mist. A warrior was pulled into the howling tornado and was twisted by the golden sand without being able to move. Who is it? Siekue shouted. A small, long snow sword instantly emerged from his wrist. The hilt of this sword suddenly generated a dazzling yellow halo. As soon as Siekue launched a slash, many different points of light spread out from the inside that dazzling golden halo, forming a beautiful curve, going into the dune in front of him. Bang! A figure emerged from the dune all of a sudden and quickly dashed towards Siekue, crossing those yellow lights. Shurian. Siekue's face slightly changed. He suddenly burst out laughing coldly and said, "It's good that you are here. I was worried I could not find you. You voluntarily come out. You really want to die?" Right after finishing his words, Siekue's body slightly leaped up, retreated into the dune, and disappeared without a trace. After Siekue's disappearance, another warrior was tightly tied up by the tornado that was formed by the gravitational field in the desert. The convoluted force in this field did not allow that warrior to move. He could only scream out from the inside of that tornado, while the profound chi speed in his body was getting slower as well. The screech of the howling wind came up. He Ching Man, who lagged far behind, also lunged towards Shurian like a strong wind. They were full of complicated emotions in He Ching Man's eyes. However, she wasn't hesitant to launch the attacks toward Shurian. As soon as her appealing body leaped up, many sharp wind blades plunged out and created strange screechy sounds in the air. At the same time, Siekue extruded his head out of the dune where he was hiding. His snow sword discharged a dazzling yellow streak of light. An earth dragon made of golden sand suddenly flew out from the dune. Many golden sand walls also extruded next to Shurian. Shurian, my martial spirit can control soils and sand. Killing you here is as easy as turning my hand over. Siekue coldly smiled and continued. You should have died sooner. Who are you to have Xianyan's attention? Only I, who is the future master of the evil wonderland, deserve to have a beautiful lady like Xianyan. You don't deserve her. Shurian was standing motionlessly with a cold face in the middle of the golden sand. His look was cold-hearted. He Ching Man's wind blades darted towards Shurian, striking his face. However, he kept standing motionlessly. After all of the wind blades had pierced through Shi Yan's body, Man realized that they had shot his shadow only. Xie Kuei's eyes shrank with fear. He recognized that his golden sand earth dragon, together with those walls, had made Shi Yan's shadow to be the attacking target. The real Shi Yan had already stayed away to avoid the attack. I wanted to fight with Xie Kuei only, right inside this dune. You should not be involved. After Shi Yan raised his eyebrows and flickered his consciousness, an invisible gravitational field swept over from his right and instantly detained Man's sexy body. At the same time, another gravitational field silently approached Xie Kuei and also tightly tied him up all of a sudden without giving him time to take precautions. Activating the electric shift, Shi Yan plunged to Xie Kuei as fast as the lightning. As soon as my legs touch the ground, this thing of yours doesn't affect me. Xie Kuei frigidly laughed while his body went back into the dune again in a blink, escaping from the confinement of the gravitational field. Xie Kuei had two kinds of martial arts, the tree spiritual martial and the earth spiritual martial. As long as his two legs remained on the ground, he could comfortably hide inside the earth. It was not easy to defeat him, except that one was capable of killing him after one strike only. Although Xie Kuei had already disappeared into the sand, his voice still came up from underneath. Shi Yan, I will cut your head off. I will keep it until I see Xi Yan again. I will take your head and give it to her. Is it interesting? Shi Yan was standing on the dune with an ignorant face while quietly urging his negative forces. Right after the three big demon mirages which were condensed by the negative forces suddenly appeared, they immediately dashed towards the warriors who had been tied up by the tornadoes. Shi Yan stood still on the spot, closed his eyes, seeming to wait for something. Out of Shi Yan's expectation, Xie Kuei didn't care to save his fellows who had been in the confinement of the gravitational field. Instead, he still stayed hidden inside the dune and quickly moved to Shi Yan's feet in silence. A cruel smile beamed out from the corner of his mouth. A harsh light flashed up and instantly disappeared in his eyes. No matter how Xie Kuei could imagine, he would never believe that Shi Yan had successfully formed the sea of consciousness. In a particular range, no living movements could escape from the vision of his soul consciousness. Xie Kuei kept himself completely hidden inside the dune without exposing any part of his body. Therefore, it wasn't easy for Shi Yan to catch and kill him, although Shi Yan could identify his location. However, if Xie Kuei wanted to attack Shi Yan, he had to expose himself, and this was a good chance for Shi Yan. Boom, boom, boom. A big sound reverberated right under Shi Yan's feet. A bunch of earth clubs emerged from underneath the sand. Shi Yan's body kept swaying and swinging in the middle of those earth clubs and then suddenly cast out toward one direction. Inside the dune, Xie Kuei quickly moved to the place where Shi Yan would land and patiently awaited. As soon as Shi Yan descended, he would instantly burst through the sand and launch one single powerful strike to kill him. While Shi Yan was still in the air, many energetic seals, one after one, were condensed and released from between his two hands. The life seals and death seals had already stacked over each other even before his feet touched the ground. The life and death seal pounded straight down on the ground. Boom! A terrified explosive sound came up from the place where Shi Yan was going to land. When the explosion resounded, a figure was knocked straight out from inside the dune. Even that snow sword was also struck away the figure's hand by the great life and death seal. After Shi Yan had landed, he stretched out his hands, grabbing the hilt of Xie Kuei's sword, and then activated the electric shift, dashing towards Xie Kuei like an electrical current. The corners of Xie Kuei's mouth were full of blood. After having been hit by one full power strike of the life and death seal, his body was injured. If there wasn't the protection of the earth armor, his body system should have had completely crushed into ashes by this life and death seal. Seeing Shi Yan approaching as fast as the lightning, Xie Kuei hurriedly used his old trick going back inside the dune. As soon as one of his feet touched the ground, Shurian quickly glided over and lifted his left foot, stepping on Siekuei's right foot. Siekuei felt extremely painful on his right foot before he was about to disappear underneath the sand. Although he still tried to hide into the sand, he now realized that the sword had pierced through his other foot. Run? You still want to run? Shurian's eyes looked cruel, and his face was brutal. He was staring at Siekuei while coldly laughing. You! Siekuei's face dramatically changed. Sure, Yin was still firmly stepping on his left foot. The sword pierced through Shurian's left foot first, and then through Siekuei's right foot. Their left and right feet both stuck together. To prevent Siekuei from hiding into the sand, Shurian had daringly speared the sword through his right foot. Boom, boom. As their feet had been pierced through together, Siekuei and Shurian were now in the face-to-face position. The forces inside their bodies furiously churned up, and their martial techniques were ready to be launched. A drastic fight was about to happen. With one foot being tightly speared through, the other foot being heavily stepped on by Shurian's foot, Siekuei had no way to make any moves. At the same time, Shurian's petrification martial spirit started to be activated. Shurian's entire body became as hard as iron. The second sky of Rampage appeared once again. The number of forces inside his body was doubled just in a blink. Boom! Energetic seals violently exploded between Shurian and Siekuei. Faint yellow lights emitted around Siekuei's body, while his two hands formed an invisible seal, which created miraculous rippling waves outside his chest to protect himself from Shurian's attack. Cut my head off. Shurian displayed his fierce look while freely releasing the tremendous power of the second sky of Rampage. The life seals and death seals were constantly striking Siekuei's chest and destroying all of Siekuei's opposing forces. Shurian's petrification martial spirit, his refinement body, and his body's sturdiness were some things that Siekuei could have never acquired. In the second sky of Rampage state, the forces that Shurian could gather was far more than that inside Siekuei's body. Therefore, in a frontal fight like this, Siekuei was the only one who was crushed and destroyed, as he had no remaining defensive power. Explode! Shurian crazily shouted. The life seals and death seals stacked up and struck Siekuei's head altogether. Siekuei's head exploded after this strike. Skull and blood scattered everywhere. He died right away. Chapter 235, Today is better than before. Chapter 235, Today was better than before. When Siekuei's head exploded, a flock of warriors inside those tornadoes was also swallowed up and devoured by the three demon mirages. After gathering the negative feelings, the three demon mirages inside the gravitational field could submerge those Earth Realm warriors in the craziness after only one strike, and then easily took their lives. The ability of these Earth Realm warriors of the Kiara Sea was no exceptional. They did not have the martial spirits, nor secret weapons, nor peculiar defensive forces, and the gravitational field was also confining them. They were just like a chamois waiting for being butchered. Siekuei's soft body without the head fell. A stream of spiritual power flowed out and went into Shurian's meridians. Swoosh! While one of his hands grabbed the big snow-white sword and drew it out from his foot, Shurian looked at Siekuei's body without the head and cruelly said with a sarcastic tone, "You've dared to fight hand-to-hand with me. You deserve to have a terrible death like this." With the petrification martial spirit and the immortal martial spirit continually being practiced and tempered, the sturdiness of Shurian's body was not something that other warriors could ever imagine. None of the same-level warriors could defeat Shurian in a hand-to-hand fight. With the effect of the immortal martial spirit, his pierced foot started recovering little by little. Shurian urged the electric shift again. He went into the tornadoes, standing inside them. His mystery martial spirit absorbed all the spiritual powers which were massively flowing out from the dead warriors' corpses. The gravitational field which was confining He Ching Man shrank all of a sudden. As the golden sand had blocked her vision, she didn't know what had happened. Thus, as soon as she saw Shurian, she instantly launched the attacks again. Enough! Shi Yin frowned and shouted. Everyone is dead. You still want to fight? Everyone is dead. He Qing Man's beautiful eyes were confused. Where is my brother? You are not capable of defeating him. His realm is higher than yours. He can also easily hide into the sand. You are not his opponent. Are you talking about Xie? Shi Yin pointed at the body without the head in the distance. He is over there. Except for you and me, there is no one alive here. He Qing Man was frightened. Her prominent body quickly flew to Xie body. He Qing Man terrifyingly screamed out loud with fear. She dazedly stood beside Xie corpse, covering her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were full of sadness. She lowered her voice and said, He is dead. Everyone is dead. The future hope of the evil wonderland, the pride of being the future master of the next generation has gone, just like this. He Qing Man was stunned, as if she was facing a fatal attack. She mumbled to herself with her shocked face. Shi Yin wasn't in a hurry to leave yet. Instead, he stood motionlessly, releasing his soul consciousness to sense the living movements around. Shi Yin didn't know that Xie and He Qing Man had separated from Chao Zilan before arriving here. He had thought that Chao Zilan's fellows were nearby. In this fight, Shi Yin had killed everyone except for He Qing Man, but he had also consumed a lot of his power. Although he was still in the second sky of rampage state, he would quickly exhaust when the counterattack spread out. If Chao Zilan was nearby, he had to immediately retreat as he couldn't continue fighting with his current status. He closed his eyes, released his soul consciousness, and silently sensed around for a while. After being certain that there were no living movements, he felt assured and slowly walked to He Qing Man. Where are other people? Oh, He Qing Man lifted her head up, bewilderedly looked at Shi Yin with a dark face. Where are Chao Zilan and Panja? Shi Yin asked again. I don't know. He Qing Man shook her head. We were pushed out from that ancient formation and were separated. You're the first one we met since then. Shi Yin contemplated for a while before calmly speaking. Okay, I know. See you again next time. Where are you going? He Qing Man shouted. I don't know. Shi Yin stopped for a while, looking at her. Our standpoints are conflicting. You better return to the Kiara Sea. Being alone in the chasm battlefield is very dangerous. You've killed my brother. I have to avenge him. He Qing Man sighed. You've killed him. You can also take my life. Shi Yin, I couldn't imagine how come your power could have improved that much in such a short time. I remember that when you were in the Black Rock Island, your cultivation base was only the second sky of the disaster realm. If Yangmu didn't save you that time, maybe you... Shi Yin contemplated without saying a word. All of them are dead. I'm the only one surviving. Tell me, what others would say when they see me later. He Qing Man revealed a sad smile. Shi Yin shook his head and released a sigh. You should not go to the chasm battlefield. I do not want to go there either. He Qing Man gently shook her head and reluctantly said, It was my master's command. If I didn't go, it meant I didn't obey the order. Not only would I have troubles, but the He family would also be involved. You stand in between. It was not easy. Shi Yan's face was astounded. Maybe Yin Mu's fellows are not here. Perhaps I am alone in this place. Your group of pursuers might be on the way to come here. Currently, no one knows the way out of this immense desert or no clues of where to search. We still should separate soon. If others find you being with me at the same place, I am afraid it is not good for you. Even if they don't see you and me at the same location, it is still uncomfortable to face them. He Qing Man miserably smiled. When we were outside the palace, Chao Zilan and Pan Zhe already recognized the fake fight between Yang Shui and me. If my brother and my fellows were still alive, they would have said nothing. But now I am alone. I don't know how those guys will treat me. Shi Yin knitted his brows in silence. He suddenly said after a while, Anyway, because you and they are allies, they may provoke you, but they will not kill you. Don't worry. Having regard for Yang Shui and Xian Yin, I will not harm you if I see you next time. I need to go now. Take care of yourself. After speaking, Shi Yin turned around and quickly left without letting Ha Qing Man have a chance to say anything more. After Shi Yin had absorbed all of the powers of total 11 warriors, including Xie, his meridians currently started refining, and powerful negative feelings also started spreading out. Perhaps he would be immersed in the craziness and lose his consciousness again. Once losing his consciousness, he only had two options, either finding a woman to give vent or binding himself and suffering the pain alone. The relationship among He Qing Man, Yang Shui, and Xia Xinyan was superb. Because of Yang Shui, He Qing Man had been mistrusted and already sacrificed a lot. Shi Yin couldn't consider her the target to whom he would give vent. Moreover, as He Qing Man belonged to the evil wonderland, he could not completely trust her. He couldn't let himself be unconscious next to that lady. Very dangerous. Leaving He Qing Man, Shi Yin quickly moved towards the hottest direction in the desert as fast as the lightning. While moving forward in the desert, he could apparently feel that the pain on his foot was fading away, and the wound was healing little by little. Inside his meridians, the spiritual qi of Xie Kuei's fellows was refining rapidly. Different kinds of negative feelings started spreading out. Shi Yin was trying to restrain himself. It was unknown whether because he was entering the earth realm or because his nerves were getting stronger that the negative feelings which were spreading out from his meridians still didn't drive him crazy yet. It was still bearable. Except for the heavy breaths, the reddened face, and a little pain on his head, the negative feelings did not pull him into the endlessly deep abyss nor made him unconscious this time. A long time after that, familiar, peculiar forces spread out from inside his meridians. 720 meridians in his entire body altogether released the energy that eased his mind. With this energy moving inside the body, he felt comfortably warm as if he was soaking in a hot spring. This time, the petrification martial spirit and the immortal martial spirit didn't take those peculiar forces. Instead, all of those forces torrentially poured into his heart. The star martial spirit, Shi Yan's pupils shrank. He couldn't help but curse and immediately used his mind to control these peculiar forces' intention in changing the direction. Regretfully, before he could do something, his heart had already released a powerful attraction force to absorb the strange powers completely. He suddenly stopped. Gritting his teeth, Shi Yin silently sensed his body for a while. He then discovered that even though more and more starlights appeared in his heart, there wasn't any transformation occurring. The star martial spirit in his heart couldn't gather the star powers, and he didn't know how to urge the star martial spirit either. Thus, the peculiar forces pouring into his heart was such a waste. Anyway, before he could obtain the controlling method related to the star martial spirit of the Three Gods sect, the star martial spirit was helpless in increasing his forces. Whoosh! After seeing no one beside Shi Yin, the earth flame flew out from the blood vein ring again without Shi Yan's command. Turning into a dazzling flame, the earth flame started leading the way, eagerly flying toward the hottest direction in this desert. Shi Yin reluctantly followed it. He had no target nor direction to seek in this desert. Therefore, following the earth flame was not a bad choice anyway. The earth flame might lead to an unknown way out. Perhaps the area that excited the earth flame could have something which also surprised him. With this thought in his mind, Shi Yin followed the earth flame in silence, although he didn't know what was awaiting him. Time quickly passed. He didn't know how long he had been following the earth flame in this desert, but he had already taken the refined pills 3 times because of his profound qi being dried up. He had used all of his profound qi in moving in this desert, and he also had to replenish it 3 times. Shi Yin guessed he could have been going around in this desert for more than half a month. This strange place had neither the sun, nor the moon, nor the star, nor the darkness, except for the glowy, red sky. After a long journey, he had shortened the distance between him and the hottest point. The earth flame was getting more excited. Shi Yin could even feel its soul shivering. However, Shi Yin was getting weaker. The closer he got to the hottest point, the more uncomfortable he could feel. Under the terrifying heat, Even though the heaven flames had tempered his body, he still had to use more of his profound chi to resist. After having kept running like this for another while, when he nearly couldn't sustain anymore, the earth flame joyfully shouted eventually. Shurian saw the place for which the earth flame had been longing. Chapter 236, The Sun Refined Spirit. Chapter 236, The Sun Refined Spirit. A significant angular meteorite plugged in the desert. That meteorite was generating beautiful lights. The whole object was glowing red, emitting terrifying sun's burning fires. The sunlight was too robust and dazzling that people could hardly open their eyes. The meteorite was like a small mountain. The majority of it was buried deep inside the dune, and only 1/3 of it exposed. Blinding red light was discharging from the meteorite, and its scorching firepower engulfed the entire area. The water inside Shurian's body had evaporated a lot. If an ordinary person came here, that person would be burnt and quickly become a desiccated corpse in only around 1 hour. Although Shurian had gone through the annealing process of the earth flame many times, he still could feel the severe pressure which made him hardly breath when facing this terrifying heating power of this meteorite. There was a mysterious movement coming out from inside the meteorite. While watching the meteorite from a distance, Shurian immediately felt that his sea of consciousness was agitated nonstop. As he was affected by the strange power inside the meteorite, he was nearly unable to control himself heading into that meteorite. Shurian believed that once he came closer to the meteorite, as soon as his body slightly touched the burning fires next to the meteorite, he would immediately turn into ashes. Not to mention the Earth Realm warriors, even the body of a God Realm master was not sure to remain intact under that meteorite's burning fires. Shurian did not dare to take a risk. He just silently watched the huge meteorite from a distance. The 1,000-year Earth flame had soon flown out. When he was still startled, the earth flame headed towards the meteorite and disappeared into it. Shurian was surprised. When he tried to contact with the earth flame, he realized that once he released his soul consciousness, the meteorite instantly emitted a terrifying power that violently stirred up his sea of consciousness, forcing him to retreat. How come? The ice-cold flame's message from the blood vein ring suddenly came out. It had been a long time since the ice-cold flame had communicated with him. As soon as it appeared, it shot out a series of icy power. The icy power quickly surged up in Shurian's body, spreading out to every corner of his body. Under the effect of the icy power, Shurian's emotion and reckless body soon stabilized. Oh, you can release powers? Yeah, this devilish ring knows you are in trouble, so it has loosened its restraint a little bit. The ice-cold flame replied and kept silent again. It was seemingly releasing its spiritual power to observe around. Not long after that, the ice-cold flame sent out a surprising feeling. The sun refined spirit. What? Shurian was astonished. What did you say? That red meteorite is the sun refined spirit from the center of the sun. It is the precious heat of the universe, the ice-cold flame explained. The sun refined spirit can only be found in the center of the sun. It is the core firepower of the sun. As you have practiced some heating techniques, if you can have the sun-refined spirit, your power will increase immensely. Is it useful for the 1,000-year earth flame? Not only useful, this sun-refined spirit is enough for it to have a quick breakthrough to a soul completion and a strong firepower, which is not less than mine. Once the earth flame absorbed the sun-refined flames and the sun-refined spirit, and fused with its burning fires, its living form will immediately change. Shurian was panicked. What? Anything else? The ice-cold flame hesitated a bit before continuing. There seems to be something hidden inside the sun-refined spirit. It has an extremely violent vibration, which was as strong as the powerful soul attack of a God Realm master. There's something inside. Shurian got surprised with his eyes and mouth wide opened. The sun-refined spirit is obviously from the sun in the sky. How come there is something inside? Would it come from a sun? It is not necessary from the sun. The ice-cold flame contemplated for a while. According to the legend, warriors who reach the true god realm can be considered gods. They have a superpower that can destroy the earth. Their bodies can break all the restraints in the world and fly out to the sky. It means the true god realm warriors can go to the sun. Go to the sun? Shi Yan's eyes brightened. According to you, although the thing inside the sun, refined spirit, is not from the sun, it is still in the hands of the true god realm warriors. Yes, that's what I meant. Shi Yan didn't say anything more. From 100 meters far away, staring at that sun-refined spirit, which was releasing dazzling, burning fires, and feeling his eyes hurt, Shi Yan slowly closed his eyes and mumbled to himself, "Is it impossible to come closer?" Although the earth flame had tempered his body, and there was a lot of burning fire's power of the earth flame inside his body, he still hardly endured the scorching sun, refined flames surrounding the sun, refined spirit. From 100 meters away from the sun, refined spirit, he could feel his body blistering hot already. If he reached the sun, refined spirit, perhaps he would be burnt to ashes. "Do you want to come closer?" The ice-cold flame seemed to know his intention and asked, "With your ability alone, you are unable to come closer. However, with my help, it is still possible. What are you waiting for then?" Shi Yan quietly shouted. Right after that, he could immediately feel the freezing, icy power. Under the icy power, his body got frozen in just a blink. A solid ice spread out his entire body. It was like an ice armor wrapping him around. Under the ice shield's protection, Shi Yan realized that the heat from the sun-refined spirit had disappeared. He didn't have the feeling that his body was burning anymore. Thump, thump, thump. With the ice armor, Shi Yan was more daring, moving step by step towards the sun-refined spirit. However, he still didn't dare to go too fast. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, Shi Yan suddenly stopped. From 10 meters away, a bunch of scorching sun-refined flames flew around the sun-refined spirit without dispersing. The sun-refined spirit was very close to him now. If he moved a little more, he could reach it. However, but he didn't know what was going to happen. "You should not come closer. That is enough." The ice-cold flame warned him. "Close your eyes as well. You will be blind if you keep staring at it for a long time." Shi Yan stammered in fear and hurried to close his eyes. From the distance of 10 meters, he wanted to release his soul consciousness to communicate with the earth flame again. If you don't want to be attacked by the sun-refined spirit, you better not release the soul consciousness. Once your soul consciousness is released, the thing inside that will immediately realize and attack it. I've also recognized that the forces discharging from inside the sun-refined spirit can damage your soul much more terribly than I can. In other words, you are not able to resist it. Shi Yan immediately stopped releasing his soul consciousness after being warned by the ice-cold flame. So what should we do now? We could do nothing except for waiting for the earth flame. Only the earth flame is not affected by the sun-refined spirit. The earth flame's living form is unique. Since it dares to go closer, it is probably not afraid of the thing inside. Wait for the earth flame to come back or until it proactively contacts you. Except for that, don't do anything. As Shi Yan could do nothing, he closed his eyes, standing motionlessly 10 meters away from the sun-refined spirit and waiting. He did not dare to release his soul consciousness either, only used his body to feel the scorching sun power from the sun-refined spirit. Oh! Many streams of burning sun power from inside the sun-refined spirit were rolling toward Shi Yan. Seeming to be under the control of something, they quietly went into Shi Yan's chest and poured into Shi Yan's heart. After having received the sun power, his heart suddenly projected a red light. The star lights above his heart started brightening little by little and seemed to begin moving around above his heart, as if it was some miraculous, unpredictable formation that was completely out of Shi Yan's expectation. This is this. The ice-cold flame was extremely astonished. The icy power inside the blood vein ring became weakened. Many sun powers went into Shi Yan's chest and quickly poured into Shi Yan's heart, which might result in some transformation inside his heart. The burning fire's power was getting more intense, while his heart was able to receive more and more burning fire's powers, becoming incredibly dazzling. Blinding sunlights from Shi Yan's heart were suddenly shot out. Shi Yan instantly became a light generator. His entire body generated many powerful lights. What's happening? The ice-cold flame didn't seem to understand anything. It hurriedly communicated with Shi Yan. Why? Why can your heart absorb sunlights? The star martial spirit, I got it. The sun is also a star. The sun power is also considered as the power of stars. It should be it. While the sun power kept rolling into his heart, Shi Yan felt as if he was soaking in a boiling oil pot. This kind of pain was indescribable. That was why he couldn't even communicate with the ice-cold flame. He could only passively suffer the pain, letting the sun power flow into his heart. A bunch of mysterious whorls appeared on his chest at this moment. This peculiar black formula belonged to the three gods sect and started activating. The existence of these three whorls attracted more and more sun powers. They kept pouring into his heart with a speed that was getting crazily faster and faster. Boom! His body suddenly burst into flame. The scorching solar-refined flame started burning inside his body. The ice-cold flame hardly communicated with Shi Yan. It knew that if it let the sun powers burn Shi Yan to ashes, Shi Yan's soul would never be liberated, and it would obviously deadly vanish in the end. If Shi Yan died, the blood vein ring would have no master anymore. Thus, it would be confined forever, which was not the result that the ice-cold flame wanted to see. The heaven icy power was getting denser and suddenly spread out from the blood vein ring. The ice-cold flame quickly released its power. It didn't regret to use the billion-year trained icy power to help Shi Yan resist the solar-refined flame inside his body. Thanks to a right amount of the icy power that had absorbed into Shi Yan's body, the solar-refined flames have immediately neutralized afterward. One of Shi Yan's eyes shot out the burning fires, and the other projected the icy power. His entire body entered an extremely strange state. Chapter 237, An Extraordinary Treasure. Chapter 237, An Extraordinary Treasure. The sun-refined spirit inside the dune continuously shot out stronger sun powers. Some aura seemed to be drawing the solar-refined flames, creating a state of chaos. 10 meters away from the sun-refined spirit, the flames were wrapping around a big and sturdy body which was enduring the terrifying fight between the sun power and the icy power. At this moment, the burning strength of the solar-refined flame and the icy power of the ice-cold flame were battling inside his body, causing his body to fall into the flame-ice collision state. His body changed from being freezingly chilled to uncomfortable burning just in a second. His sea of consciousness also became chaotic. A lot of negative feelings from his meridians spread out uncontrollably. Shi Yan did not know what was going on. He could only passively suffer everything. The struggle between the solar-refined flame and the ice-cold flame was still taking place inside his body. While these two powers continued attacking each other, his heart was still absorbing the sun powers from the sun-refined spirit. Shi Yan's sea of consciousness was a little chaotic. His conscience also became ambiguous. Shi Yan gradually slipped into the unconsciousness without knowing who he was. Meanwhile, the negative feelings also started diffusing inside his body. Different kinds of negative feelings became rebellious, stirring up in his head, making him almost lose himself. Under the red clouds, a big figure with full of burning fires and two red eyes raised his head up to the sky and roared out loud, as if he wanted to destroy the universe. Horrible scream hovered around the desert and could be heard from more than 10 miles away. Who was screaming? In the desert, a line of warriors was lurching aimlessly. They all looked extremely exhausted. A girl with an elegant body was leading this group. Her eyebrows suddenly slammed together while she quickly turned around and looked toward the direction of the scream. After a while, she shouted out loud, "Gu Xiao Mei, I think the guy who is screaming should be your enemy. Chao Zilan's beautiful face was very strange. This group was Chao Zilan, Panja, Guling Long, and Chu Yanqing. In the beginning, they had separated, but they had found each other again during the time going around in the desert. After having seen each other again, they voluntarily gathered and stayed together in this desert to search for the Yang family's warriors. However, no matter how hard they had searched, how many times Chao Zilan had used her spirit, God martial spirit, they were still like the blinds in this desert, impossible to find a way out. Currently, even Chao Zilan was also a little unconscious. While they were all exhausted and didn't know what to do, they suddenly heard a terrifying scream. Chao Zilan's sharp sense power could immediately identify the person from that scream. Thus, they instantly became excited again. "Ha ha, we finally identify the target," Gu Ling Lung urged. "What are we waiting for then? We should kill him right away." Panja smiled, nodded his head, and said, "We have been walking for a long time and been in this desert for almost half a year. The sooner we kill the Yangs, the sooner we can get out of here." "Get out of here soon?" Chao Zilan laughed and glanced at Panja. "I don't know what miraculous solution do you have to get us out of here. I think that guy is the key point. He should be the first one who came here. He probably knows the way out." Panja scratched his head, embarrassedly said with a faint smile, "It is not right. Isn't it that we already have Miss Chao? I believe that relying on Miss Chao's spirit, God martial spirit, we will certainly find out the way to get out of this desert sooner or later." "I don't believe so." Chao Zilan shook her head. Her face became serious. "Shurian's direction is scorching. I don't think everyone can adapt to that hot temperature. If I want to go there, I have to use my secret treasure. You yourselves should carefully consider it." Everyone's face changed immediately. After a short pause, Guling Lung and other people slightly nodded their heads and then turned around to remind their fellows to be careful and not to freely move forward to avoid being killed by the hot burning fires. After having assigned their fellows, Panja, Guling Long, Chu Yanqing caught up with Chao Zilan and quickly moved towards Shurian's direction. After a while, the four people of Chao Zilan, Guling Long, Chu Yanqing, and Panja appeared at the distance of 500 meters away from the sun-refined spirit. From 500 meters away, because of the great and dazzling sunlight of the sun-refined spirit, the four of them could neither see Shi, Yin, nor know what was going on over there. The other warriors did not dare to follow them anymore. Under the scorching power of the sun, even some third sky of the earth realm warriors could not stand the heat and stopped far away. The reason that the four people of Chao Zilan, Guling Long, Chu Yanqing, and Panja dared to come closer was that they were the outstanding future masters in the Endless Sea. Not only had they cultivated the special martial techniques, but they also had many secret treasures. Thanks to those secret treasures and the mystery martial spirit, they were able to stand the heat at the distance of 500 meters from the sun-refined spirit. However, even though they had brought some treasure weapons, they could only watch from a distance of 500 meters because their bodies had not been tempered by the heaven flames. Shi Yin, on the contrary, could stand in the distance of 100 meters from the sun-refined spirit and be not worried to be burnt by the sun-refined flame, even without the support of the ice-cold flame's icy power. "I cannot open my eyes," Guling Long screamed out loud in fear. "What is that place after all? It was like a small dazzling sun. I can't see anything. Don't dare to look either. Don't open your eyes." Chao Zilan couldn't help shouting. This can only be the sun-refined spirit. The sun-refined spirit in the center of the sun. Ordinary eyes will be blind if looking at that sunlight. The sun-refined spirit. Panja panicked. If the three god sex people come here, will they be crazily excited to see the sun-refined spirit? Regretfully, the three god sect is busy fighting with the dark dwellers right now. They didn't join us to fight with the Yang family this time. This is their mistake. If the three god sect warriors came here with their sun martial spirits, and they found out the sun-refined spirit here, their sun martial spirits would have reached to the terrifying level. Chu Yanqing slowly closed her eyes, being unable to stand the heat anymore. Chao Jilan did not utter a word. She just silently released her spirit god, martial spirit, wanting to explore the situation over there. However, as soon as she released her spirit god, martial spirit, she immediately realized that the sun refined spirit launched a strong flow of soul vibration, forming a great soul attack, chasing Chao Jilan's spirit god, martial spirit, and going into her head. Tui, Chao Jilan could help but spit a mouthful blood. Her beautiful body strenuously moved backward a few steps. She shouted with her red face, "Do not release any spiritual power. There is something strange inside the sun refined spirit." Tui, Panja, and Guling Long also spat out a mouthful blood, staggeringly stepped backward with clumsy faces. Chu Yanqing was panic, retreating her power timely. Just 1 second late, Panja and Guling Long already got severely injured. As soon as they had released the spiritual forces, the strange thing inside the sun, refined spirit, had instantly attacked them. Be careful. Do not release any of your spiritual powers at all cost. Do not continuously open your eyes. Only peep at it and immediately close your eyes to avoid being blinded by the sunlight. Chao Jilan hastened to remind them. Not good. Chu Yanqing screamed out all of a sudden. What happens? Panja quickly asked. Sure Yin is coming. Chu Yanqing stepped backward with fear. His body is full of burning fires as well as some strange, icy power. What had happened after all? What? Chao Jilan was terrified. She couldn't help but open her eyes. In their sight, the dazzling sunlight shone on a powerful and imposing figure who were quickly approaching them. That figure's body shot out two kinds of red burning fires and dark blue burning fires. The red burning fires were scalding, while the dark blue burning fires were freezing. These two types of burning fires spread out all over the body, seeming still to be in a drastic fight. However, he looked very comfortable with those two kinds of fires around his body. He was dashing towards other people like lightning. His speed was getting faster and faster. Nobody knew why a bunch of these sun-refined flames seemed to be attracted to his body. Although he was lunging very quickly, these flames still closely followed him. The earth-shaking burning fire's power came up as if it had to burn the whole world into ashes. Until the moment that the two eyes were painful, Chao Jilan realized that she could not stand it anymore. She quickly turned around without hesitation, fleeing with the highest speed. Retreat. Panja had been waiting for her to say something, but he realized Chao Jilan had already disappeared in a blink. His handsome face slightly changed. He did not dare to say further and staggeringly followed Chao Jilan, trying to escape from this place. Chu Yanqing and Guling Long still wanted to stay and fight. However, as seeing Chao Jilan, who ranked at the top of the combat list, running away, they felt unsafe and also quickly followed he and Panja. Porch. At the same time, a 2-meter-long, half-meter-wide red sword like a burning flame suddenly flew out from inside the sun-refined spirit. They were full of ancient symbols on this giant, glowing red sword. There was also a red eye on the blade. As soon as the sword flew out, the red eye quickly projected devilish red lights. A malicious spiritual vibration instantly spread out from the red sword. This brutal vibration was like a deadly tornado wiping out all the beings as if it wanted to deprive all of the being lives. That huge figure was crazily chasing after Chao Jilan and Panja. When the sword spread out, the malicious spiritual vibration, Yin suddenly stopped. His eyes became bewildered. It was unknown when the blood vein ring on his finger had shot out the red light, which matched the bloody color of the light radiating from the sword. They were surprisingly alike. Chapter 238, Absorption. Chapter 238, Absorption. In the middle of the desert, the devilish spiritual vibration spread out everywhere from the gigantic sword, like surging waves massively rolling towards Panju and others. The sun-refined flames of the sun-refined spirit also burned up vigorously as soon as the gigantic sword flew out. A bunch of burning fires flew out from the sun-refined spirit. The color of the burning fires was the same with that of the red sky, making this sweltering desert even uncomfortably hotter. Chao Jilan, Panja, Guling Long, Chu Yanqing were outstanding talents of the new generation of the Endless Sea. They now looked extremely miserable, staying far away from the sun, refined spirit, wishing that they would have never come here. At the farther place, other warriors didn't dare to get closer to the sun, refined spirit. Instead, they stayed in the distance, watching the burning flames engulfing the entire sky and the cruel spiritual vibration diffusing everywhere. They were scared about their wits and didn't dare to take any further steps, although they still wanted to know what was going on over there. However, after a while, they couldn't help but watchfully walk to that area as they were so curious. After only 100 steps, they saw Chao Jilan quickly approaching with a serious face. "Run, now!" Chao Jilan's face darkened. She quietly shouted without explaining. She urgently passed these fellows and continued dashing forwards. The three people of Panja, Guling Long, Chu Yanqing lagged behind, until when they saw other warriors, they also shouted out loud, telling them to leave this place immediately and not allowing anyone to stay. The warriors did not know what was happening. However, seeing their leaders that miserable, they hurriedly followed Panja's group, leaving this place as fast as they could without thinking too much about what was happening. Close to the sun-refined spirit, a bunch of burning fires flew out and covered the entire sky like a group of heavy fire clouds collapsing. The red gigantic sword was hovering around in the air, emitting devilish spiritual vibrations. The blinking red eye on the gigantic sword discharged a strange red light. At this moment, the blinking red eye on the gigantic sword seemed to be staring at a direction. Below the gigantic sword, Shi Yan's eyes were red while his mind was not clear. He raised his head, looking at the 2-meter-long, half-a-meter-wide gigantic sword with wild eyes. The blood vein ring on his finger also turned into a powerful bloody light, which was exactly similar to the red light on the gigantic sword's handle. As soon as the blinding, deadly light exploded and shot out from inside the blood vein ring, the power of the ice-cold flame was confined. The moment when the blood vein ring emitted the dazzling bloody lights, the gigantic sword hovering about in the sky flew toward Shi Yan, seeming to either discover a target or be attracted by something. Shi Yan's face was confused as he didn't appear to know what had happened. He instinctively lifted up the bloody vein ring on his finger. A strange, beautiful, bloody light emitted from inside the blood vein ring, covering the entire sky as if blood had dyed the sky with its glowing color. At the same time, the negative feelings inside Shi Yan's body impetuously rolled into the blood vein ring like surging tides. After having received those negative emotions, the blood vein ring suddenly spread out a powerful spiritual vibration. The red gigantic sword turned into a sparkling light, flying straight to the blood vein ring. In a moment, it disappeared inside the blood vein ring without leaving a trace. Shi Yan's unconscious mind suddenly became vigilant. Different negative feelings messing around in his sea of consciousness instantly disappeared. The sun power from the sun-refined spirit continued boiling and torrentially rolling in his heart, making his heart sparkling as if there were thousands of stars twinkling. A halo of burning fires was inflaming. His body was in extreme pain as if the heated flames were burning it. The icy power of the ice-cold flame was like a cold water stream, comforting his body, easing off his pain a little bit. In the middle of the desert, although Shi Yan was standing at the distance of more than 1,000 meters from the sun-refined spirit, he still could feel that the sun power of the sun-refined spirit was getting more powerful. Turning his head around and looking at the sun-refined spirit from afar, Shi Yan could feel that after a short time of the transformation, the scorching sunlight of the sun-refined spirit from the center of the sun was also gradually getting gloomier. The sun power and the sun-refined flames inside the sun-refined spirit were drying up quickly as Shi Yan, and the earth flame had consumed them a lot. Their strength had drained out more than half, just after a short time. The massive outer meteorite discharged the sunlight, which was less dazzling than before. Shurian knitted the brows, as he didn't know what was happening. However, he still vaguely remembered that some people were coming here, that he quickly moved towards them from the sun, refined spirit, seeming to pursue someone. After hesitating a little bit, he released and diffused his soul consciousness to see if there were any great living vibrations. 1, 2, 3. Inside his sea of consciousness, he could easily sense that more than 10 warriors were only 2 miles away from him, running away from this place as fast as they could. Shurian was surprised and startled a little bit. He didn't know why those people avoided him, nor did he have the intention of chasing them. After thinking for a while, he turned around and ran towards the sun, refined spirit. Why are we running away? After a long while, Guling Long suddenly stopped, turning her head looking toward the red sky behind, knitting her eyebrows, speaking. That guy is Shurian. Do we need to run? Chao Jilan shook her head and said, Shurian, we are running away not because of Shurian, but it is because of the appearance of that gigantic sword. It is the one we are escaping from. That gigantic sword? Guling Long didn't seem to understand. Her small face was a little odd. The moment when that gigantic sword appeared, my god swords transmitted a strong warning urging me to leave. Is that gigantic sword dangerous? It's hard to say how dangerous it is, Chao Jilan said with a serious voice. However, that gigantic sword can easily kill us all. That sword's devilish power alone can crush our souls entirely. Everyone was shocked with their eyes and mouths wide open. That dangerous? Panja quietly clicked his tongue. If so, that gigantic sword is a sacred-level secret treasure. At least, is sacred-level. Chu Yinqing also nodded her head. The devilish spirit vibration of that gigantic sword is frightening. From a far distance, I almost lost my consciousness of running away. If I did not have the secret treasure from my master, I would have died there. The eye on the gigantic sword has a fascinating power indeed. It also has a life. The faces of Panja's fellows slightly changed. Chu Yinqing's words made them remember the eye on the gigantic sword. That eye in the sky discharged bloody red lights like a bunch of demons. It made people feel extremely deadly dangerous, scared the future masters of the endless sea out of their wits without daring to fight back. What should we do now? Guling Long asked. Shurian is certainly over there. We can't come closer to him, nor do we know the gigantic sword belongs to whom. Do you think if there is anybody else in this place? Temporarily, I will use my martial spirit to see if the burning fires are still there or not. When there is no more danger, we can go there. Shurian cannot frighten us. If he still survives by that time, he is not our opponent. Chao Jilan assured her fellows. Everyone nodded. Many strange lights flared up in Shurian's eyes. He walked to the sun, refined spirit, with a surprise. How come a gigantic sword appears inside this ring? Is surely a real object. How could the ring hold this evil thing? The ice-cold flame's message from the blood vein ring came up. I have taken a look at the structure of this ring. Logically, the place in this ring is not supposed to contain an object. How can it store this peculiar sword? I think this sword's hilt has something related to my ring. Why do you say that? I don't know the reason. I hazily assumed it. The blood vein rings and this sword's auras are very similar. Especially strange bloody symbols on the hilt are very similar to the one on the ring. Maybe the ring and that sword have been created by the same person. Shurian soothed the blood vein ring with a strange face. He sent his spirit into the blood vein ring and was able to see an open space inside it. The sword hilt was silently hovering about in this devilish bloody red space without having any auras. The earth-shaking wicked spirit vibration on the gigantic sword had disappeared without leaving any traces. Relaxing his mind, Shurian tried to sense the vibrating power of this sword's hilt, but got nothing. He couldn't find anything on the sword no matter how hard he tried to connect with it. If he hadn't seen the strange power of this sword, he would have felt it was just an ordinary sword, and nothing could be miraculous. It was hard to either connect with the gigantic sword or sense any spirit vibration. This gigantic sword seemed to get stuck in the blood vein ring, and thus withdrew all dazzling lights. It turned from a god sword to an ordinary sword, losing its earth-shaking strength and power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A strange squeak came up from inside the sun-refined spirit. Yin suddenly stopped, observing the sun-refined spirit from 10 meters away, feeling the sun power inside the sun-refined spirit. The sun powers massively emitted from inside the sun-refined spirit, absorbing into his body and then running to his heart. It was unknown why and how his body seemed to gradually adapt to the scorching sun powers after that earth-shaking transformation. When the sun powers poured into his body no longer generated the sun-refined flames nor the burning fires that made his body burn up. It seemed that his body had been transformed to adapt with the sun-refined flames and get along well with the Star Martial Spirit. Chapter 237, Gigantic Stone Castle. Just like that, Yin stood not far from the sun-refined spirit. He could feel the massive sun-refined flames of the sun-refined spirit continually pouring into his heart. There was the star martial spirit of the star god from the three gods sect inside his heart. At first, the star martial spirit could only absorb the star power, not the sunlight. However, when facing the sun-refined spirit this time, as soon as the sun power went into his body, the star martial spirit had developed its effects, also absorbing the sun power. What was the reason? Yin knew it was not as simple as the ice-cold flame had explained. It was not because that the sun was also a star itself, so it could just absorb the sun power that way. If this were true, the three god sect would not separate the sun martial spirit and the star martial spirit. The sun martial spirit and the star martial spirit should have its differences, could not be identical. If it's so, how could the star martial spirit absorb the sun power? Yin knitted his eyebrows. Many thoughts flared up in his mind. He seemed to understand something. Peculiar forces started spreading out from his meridians. When lightning zoomed over him, Yin suddenly understood the situation. During this time, his heart was absorbing a lot of the mysterious energy. It could stimulate the transformations of the immortal martial spirit and the petrification martial spirit. Should it also make a useful change for the star martial spirit, helping it reach this miraculous level? It should be so. Yin nodded his head affirmatively. Swoosh! The earth flame was absorbing the scorching power of the sun-refined flames inside the sun-refined spirit. A bunch of the sun-refined flames like fire serpents disappeared into the burning fire halo of the earth flame, becoming a part of the earth flame's power, causing a marvelous transformation of the earth flame's burning power. From 10 meters away, Yin was still motionless. The star martial spirit in his body, on the contrary, was still absorbing the sun power of the sun-refined spirit, contesting the power from the sun-refined spirit with the earth flame. Being consumed by the two powers, the dazzling hot sunlight started relenting gradually. Dazzling lights of the blazing red outer meteorite were disappearing little by little. The entire oppressively hot desert with the decreasing power in the sun-refined spirits became cooler. Do you feel that it is getting cooler? Yeah, the temperature in the desert seems to be decreasing. It's getting very comfortable now. It looks like something is happening here. I don't know if this can help us find the way out. Who knows? I don't want to stay in this devilish place any longer. Gosh, where's the end of the road if we keep on walking like this? Don't talk rubbish. We came to the chasm battlefield to kill the Yang family. We have not seen anyone of the Yang family yet. Even if we find a way out, don't you feel ashamed if returning without completing your mission? The warriors from different forces in the endless sea were gathering into groups of 3 or 5, discussing something. Chao Jilan sat alone with her knitted eyebrows. Her enchanting eyes beamed out a ray of light. After silently releasing the spirit god martial spirit, Chao Jilan started to observe everywhere and everything, including the tiny transformations of the air in the desert, to understand the weird change of this desert. After a while, Chao Jilan suddenly stood up and said, "We can go over there to see. I've recognized that neither the vigorous burning fires nor the attacking souls that could destroy our spirits exist there anymore. Now is a suitable time to go. There should not be any danger." "I'll go." Pan Zhi quickly stood up. 1 hour later, the four people of Chao Jilan, Chu Yanqing, Guling Long, and Pan Zhi returned and stopped at the distance of more than 10 meters away from the sun-refined spirit. They watched the sun-refined spirit with strange faces. "Where is Shurian?" Guling Long angrily asked. "That stupid guy disappeared again. How can we find him?" Chao Jilan still kept silent, looking at the sun-refined spirit with a strange face. She felt extremely confused. Is this still the sun-refined spirit? It is just an ordinary meteorite from outer space. The sun-refined spirit from the center of the sun has the purified burning powers of the sun. How come it has become like this? Who could absorb all the sun powers inside the sun-refined spirits in such a short time? Is it Shurian? A big question mark appeared in Chao Jilan's head. She was staring at the sun-refined spirits, which had become a common meteorite. She did not say anything for a while. For the first time, she was concerned about Shurian. There were so many secrets about Shurian that she could not capture. Her spirit, God martial spirit, could easily see through people's minds, sensing all kinds of wonderful martial spirits or the opponent's potential tricks. Presently, she failed in discovering Shurian's secrets, and it made her anxious and worried. She was not used to letting anyone slip out of her sense control. She greatly hated this feeling of incompetence. Pan Zhi and Chu Yanqing also knew a little about the sun-refined spirit's legend. They were bewildered while looking at the sun-refined spirit, which had turned into an ordinary stone. They didn't know what to say momentarily. A long time after that, "I think Shurian has left. What we have to do now is identifying his direction." Chao Jilan took a deep breath and released her spirit, God martial spirit, to sense around. After a while, she suddenly pointed in one direction. There seemed to be some movements over there. After a short pause, Chao Jilan slightly exclaimed with a strange face, "Oh, how is it?" Pan Zhi asked, "Do you realize that the desert now is not the same as when we have just arrived? You guys can release your spiritual powers now. Isn't it prevented anymore? My spirit, God martial spirit, can finally cover its usual range. The place over there should exist some ancient formation and defensive formation. I think we can now get out of this place." Chao Jilan calmly said. "Is it for real?" Guling Long shouted excitedly. The desert was getting cooler and cooler. The peculiar opposing forces in the desert had seemingly disappeared. That's true. All the changes were because of this meteorite. Chu Yanqing looked at the sun-refined spirit, which had become an ordinary meteorite. Because of this sun-refined spirit's transformation, everything in the desert has changed. I've known it already. Chao Jilan's appealing body was in shock. Her eyes brightened. She said in fear, "The entire desert is a devilish formation. The sun-refined spirit is both the power generator and the eye of the formation. When the power of the eye of the formation disappears, the mighty formation is immediately disabled and shows its true color." "My God, there is such a significant formation like that," Guling Long shouted, covering her mouth. "Yes," Chao Jilan nodded. She contemplated for a while before continuing, "It's not necessary to stay here anymore. I can feel that direction is where the transfer formation has left. We could take that direction. I think Shurian also followed that way." A moment later, Chao Jilan and the others discovered an ancient formation in the desert indeed. This ancient formation was very similar to the one which they had used to enter the desert. Without much hesitation, they all stepped in that formation without any hesitation. As soon as the pink light flared up, they instantly disappeared from this desert without a trace. The forest was boundless. The sky and earth aura were incredibly dense. Inside the woods, the fragrance of flowers and fresh air engulfed the entire forest, making people feel refreshed and comfortable. On an ancient tree that pierced through the sky, Yin was hiding inside the thick, dense layers of leaves 100 meters up from the ground, looking around. After having followed the transfer formation to come here, in the beginning, Yin had thought he already returned to the endless sea, arriving at an island with full of sultry, spiritual aura. However, after raising his head, looking up to the sky, he knew that he was wrong. He was still in the chasm battlefield. The blue sky was clear. Masses of white clouds were hovering around. However, there were none of the three gods of the sun, the moon, and the star. It was impossible to discover whether any star powers were pouring into the star martial spirit or not. The world without the three gods of the sun, the moon, and the star was obviously not the endless sea. This place was still inside of the chasm battlefield. Only the environment had changed. Although this place was in the chasm battlefield, the sky and earth auras were extremely dense. It seemed to be different from the description of Yang Mu's warriors. According to Yang Mu's group, the sky and earth auras in the chasm battlefield should be very diluted. It wasn't a suitable place for warriors to cultivate. This place had been the ancient battlefield, and only ancient mummies or explorers lived here. No warrior could be found in this area. From the distance of 100 meters from the ground, Yin looked around and discovered there were many vital lives inside the forest. From afar, there seemed to be an imposing giant ancient city. The entire ancient city was made of huge stones. The colored flag was flaunting on top of the wall of the ancient city. He could vaguely see some people inside there. The location of the giant stone ancient city was more than 10 miles away from Yin. The ancient city was protected by a mysterious power which prevented Yin from using his soul consciousness to peep at it. Looking further, he could see nothing else but the endless forest. His ears could even hear the terrifying roars of some animals. This place was not much different from any other places in the outside world. There were spiritual auras, beasts, and also warriors, but there were no three gods of the sun, the moon, and the star. After observing at the distance of 100 meters high from the ground, Yin contemplated for a while before deciding to go to the giant stone ancient city to see if warriors were living there or not. Thump! Yin plunged down like a big bird and then steadily landing on the ground. In a moment, a flow of miasmatic power like billions of rope twisted around his body. As soon as he descended, he realized that he was captured and confined without being able to move. Damn pagan! A clear but cold whisper came to his ears from behind. Yin wanted to turn his head around to look at the source of the whisper, but realized that he could not do it. He suddenly smelled a fragrance of orchids which sneaked into his mind, making him dizzy and fall unconsciously. Chapter 238, Demonic Sound Clan. In the darkness where nothing could be seen, Yin gradually woke up. After opening his eyes, he released his soul consciousness to observe around. However, as soon as his soul consciousness flickered, there appeared an extreme pain in the sea of consciousness. This pain outburst so strongly in his sea of consciousness that he almost fainted again. His face slightly changed while he tried to control the pain, hastily holding his breath and retrieving his soul consciousness. After that, the pain disappeared. His eyes flared up in the dark, but he was still unable to see anything. While groping in the dark, he realized that surrounding him was all icy lava rocks. These lava rocks were very hard, robust, and rough. He did not know what kind of rocks they were. A formation technique seemed to have been placed in his soul consciousness. If he released the soul consciousness again, that formation technique would instantly spread out, causing him a splitting headache. Putting more effort to look around carefully, he still could not see anything. He then stood up to warm up a little bit. When he tried to urge the forces inside his body, he realized that his profound chi had been confined as well. He could not activate his power no matter how hard he tried. When the profound chi and the sea of consciousness were both in confinement, it was like an ordinary warrior's life was captured without being able to use any force. However, Yin was different. Although his profound chi and the sea of consciousness were being confined, he could still use the negative powers inside his meridians, which had gone through a lot of training for a long time. It was just that he did not know how to get out of this place. Because he couldn't use his soul consciousness, and even his spirit was restricted, it was hard for him to communicate with the blood vein ring, nor receive the messages of the ice-cold flame and the earth flame. The stone chamber was pitch black. Shi Yin was sitting still, waiting in silence. He knew that the one who had captured him and still led him alive would appear sooner or later. As he didn't know this place, he had to be careful, not urging the negative forces to destroy the stone chamber. He should just wait in silence. From where has Missy Cu by captured him? There have been no human beings in our place for a very long time. It is unknown where that guy came from. Humankind rarely appears in our place. Missy Cu by has gone out and brought that guy back this time, but she just detains him instead of killing him right away. We don't know what she wants. Whatever, bring that guy to Missy Cu by. Shi Yin could hear the two miasmatic male voices outside of the stone chamber. Not long after that, a creaking sound reverberated in this airtight stone chamber. The dim light from the outside sneaked in, and two sickly miasmatic guys appeared from there. In the dim light, Shi Yin focused and realized that their faces were pale and their bodies were very skinny. They emitted a faint, icy, miasmal aura and didn't seem to have a temperature. It was devilish indeed. Stand up, follow us. Our Lady wants to see you, one of the two guys coldly said. Shi Yin lifted his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. He did as he had been told. You should obey us. I'm not afraid to teach you some rules. The guy threw a sharp glance at Shi Yin and then went ahead to lead. Follow us. Shi Yin said nothing, quickly going out of the stone chamber and silently observing around. It was a big and long corridor. Both sides were stone walls where there were many drawings of beasts, as well as some luminescent stones to light up the hallway. Those luminescent stones were not bright. They were a little bit dim, actually. In that faint glow, Shi Yin could not realize what kind of the beast drawn on the walls. The two guys with the cold miasmatic bodies looked quite good-looking. While they were leading, they often turned their head back, watchfully glancing at Shi Yin. As the sea of consciousness was in confinement, Shi Yin wasn't able to release his soul consciousness. Thus, he had no idea about those two guys' ability. However, from the miasmatic movements spreading out from their bodies, Shi Yin could guess that their level was not high. If his strength recovered, he could easily kill these two guys. However, in the situation where he did not know what was going on, Shi Yin did not dare to do anything recklessly. Being capable of avoiding his soul consciousness and effortlessly capturing him, that lady with the clear, cold voice apparently had a profound realm. Facing such a high-class master like that, he would surely have a horrible consequence if he recklessly took any actions. After having followed the two guys through a long corridor, Shi Yin entered a huge hall. This large hall had a round shape, several big stone columns situated inside of the hall. Many miasmatic guys and girls were standing, seeming to wait for something or someone. They all had miasmatic aura with a slender body shape and the pale skin as if they rarely exposed themselves under the sunlight. There was a senior man with long, regular breaths, a goatee, and ashy gray pupils inside the great hall. He was sitting alone in the center of the hall. Other guys and girls were all standing at the side. They were obviously his servants and guards. Next to him was an exceptional lady wearing a royal dress. Her eyelashes were picturesque and incredibly beautiful. At this moment, her deep crystal-clear eyes were looking at Shi Yin from a distance. She coldly said, "Father, this is the human being that I have captured." The elder stroked his beard and slightly nodded his head. His two ashy gray eyes looked at Shi Yin neglectfully. Shi Yin stood at one spot, but recognized that a flow of miasmatic aura seeped into his pores, silently moving in his body, seemingly exploring everything inside of his body. "Humankind, where are you from?" After looking at Shi Yin for a while, the old man moderately asked with a voice which was unexpectedly pleasant to hear. "Who are you guys?" Shi Yin asked without replying the man's question. Inside this chasm battlefield, there were no warriors even in the legends. This place was the warrior's battlefield in the ancient time. The sky and earth aura here is extremely diluted. Why do you stay here? Who are you after all? Is this place the chasm battlefield? Sass. The beautiful girl frowned and coldly said, "Answer my father's question. Don't sputter any rubbish." A flow of a sharp spiritual soul, like a sword stabbed, through Shi Yan's head. The formation technique in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly spread out as if there were billions of worms nibbling him from the inside, causing him a splitting headache. He nearly couldn't help but scream out loud. Gritting his teeth, Shi Yan displayed the fierceness on his face but didn't utter a sound, only staring at that woman. "It's okay, ECU bye." The senior man waved his hand, signaling ECU by to stop destroying Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. He curiously looked at Shi Yan and said, "You are not bad. Although being hit by the devouring 1,000 souls of the demonic sound clan, you did not groan a word. If I am not wrong, your cultivation base is only at the earth realm." Father, it can't be." The beautiful woman ECU by couldn't stand by but scream out loud. He had formed the sea of consciousness. Only the Nirvana realm warriors can do it. How come an earth realm warrior can also do it? You are right. My cultivation base is only at the earth realm. Shi Yan slowly nodded. I have come here from the outside world. I don't belong to the chasm battlefield. Because of some unknown reasons have I arrived here. I was in a scorching desert earlier, and come here through the transfer formation. Are you truly ranked at the earth realm? Her beautiful, lucid eyes astonished, looking at Shi Yan with curiosity. You should have experienced some enlightenment. If not, you're not able to form the sea of consciousness at the earth realm. Not bad. You're not just an ordinary warrior. The senior man stared at Shi Yan, nodding slowly. He was silent for a while, and then said, "You told me you are from the outside world. Have you heard about the demonic sound clan?" Shi Yan shook his head. The elder's face looked gloomy. His eyes showed the loneliness. He said, "We left that place a long time ago, so long that the humankind does not even remember the demonic sound clan. Such a regret that we cannot leave this place. I want to know how the humankind has turned out." "Father, isn't our life in here very good? Why do you still want to go to the outside world?" ECU Bai confusingly asked. "You don't understand." The senior man sighed. He did not say anything more. Shi Yan was surprised. After ECU Bai had stirred up his sea of consciousness, he was much more obedient. Although he still had some doubts, he did not dare to ask more. "I have some questions, and I hope you answer them honestly. If your answers please me, I can let you go wherever you want. However, if your answers do not satisfy me, your life will be in danger. I will make you completely disappear." The senior man bowed his head before lifting it up and speaking to Shi Yan. At the same time, a flow of strange vibrations suddenly came out from that elder. The formation technique inside Shi Yan's body was deactivated in a blink. His sea of consciousness recovered. His profound qi started to move again. Releasing the soul consciousness, Shi Yan silently watched the senior man in front of him and his daughter ECU Bai. His soul consciousness approached that elder, but seemed to be prevented by an invisible power. On the contrary, it wasn't hindered too much when it came closer to ECU Bai. The sky realm. Shi Yan displayed terrible fear on his face and almost screamed out after his soul consciousness circled ECU by one round. This woman was still very young, but she was already at the sky realm. If her cultivation base was the sky realm, what about the senior man? "Don't think too much. You will not be able to escape from here," the old man said with an indifferent face. "First, tell me how you came here. Before entering the desert, where did you go? Can you go back through the old route? If you can do it, I will not make it hard on you and will spare your life." "I can't find the way to go back. Sorry. Although I also want to leave, there is no way indeed." Shi Yan shook his head reluctantly. The old man raised his eyebrows and seemed to consider something. However, at this moment, a guy hurriedly came in the hall. After kowtowing, he respectfully said, "Great master, we have just discovered other warriors, but the number is almost 100 this time. Shi Yan's pupil instantly shrank. He knew for sure that they were Chao Lan and her fellow warriors. Chapter 239, The Sound Beast Mountain. Sir, your people? The demeanor on the old man's face did not change. He seriously sat still, slightly knitting his eyebrows, curiously looking at Shi Yan. Have those people come here together with you? Shi Yan shook his head and said, Not with me, but I know them. They are my enemies, and they have been chasing me here since I was in the outside world. I'm their target. Is their hatred of you that much? Siyubai was curious. Hundreds of warriors have been chasing after you here to kill you. After all, what did you do? Shi Yan forced a miserable smile. Nothing. No matter what their target was, everyone had to act moderately in the demonic Sound clan's territory. The old man frowned and said, Yifeng, go arrest them now. Bring some people with you. Don't let them escape. A skinny guy at the Nirvana realm nodded his head, indicating his obedience, and quickly left. Okay, let's continue where we left off. The old man calmly took one sip of tea. The outside world, what is the situation now? What is the name of your area? Is there anything special there? The outside world, I came here from the endless sea through the heaven gate, at the sky sea. At the endless sea, many different forces of humankind warriors have been competing to dominate the areas with full of resources. After contemplating for a while, Shi Yan explained the senior man of the demonic Sound clan a little of what he knew about the endless sea. The old man listened to Shi Yan without saying anything. Father, the endless sea doesn't seem to be our ancient land. After thinking for a while, she couldn't help but speak up. No, it is not our ancient land. But don't worry. When we reach the outside world, we will find our ancient land. The elder nodded his head. If those humankind warriors can come here, it means that the formation technique has recently eased off a little bit. It's time to talk to the Wings race. The Wings race has always been looking for a way to get out of here, but they are not friendly with us. They even have attacked us recently. Father, you want to make contact with the Wings race? Siyubai didn't seem to agree with him. The Wings race has evil intentions. They want to get out of here and conquer the outside world. Once they leave this place, it would not be a good thing for the outside world. After a few years of recuperating, the Wings race's strength has improved a lot. The reason we have been deported here is that we had cooperated with the Wings race. I know the Wings race's bad ambition, but with the demonic Sound clan's ability alone, I am afraid we cannot leave here. The senior man convinced the girl. Only if the two tribes can cooperate can we get out of here. Otherwise, we may be trapped here forever. Don't worry. Before talking to the Wings race, I will ask other leaders for more information. If everything is fine, I will contact the Wings race. Shi Yan still kept silent, but was surprised. According to the conversation between the old man and the girl named Siyubai, he knew that besides the demonic Sound clan, there was also another tribe called the Wings race. These two big tribes might have been from the Neolithic age, and no one knew the reason that had led to their deportation and confinement here. The demonic Sound clan and the Wings race should have belonged to the Grace mainland before. Moreover, the ability of these two tribes should be very mighty. Although they had been deported here for many years, they still preserve the intention of breaking out to go back to the Grace mainland, their ancient land. As the formation technique and the soul consciousness have been deactivated, Shi Yan could inaudibly observe around now, realizing that inside of the hall, there were more than 10 Nirvana realm and the Sky realm warriors. The senior man's cultivation base should be of the God realm. The senior man seemed to be one of the leaders of the demonic Sound clan. According to him, there were also other leaders. If they also had the same cultivation base as he did, the demonic Sound clan strength could easily defeat any forces of the Endless Sea. The demonic Sound clan was terrifying already, but they seemed to be very cautious when talking about the Wings race. The Wings race's strength appeared to be even stronger than the demonic Sound clan's. If this was the truth, once the demonic Sound clan and the Wings race cooperated to escape from this place, going to the Endless Sea, he couldn't imagine what problem they would bring to the Endless Sea. You want to go back to the Grace mainland? As different thoughts kept popping up in his mind, Shurian suddenly came up with an idea and spoke up. That is right. We don't want to live here. We hope to go back to our ancestry land. It has been almost 10,000 years since we have been deported. We want to know how our ancestry land looks like. We don't originally belong to this place. Siyu Bai's eyes were clear and anxious. Our ancestry land. We miss our ancestry land. There are the three gods of the sun, the moon, and the star, big oceans, the scenes that we have never seen before. The endless sea is not peaceful at this time. It may be not a good time to go back there now. Shurian said with a low voice. Tell me more, the old man said with a serious face. Because the demon dwellers of the fourth demon area and the dark dwellers of the netherworld may invade the endless sea. Once they arrive the endless sea, it should be a disaster for all the tribes living there. If you go back this time, you will face the demon dwellers and the dark dwellers. After thinking for a while, Shurian decided to tell them about the current situation. He didn't know anything about the demonic Sound Clan or the Wings race, nor was he sure that if the return of these two tribes to the Endless Sea was a good or bad thing for the Endless Sea. Telling them about the demon dwellers and the dark dwellers. Shurian wanted to see their attitude. The demon dwellers and the dark dwellers. When the old man heard of these two pagan tribes, his face changed dramatically. He suddenly said after a while, no worries. We only want to go back to our ancestry land. We will not stay in the endless sea for long, nor will we get into any troubles with them. The demon dwellers and the dark dwellers. Father, what is the origin of these two pagan tribes? Siyu Bai asked with curiosity. I will tell you later. The old man shook his head and explained nothing more. However, his ashy gray eyes flared up the complicated light. It seemed that the names of demon dwellers and dark dwellers had called up something. A subtle smile beamed out from the corner of his mouth. His face looked very strange. As the old man stopped asking questions, Shurian also kept silent and secretly released his soul consciousness to observe outside the hall, wanting to leave this place. However, the lava stone in this hall seemed to have the mighty power that prevented his soul consciousness from going through it. His soul consciousness encountered a big hindrance when it was on the way flying out. Shurian reluctantly gave up and quietly looked at the old man. Yifeng came back after having left for a while. After kowtowing, he respectfully said, Great Master, we were a little bit late. Yimeng has arrested all of the human warriors. Yimeng. The senior man raised his eyebrows and calmly said, I am afraid those people are done. Several human warriors came here and killed Yimeng's son a few years ago. Although he tortured those guys for long periods, his animosity against human warriors never ends. As he has arrested many warriors this time, he might have enough to play with for a long time. A strange light flared up and instantly disappeared in Shurian's eyes. You should be jubilant, because Yimeng has arrested your enemies while you are here. He coldly looked at Shurian. Our prejudice towards the humankind is not as profound as Yimeng's. I will not treat you bad as long as you honestly cooperate with me. Not only can I let you free, but also give you some things that you cannot find from the outside world. I will do my best. Shurian smiled and said, I don't want to die. I only want to live well. However, my strength is limited. I'm not sure if I can be much of help. There is an intense burning fire's movement inside your body. Can you use that burning fire power? The senior man suddenly said, The burning fires has tempered my body, and that is how I have the power of the burning fires. I think I can use a part of it, but I am not confident it will be as much as you expect. See you by you, and he go to the Sound Beast Mountain to see if you can catch more of the Sound Beast heads with the burning fire's power in his body. After thinking for a while, the old man looked at his daughter and assigned a mission for her. As Ka Ba's people often wandered around the Sound Beast Mountain recently, the Sound Beasts do not dare to take risks to expose themselves. I don't know if we can get more of them. Siyu Bai mumbled to herself, and then slowly walked toward Shurian, throwing a sharp glance at him, speaking, Outsider, follow me. If you can help me catch some Sound Beast heads, maybe I will feel better and let you free. Sure, Yin knitted his eyebrows. Under the scrutinized look of the old man, he said nothing, bowing his head and following Siyu Bai to go outside. After crossing a very long corridor, Shi Yin saw the bright sky again eventually. He was standing on a pile of stones near a 500-meter-high architectural building. In his view, there were many other 10-meter-high ancient stone structures nearby. In a further distance, another two mighty 500-meter-high, imposing ancient structures like the immeasurably magnificent and splendid mountains in the sky that could stir people's eyesight. This place was a great ancient stone city. Among these structures, the lowest one was tens of meters high, covering thousands of square meters. The biggest one was similar to the one he was standing on, which was hundreds of meters high and covered about tens of thousands square meters. It was even bigger than the biggest one he had seen in the outside world, and it was unknown how it had been built. In this giant stone ancient city, everyone in the demonic Sound clan looked very pale with their miasmatic spirits and unusual physical strength. They seemed to be very light and not to be restricted by the limit of realms. Even the Earth Realm or the Nirvana Realm warriors could freely fly around in the city. It was very strange. A dense mist gray-white fog covered the entire ancient city. There should be some formation technique inside that mist to protect the city. The dense sky and Earth's spiritual aura overflow every corner of the city. Although the sky and Earth aura here was not as good as the one in the Immortal Island, it was still superb compared with other places of the Endless Sea and enough for the warriors to use for their cultivation. Shi Yin. A voice suddenly came up from a distance. That was Chao Zhilan's voice. Shi Yan's face slightly changed. He looked toward the direction where the voice resounded. In the distance, he saw a big wooden cage being pulled up to the sky by some strange beast heads. These beasts had small, thin wings like a layer of flesh. Their bodies had adamant, miasmatic power, which was somehow similar to that of the demonic Sound clan's pagans. The beasts spread their 5 or 6 meter wide wings like falcons. Their entire bodies were turquoise and had moving lights. The top of the wooden cage, which had pulled up by the beasts, was fully covered by creepers. Those vines, like spiritual snakes, wrapped around the wooden cage, radiating a green ray of light and creating a miraculous constraint binding the wooden cage. Inside the wooden cage, Chao Zhilan, Chu Yin Qing, Guling Long, Pan Zhe, and a flock of other warriors were all restricted by a formation technique. They all looked like slaves with dark faces in a cage. They seemed to suffer a lot of torture that they became honestly obedient without daring to resist. Some guys with gloomy, pale faces and dark green armors were riding those beasts, gathering and discussing with each other in a low tone. Some of them turned their heads around, coldly glancing at Chao Zhilan when they heard her scream. She looked towards Shi Yan's direction with a slight happiness in her eyes. Those guys pulled up the wooden cage away, seemingly wanting to change the direction. Chao Zhilan's spirit, God Martial spirit, was unique. It was not affected by the formation technique, and thus quickly realized the living vibration from Shi Yan's body as soon as he had gone out of the imposing architectural structure. That was why she couldn't help but scream. In a distance of 100 meters, Shi Yin knitted his eyebrows, looking at Chao Zhilan, Pan Zhe, Chu Yin Qing, and other warriors who were being confined like livestock. He couldn't help but release a sigh, feeling pity for them. Although Chao Zhilan and the others were his opponents, they all came here from the outside world. However, Yimeng has captured and confined them like livestock and would soon torture them to death. He could not feel good looking at them. Siyu Bai, you have captured this human being? A guy of the demonic Sound clan who was in the lead suddenly raised his hand, signaling the beast to stop. He then gently flew over, hovering about in the air, while coldly looking at Shi Yin. Siyu Bai slightly frowned and then calmly said, Yi, you are quick. You have captured those outsiders just in a short while? If I knew that there were more than one person, you wouldn't have been able to reap such a big spoil. The guy dragged a strange smile out of his mouth and said, I was just lucky. While I was wandering outside, I detected these outsiders and easily captured them. Ha! The cultivation base of some of them are not bad, but their souls are too weak compared to mine. Siyu Bai quickly said, Regarding souls, the demonic Sound Clan has the God-given advantage. Those aliens obviously cannot be compared to us. If you have already captured them, you should leave soon. Why do you need to waste your time with me? How can talking to you be a waste of time? Yaji smiled. As seeing no reaction from Siyu Bai, he pointed to Shi Yin and said, I am also interested in that guy. Siyu Bai, say a price. I pay or take him. What do you think? While Yaji was talking, his strange eyes fixed on Shi Yin's body. A flow of miraculous soul vibration, like a thin fiber of soul, explored and went into Shi Yin's head, intruding his sea of consciousness, taking the secret life in his mind. Shi Yin's face changed dramatically. When he was about to gather his forces to resist this soul vibration, another flow of soul vibration, like a cold wind, zoomed over, quickly covering his head. Yaji's soul power was instantly wiped out completely, disappearing from his head without leaving a trace. This guy belongs to me. Without my consent, no one can touch his soul. Siyu Bai's clear, cold voice rose up. She displeasingly stared at Yaji. You can torture those in the cage however you want, but you're not allowed to touch mine. Otherwise, don't blame me for treating you badly. I can bargain. Yaji forced a smile. I will pay you a very good price for this guy. Is it okay? You have already captured many warriors. Why do you still want him? Siyu Bai felt a bit strange when listening to what he said. You already have many YM. Ha ha ha. I see it's useful. Yaji thought for a while and said, Siyu Bai, if you're interested in humankind warriors, we can exchange. Those warriors over there, except the 3 ladies, I can trade any one of the rest, even 2 of them. What do you think? Why must you have him? Siyu Bai was surprised, confusingly looking at Yaji and then at Shi Yin. Is he special? Very special. Yaji nodded his head. So, do you want to exchange or not? No, Siyu Bai harumphed. She thought for a while before grabbing Shi Yin's shoulder, flying away, and speaking at the same time. This guy is useful. I do not want to give him to you now. Wait until I feel that he is not useful anymore, then I might sell him to you. Siyu Bai, be careful. He is very dangerous. Yaji warned her from distance. Dangerous? Siyu Bai uttered a word with despise, coldly glancing at Shi Yin. She continued, You should better be honestly obedient. Otherwise, I will make your soul disappear in a second. Maybe you don't know yet, but it's not hard for the demonic Sound Clan to ruin your humankind. Yeah, I know your soul competency went beyond that of the human warriors. Shi Yin's face remained unchanged. Your physical strength is very unusual, and the brain is also peculiar. They are very suitable for soul cultivation. Your soul is very powerful. It can be compared with the one of the Sky Realm warrior, but your body, on the contrary, is not as strong as a human Sky Realm warrior. However, you still can use your powerful soul to dominate and easily destroy my sea of consciousness. Isn't that so? Shi Yin didn't say anything since he got out of the ancient city with Siyu Bai, but it didn't mean that he knew nothing. He had been quietly observing the demonic Sound Clan for a while, realizing that all of the demonic Sound Clan's people were very powerful. Regarding soul cultivation, the demonic Sound Clan's people were much stronger than many of the humankind warriors. Their knowledge of soul was much more profound than that of the humankind warriors. However, because of their particular physical structure, they looked very feeble. Not to mention Shi Yin's body. Their bodies were much weaker than those of the ordinary humankind warriors. Not only this, the profound chi in their bodies were also peculiar. Their profound chi did not converge in one place. It spread out everywhere inside the body. The nerves and veins were also fragile and narrow, preventing them from receiving too much of the profound chi. After observing in silence for a while, Shi Yin realized that the intensity of the woman's soul had reached the Sky Realm, and her subtle body contained a lot of profound chi. However, her profound chi could not be more than his because of her weak body and narrow veins. Her body strength should also be limited. If she did not rely on the God-given soul advantage, she might have been unable to defeat an ordinary Earth Realm warrior. Thanks to the strong strength of the sea of consciousness, Yin gradually understood everything. You can see through many things in such a short time. Bai was terrified. A shocking look appeared on her face. She gazed at Yin for a moment and then said, I should have placed more soul formation techniques on you. Don't. I'm very savvy. I know that your soul power is very vigorous. If I do something wrong, you can easily recognize it in this short distance. You can use your soul to kill me easily before I can do anything. Therefore, I will not do anything stupid, so you should not waste too much of your power. Don't worry, I will try my best for you. Yin quickly shouted. You have such a sweet mouth. Bai's beautiful eyes stared at Yin and firmly nodded her head. You are very smart, smarter than many of the demonic Sound Clan's people. Moreover, although you are only at Earth Realm, you've already possessed the Sea of Consciousness. You're not bad at all. You should have some secrets. Otherwise, Yaji shouldn't be interested in you like this. After taking a big breath of air, Bai said, Maybe I should analyze your soul, seizing everything inside of your head to know everything hidden there. There is nothing you can hide. I will know all your secrets. Although this might get me seriously injured, I'm still really excited about doing it. Yin slightly shivered. His eyes shot out a cold ray of light. He seemed to be ready to risk his life. I already knew that you are very cunning. Don't think you can take anything from me. Right now, I just don't want to kill you yet. If you dare to do anything stupid, you will know the consequence. Bai's face coldly darkened, but a hesitating look appeared on her face. If you can help me catch the sound beast at the 5th or 6th level, I will set you free. Otherwise, I will detain you and give you to Yaji. Sound beasts? Aren't they beasts? The sound beasts are one kind of beasts. They only live in the Sound Beast Mountain, where the miasmatic aura is incredibly dense. The sound beasts are made from Een. Their demon's crystal pearls also have the icy Een trait. They are very useful for us. Our cultivation will be prosperous if we can have these demon's crystal pearls. The Sound Beast Mountain has the ancient thunder formation, which discharged lightning. The Sound Beasts do not have any big problem if being hit by lightning. The demonic Sound Clan, on the other hand, is naturally afraid of lightning, so we cannot go any further into the Sound Beast Mountain, except that we can only stay outside the mountain and catch the sound beasts that venture out. How is it useful with my help? The Sound Beast trait is Iceen, and their souls are also unique. It is not easy for the demonic Sound Clan to use our soul advantage to deal with them. To catch them, we also need to make use of the direct attacking weapons. However, once the Sound Beasts cannot win, they will quickly retrieve and hide inside of the Sound Beast Mountain. Thus, we cannot do anything. The Sound Beasts had one weakness. They are afraid of the burning fires. If you can use the burning fires, it is easier to catch them. Of course, we have to see if your burning fires are useful or not. Weak burning fires cannot affect the Sound Beasts. Okay, I understand. I will help you arrest the Sound Beasts. Our deal is 10 of the 5th or 6th level Sound Beasts. Is it okay? If you can help me capture 10 of the 5th or 6th level Sound Beasts, I will set you free. If you can capture more, I can buy them at a reasonable price. The demon's crystal pearls of the Sound Beasts are very treasurable. You can use them to exchange for any essential things that you want. Can I exchange for slaves? Anything? Good. Maybe I will use some demon's crystal pearls of the Sound Beast to exchange for some female slaves. Yin thought about Chao Zhilan, Gu Ling Long, and Chu Yin Qing. The 3 ladies were being confined by Yaji. Rotten. Seeing the lust in Yin's eyes, Bai couldn't help but curse. Human beings, no one is good indeed. My father was right. I assume that the demonic Sound Clan's people have a strong prejudice against human beings. Humankind is cruel. If it were not because of humankind, we wouldn't have been deported to this place. Because of you, we all could not return to our ancestry land, being forced to stay here forever where there aren't the 3 gods of the sun, the moon, and the star. Bai coldly said, Why were you deported to this place? They wouldn't do it without any reasons. Shut up. Bai jangled. Her beautiful face suddenly sharpened. Yin got surprised and said no more. He was afraid that Bai would not be able to control herself and take actions with him. After having got out of the giant stone ancient city and crossing the extensive forest for a long time, a mighty 10,000-meter high mountain struck his eyes. The mighty, imposing mountain dominated the skyline. Masses of white clouds hovered around in the middle of the mountain flank. The mountain peak pierced straight up into the sky. Each striking lightning like a giant dragon minced around the giant mountain, discharging powerful electric streams. On the giant mountain, ancient trees and deep black caves intensely scattered around the mountain cliffs. Many big sound beasts appeared, howling from the inside of the caves. The howls had a strange, powerful energy that terrified people. When these howls reverberated, the vibrations churned up in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. His soul consciousness was not stable either. The sky and earth aura gathered and created the sound beasts. Their soul is also very particular. Thus, their howls can badly hurt the ordinary warriors. However, you don't seem to be affected by the howls. You are no ordinary person indeed. So I don't need to worry too much. Sending the soul protection forces to your head has decreased my energy. See you by soon relaxed her vigilance. She and Shi Yan were standing shoulder to shoulder on a big long branch of an ancient tree. He raised her head, looking toward the sound beast mountain in front of them, and asked, "What is the level of the strongest sound beast of the sound beast mountain?" Shi Yan looked ahead, as his sea of consciousness was agitated, and he couldn't release soul consciousness. It was hard for him to recognize the real strength of all the sound beasts in the sound beast mountain. The strongest sound beast, Siyu Bai shook her head. Because of lightning, the demonic sound clan cannot intrude inside, so we don't know what is the level of the strongest sound beast is. The Wings race used to invade the sound beast mountain, but none of them have ever got out alive. You and the Wings race have always been fighting. Almost. The Wings race people live just behind the sound beast mountain. They consider themselves to be the true lords of this land. They want to rule the demonic sound clan. In recent years, the Wings race strength has been stronger than ours. If it isn't because that the Wings race people have conflicts with each other, we should have become their slaves. Siyu Bai dispiritedly replied. The Wings race. Shi Yan thought for a moment. You have God-given soul advantages, and you can easily destroy our souls, but you cannot deal with the Wings race. The Wings race is more dangerous than humankind. No human being can compare with their solid physical body. Although the Wings race's soul is not as good as the humankind's, they still have many ways to protect their soul from being violated. Humankind absolutely cannot compare with them. Siyu Bai coldly said, Oe, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. A strange noise like a baby crying came out from one cave on the Sound Beast Mountain. When that peculiar crying resounded, inside of that cave instantly emitted many flows of the gray En aura. This gray miasmatic aura spread out violently and quickly, covering the entire small area in just a blink. A bunch of large figures was dancing in the middle of the gray aura, coming down the Sound Beast Mountain together with the gray aura, walking towards an icy lake in the distance. Child Devil. Siyu Bai's face changed dramatically. Her subtle body slightly shivered while she was staring at the place where the gray aura gathered. She said in fear, "This thing shouldn't appear at this time of the year. Is the defensive formation weakening? Irrational, really irrational. No, we might have to cancel our plan now." Turning around, Siyu Bai held Shi Yan with one hand and hurriedly said, "We should leave now. Forget this time. I have to inform my clan about the child devil. Are you sure we'll be able to escape?" Shi Yan's eyes slightly changed while he pointed towards something ahead. "That thing seems to have detected us already. They started changing the direction." "What?" Siyu Bai shouted in panic. Her white face got chalky. Chapter 240. Everything has its conqueror. Each long skinny figure zoomed through the gray miasmatic aura, quickly descending as if they wanted to wrap and tie Shi Yan and Siyu Bai up tightly. Many long, thin figures appeared more and more clearly inside that fuzzy aura. They were a particular kind of beast with a human child face, a dreary pale look, and a mouth full of fangs. This creature was 3 meters tall with a sturdy body, a white childlike face, and long fangs. It looked terribly scary. The child devil's body projected a powerful miasmatic aura. The soul of this creature was unique. There seemed to have a particular layer of flesh in their brain to prevent any soul attacks. Their movement was very fast. With a slight sway, they were in the air, plunging more than 10 zhongs already. 3 child devils appeared in a short moment, showing their fangs and claws, closely approaching Shi Yin and Siyu Bai below. Although Siyu Bai's soul could be as powerful as a Sky Realm warrior's, it was still hard for her to release the soul attacks when facing with the child devils. Thus, she could do nothing but grab Shi Yin, hurriedly leaving this place. "We cannot leave. Your speed is fast, but apparently not as fast as those strange beasts." Shi Yin stood motionlessly, seeming to be unexpectedly conscious. According to him, although those child devils were powerful, they still had their weaknesses. Although the icy aura on their bodies was very mighty, and their living power was very powerful, they should be at the 5th or 6th level at most, just equivalent to the Earth Realm or Nirvana Realm warriors. Shi Yin was not afraid of the beasts at the level. "Boo!" The 3 child devils cried out like babies. Their white fangs quickly became sharper and longer. Red blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. That looked terribly horrible. Child devils are not afraid of the demonic Sound Clan souls. They are our mortal enemy. When they are out, we have to hide inside of the ancient city. Siyu Bai's face was not rubicund, but turning to white pale. The 3 child devils had already been not far from him, separating and besieging Shi Yin and Siyu Bai. The child devils were flying around, dragging flows of bleary smoke. Their speed was extremely fast. Even Shi Yin's eyes could not follow their figures. He could only rely on his soul consciousness to identify their direction. Perhaps because the 3 demon children could have realized the strong burning fires inside Shi Yin, they hadn't killed Shi Yin and Siyu Bai yet, only besieging them and seeming to wait for something. Siyu Bai was scared of the gaze of the deep blue eyes of the 3 child devils. Her beautiful face was full of fear. Her behavior now was entirely different from the way she had treated Shi Yin earlier. She started being terrified. "Don't worry. Have you forgotten why you and I come here? These 3 child devils should be the sound beasts at the 5th level. The demonic Sound Clan cannot deal with them, but I can." Shi Yin's eyes were cold. He didn't seem to be frightened when facing these 3 child devils. "Leave them to me." Shriek, shriek. 3 child devils kept shrieking and crying nonstop. Some responding sounds sometimes reverberated from a cave somewhere on the Sound Beast Mountain not far from their current place. They are calling for more sound beasts to come. Siyu Bai suddenly felt unsafe. The defensive formation around the Sound Beast Mountain is decreasing. I feel that a major upheaval is going to happen. No, we have to go back to the ancient city immediately. The city has all kinds of the defensive formations that can prevent the sound beast from intruding. I want to finish my promise earlier. Shi Yin frowned. "Don't use any soul attacks on me. I take actions now." Upon these words, Shi Yin immediately communicated with the earth flame in the blood vein ring. Many flows of the burning fires quickly spread out from the blood vein ring and instantly rolled into Shi Yin's body. After a moment, Shi Yin's body became blazing red, inflaming formidably. As the earth flame had devoured the sun power of the sun, refined spirit, it had quickly evolved. Its intelligence had recently increased. Its burning fires were stronger than what Shi Yin had expected. It had almost gained enough power to be able to compete with the icy power of the ice-cold flame. Having been burnt by the sun flames, Shi Yin's body had miraculously transformed, being able to receive more power of the earth flame. All the nerves and veins in his body completely absorbed this power from the earth flame. He felt warmer and less painful than when his system had been burnt. His consciousness slightly flickered. Flames suddenly flew out from Shi Yin's body, instantly gathering and turning into fire clouds expanding next to Shi Yin. Each group of fire clouds contained Shi Yin's consciousness, quickly dashing toward the three child devils and wrapping them. Screech, screech, screech. Three child devils made strange, ear-piercing shrieks. Seeing the burning fires coming, they hastily ran away with fear in their dark blue eyes. "Stay!" Sure, Yin shouted while his spirits had some transformations again. The fire clouds abruptly exploded, turning into countless fire points of light covering the entire area. The fire points of light were intense and dense like drizzling rain, covering every corner of this area. After the explosion, the number of the fire points of light had compensated for their moderate power, leaving the three child devils with no place to hide. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. White smoke instantly rose up as soon as the fire points of light hit the three child devil bodies. The fire points of light were like the strongest acid in the world, rotting their bodies in a blink because their bodies were made of the icy, miasmatic aura. As soon as the fire points of light touched the child devils, they eroded the child devils' bodies, creating big holes immediately. Those fire points of light of the earth flame conquered these child devils' bodies. The fire points of light scattered everywhere in the sky. The three child devils cried out terribly while their bodies smoked. Thus, their movements were also getting much slower. The demon's crystal pearls of these three child devils are robust enough. Shurian turned his head towards Siyu Bai and asked. She avoided his look and moved further away from him. She nodded and responded him with the shock remaining on her face. They are all solid. The heaven flame. That is the forces of the heaven flame. Confusion waves surged up in Siyu Bai's mind. Her clear eyes looked fearful. She started to be scared of Shurian. She knew how dangerous the child devils were. Although they were one kind of the sound beasts, they were immune from the burning fires. As they were not scared of being hit by the ordinary burning fires, they kept attacking and slaughtering the demonic Sound Clan's people. However, Shurian's fire points of light could erode the child devils' bodies once the fires touched them and almost crush them to ashes. What kind of forces was this? Only the nemesis of the sound beasts in the legend, the power of the heaven flame, was capable of destroying them. Siyu Bai had never seen the heaven flame. She learned from her father the legend about the heaven flame conquering the sound beasts. The scorching heaven flame was the genuine, terrifying conqueror of the sound beasts. To the demonic Sound Clan, wasn't this the most frightening thing? The demonic Sound Clan's physical bodies had the icy, miasmatic trait. Although their souls were very powerful, once the scorching heaven flame touched them, the result was not better than what the sound beasts had to suffer. In other words, if the fire points of light from Shurian's body hit on her body, she would quickly erode like those child devils. The miasmatic aura on the demonic Sound Clan's body could not prevent it from being burnt by the heaven flame. If the demonic Sound Clan did not have the God-given advantage of souls, and if Shurian was not afraid of the demonic Sound Clan's confinement, he alone, together with that heaven flame's power in his body, could lay down the law and rule the root in the ancient city. He could even take advantage of the heaven flame's power to slaughter the whole demonic Sound Clan. Except if the demonic Sound Clan had an icy secret treasure, they could use it to resist the heaven flame's attack. Other than that, their bodies would evaporate like steam under the heaven flame's power. Siyu Bai felt chilled to the bone. When Siyu Bai saw Shurian control the power of the earth flame to burn the three child devils, making them shrieking terribly, her eyes flared up a strange ray of light. A thought came up in her mind. Should she kill him right now? Her eyes kept flickering. She felt that killing Shurian now was the best decision. Otherwise, if Shurian could find out a way to not be afraid of the demonic Sound Clan soul attacks, his existence would be a nightmare for the demonic Sound Clan. Very simple. When her mind was still in chaos with many thoughts, Shurian had already handled the three child devils. Three blue demons' crystal pearls were hovering about in the air. His profound chi then quickly pulled down the three demons' crystal pearls into his hand. Here, three demons' crystal pearls for you. Don't worry. I will find enough demons' crystal pearls. Shurian forced a smile. When he saw Siyu Bai's panicked face, he said, "This world is very mysterious. The demonic sound clan with a profound soul competency can easily kill me, but the child devils are your nemesis who can easily tear you down into pieces. Meanwhile, I am the nemesis of the child devils, using the burning fire's power to kill them quickly. Everything has its conqueror. Isn't that the law of nature? Siyubai's face was confused. She stretched out her hand to take the 3 blue demons' crystal pearls and said, "These 3 demons' crystal pearls of the child devils are more valuable than the ones of the other sound beasts. The child devils contain miasmatic aura and spirits, which are very useful for our cultivation. If relying only on the demonic sound clan's strength alone, there is no way to collect the demons' crystal pearls. Only the Wings race can hunt the child devils down. They will use the demons' crystal pearls of the child devils to exchange for some valuable things of the demonic sound clan. I will find enough demons' crystal pearls for you." Shurian slightly knitted his eyebrows. "You only need to keep your promise." Being confined is not something fun and comfortable, but I am a man of my words." "Do you hate us?" Siyubai quickly asked. Chapter 241, Birdman, _ Shurian was surprised, knitting his brows and thinking. Siyubai slightly gritted her teeth and then coldly said, "If I let you free, will you find me and take revenge in the future? I have captured you and used your freedom to force you in catching the beast for me. Will you hate me?" "Hate you?" Shurian was astonished. He contemplated for a while before bursting into laughter, shaking his head. "Not that much of hatred. I am only a little discontented. If you treated me friendly at the beginning instead of threatening, I think I would still be happy to help you catch more sound beasts." Siyubai's eyes glowed, staring at Shurian without blinking, seemingly wanting to see through his real thought. Shurian's eyes beamed out an innocent look. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Under her gaze, he didn't seem to be startled. He shrugged and calmly said, "If you fraternize with me, we can become friends." I am human, and you are pagan of the demonic sound clan. Although it is the pagan race, it is okay for me. I am Siyubai. Siyubai, glad to know you. I hope you can consider me a friend." Siyubai thought for a while before comfortably stretching her white hand toward Shurian and sincerely saying, "Sorry for my rude behavior earlier. I hope that you can forget it. Now, we shall start over again." Shurian, stretching his big hand and gently holding Siyubai's jade-like hand, Shurian gave out a broad smile. "That is very good. Thank you," Siyubai cheerfully said. "Without your help, I think those child devils would have devoured me." After a certain time, many child devils go out from the Sound Beast Mountain, considering pagans their praise. It is like when we hunt the sound beast down, the child devils chase us, devouring us so that they can progress faster and stronger. Shurian was frightened. The child devils are the demonic sound clan's natural enemy. The child devils have been evolving non-stop, and thus they have become terrifying. They are not afraid of our clan's soul attacks and able to tear our bodies apart into pieces. Siyubai was still frightened. Each time the child devils go out of the Sound Beast Mountain, the demonic Sound Clan's people have to stay inside of the castle without daring to take one step outside. My father told me that the child devils and we both have been deported to this place. The people expelling us here have sent the child devils together with us because they were scared of the demonic Sound Clan. Arg, I did not know anything about the story of your demonic Sound Clan before. I don't want to judge anything. Shurian was silent for a moment before speaking. But I have no prejudice against the demonic Sound Clan. I treat everyone the same way, either pagan race or humankind. If people treat me well, I will treat them the same way. If not, I will give them a hard time. It is my most basic human behavior. I know you also want to leave this place. That is also my purpose. Thus, I hope we can get along well together in the coming days to find out a way to get out of here. My father is one of the leaders of the ancient city. The demonic Sound Clan's people are very unfriendly with humankind. You probably recognize this already. When you are still here, I will treat you like a servant so that others will not pay attention to you. I hope you understand. Siyubai said with sincerity. Understand. Although Shurian did not like it, there wasn't anything else that he could do. Thus, he reluctantly nodded his head. One more thing. I hope that you use just a small part of the Heaven Flame's forces. It is better not to let other people of the demonic Sound clan see it. Otherwise, I am afraid everyone will disturb you. ECU by softly said, "To be honest, I had wanted to kill you earlier. Your ability to emit the sun power is the sound beast disaster. It is also the same for our bodies. We cannot bear being burnt by the sun power." Shurian's body was agitated. "Do you understand how dangerous it is?" Taking a deep breath, Yin nodded his head and said, "I got it. If you do not restrict my soul, you are afraid that I can use the Heaven Flame to kill all of you. Is it right?" ECU by smiled agonizingly and nodded. "Yes, it is. So, if you let someone know about this power of yours, they will not hesitate to kill you right away. Because once you progress to the point where you are not afraid of our soul attack, your threat is even more terrible than that of the Wings race. Anyway, this place does not have any particular icy weapons to prevent the Heaven Flame attack. It is also the reason we have to return to our ancestry land. It has been said that there is a secret weapon in our ancestry land that can help the demonic Sound clan not be scared of the power of the burning fires nor the child devil's carnage." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Flows of gray smoke flew out one after one from inside of the Sound Beast Mountain. When the gray aura flooded the area, many strange sound beasts stormed out from the mountain. There was variety in the appearances of the beasts. Some were like apes with two curved horns on their head. Some were like tigans. Some were like the scale of more beasts. A bunch of them had different shapes with furious, icy auras on their bodies. They should be the Sound Beast dwelled inside of the Sound Beast Mountain. Also excellent resources for the cultivation of the demonic Sound Clan's people. My God, so many Sound Beasts are coming out. The formation technique seems to have weakened a lot. ECU by fearfully screamed out loud. Not good. The commotions of those Sound Beasts are too big, and it will disturb the Wings race for sure. Perhaps they are on the way here. No, I have to go back to inform my father about this. Those Sound Beasts do not dare to come here. Yin faintly smiled. Let me retrieve the Heaven Flame first. If the Heaven Flame's aura is still there, those Sound Beasts will not act recklessly. If we want to hunt more Sound Beasts, we should pretend a little bit like this so that they will take the bait. Clouds of burning fires turned into many flows of light going into the blood vein ring from every corner and were retrieved by the earth flame. The burning fire's power on Yan's body also went back into the blood vein ring. His glowing red body quickly recovered and regained its normal state. Not long after that, there were no burning fires around Yin anymore. A group of the Sound Beasts on the flank of the Sound Beast Mountain was strangely staring at Yin, but they hesitated to move forward and seemed to know that it wasn't easy to bully Yin. Lightning struck down around the Sound Beast Mountain. It was unknown why the lightning appeared to get weaker. The giant dragon-sized lightning now gradually became as small as an arm. The formation technique kept getting weaker. ECU was very astonished. Abnormal, really strange. Something strange is happening apparently. If not, the Sound Beast Mountain cannot be this weird. Shriek, shriek, shriek. A shrieking sound echoed from the left of the Sound Beast Mountain. Not long after that, many black points appeared on the left of the Sound Beast Mountain. Birdman, Yin squinted to have a careful look, and he suddenly screamed out in fear, "No! Is this the Wings race that you have described?" A bunch of black points in a distance looked like humankind with wings. The differences between them and the others were the wings growing from their backs and a sturdy body shape. 5 guys of the Wings race had wicked appearances, hooked nose, and cold eyes. They flapped their wings, flying out from behind the Sound Beast Mountain towards Yan's place very fast. They are the Wings race's people. ECU nodded with her tightly knitted eyebrows. Perhaps the commotions of the Sound Beasts have disturbed the Wings race. If even they got astounded, I think the people in the ancient city might also know about this already. Perhaps they are on their way to come here. 5 men of the Wings race flapped their gray wings, quickly zooming to Yin's location. In a short moment, the 5 men of the Wings race arrived in front of Yin. They stayed away in the distance, throwing a sharp glance at Yin. Their cold eyes were even more freezing. One of the guys in the lead unfriendly looked at Shi Yin with a bitter smile and said, "Humankind, unexpectedly, all of these 5 men of the Wings race were at the Earth realm. Their gray wings emitted spiritual powers. Their sole competency seemed feeble. Even their spiritual power had not formed yet. They apparently couldn't confine Shi Yin's sea of consciousness in just a blink like demonic Sound Clan had done. However, the brain structure of the Wings race was very special, and it seemed to be able to prevent the invasion of the spiritual powers like a soul isolator. Shi Yin's soul consciousness could not intrude into their brains. Perhaps the reason that the Wings race's people encountered difficulties in cultivating their soul power should be related to their particular brain structure. The particular brain structure gave them mighty protection forces that could resist the soul attack of the demonic Sound Clan, but also limited them from improving their soul cultivation. What about the humankind? Shi Yin looked calm, dragging a smile out of the corner of his mouth. Shi Yin was honestly obedient in front of the demonic Sound Clan because they could confine and control his soul. However, the Wings race was nothing to Shi Yin, although they had a sturdy body and a strong protection against the soul attack, as well as being the enemy of the demonic Sound Clan. With the same Earth Realm cultivation base, without using the power of the Ice-Cold Flame and the Earth Flame, Shi Yin was confident to be able to defeat those 5 guys. "I hate humankind." The man of the Wings race forced a cold smile and then asked, "Answer me. How did you come here? How many of your fellows are there? If you don't tell me, I will let you know that venturing into the Wings race's territory is a fearful thing." "When did this place become the Wings race's territory?" ECU by coldly shouted. "Ha! Even the ancient city of the demonic Sound Clan belongs to the Wings race's territory. Obviously, this place is not an exception." The guy looked arrogant. "Are you Seiyubai? You wait and see. The Wings race will conquer the demonic Sound Clan soon. Up to this time, you will become my slave. I will favor you. I know the demonic Sound Clan's body cannot bear such a strong sexual penetration. Don't worry, I will be very gentle with you and will not let you die." ECU Bai's body slightly shivered. She was lividly angry, looking at that guy with full of hatred. "Birdman, your mouth stinks." Shi Yin coldly shouted. "Damn humankind, what did you call me? Birdman." Chapter 242, Wiped Out. Chapter 242, Wiped Out. Underthor. The face of the Wings race's man was malignant. His eyes shot out a cold ray of light. A flow of murderous aura slowly spread out from his gray wings all of a sudden. Gently flapping his wings, the man of the Wings race deliberately moved towards Shi Yin. Sharp wind, swords condensed, and emitted dazzling splendid light on his way, approaching Shi Yin. The wind power hidden inside those swords was very terrifying. "Stupid humankind, I will make you wish that you would be better dead than alive. The one who insults Han Long doesn't dream to have an easy death." When the Wings race's man flapped his wings, each of the sharp wind swords shrieked and flew out, creating many glowing lights in the air, flaring up and immediately disappearing. The other 2 men of the Wings race with cold, gloomy eyes were behind him, one on the left and one on the right. They were protecting the man in the middle. The cultivation base of the 3 Wings race's men was at the Earth Realm. The man on the lead, named Han Long, probably had the cultivation base, which was 1 level higher than the other 2, perhaps at the second sky of the Earth Realm. His body was very sturdy. His muscles contained vigorous power, as if he would immediately turn into a javelin darting toward Shi Yin. "Good. Come here." Under the attack of those sharp wind swords, Shi Yin beamed out a faint smile. His face didn't show any fear. He screamed out loud before slightly moving his body. His body easily avoided those wind swords as quickly as lightning. "That's all you have?" Shi Yin didn't even urge the rampage nor the negative powers yet. "If you only have this, you are done." Han Long. ECU Bai's face slightly changed. Her eyes were full of astonishment. "You are Han Long, the son of the Grey Wings clan's leader? Stupid humankind, you are dead." The man of the Wings race did not care about ECU Bai. He slowly took a deep breath, seeming to restrain his anger. I will arrest you, bring you to the Grey Wings clan, and let you suffer the molesting hands of the lewd laughing ape. The other two guys beside him burst into laughter with malicious faces after hearing that. You have a special taste, I assume. Do you often do it with lewd ape? Shi Yin, with a strange face, looked like he had just woken up from a long time of consciousness. He clapped his hands and laughed out loud. You are right. Birdmen are also a hybrid delivered by animals. It is understandable if you do it with a lewd ape. I'm just too surprised. Boom! An explosion came out from behind the Wings Race's man, called Han Long. The flapping speed was getting faster. Like an arrow shot out of a bow, Han Long flew straight toward Shi Yin with a cold face and a hateful look in his eyes. In the howling wind, the two silver secret treasures on his hand emitted dazzling silver light, which contained tremendous, unbreakable, ferocious aura. At the same time, muscles on the body of the Wings Race's man expanded, and a mighty profound chi inside his body also moved faster. Concurrently, Han Long had been irritated completely, determinedly launching one strike to kill Shi Yin. Shi Yin's eyes slightly squinted. The flows of white-gray smoke slowly flew out from the pores of his entire body. In that mist of smoke, different negative feelings of despair, bloodshed, violence gathered behind him altogether. A flow of cold, strange, viperous, and resentful aura suddenly became denser and more intense. The white-gray smoke quickly converged and condensed into a terrible, furious phantom. The negative feelings condensed into an entity. Shi Yin had discovered this skillful attacking technique. He made use of the negative feelings floating around in the air, condensing into a phantom which was the mix of reality and illusion. As this phantom contained a lot of negative emotions, it was similar to giving it life. After the phantom was created, not only did it bring out terrifyingly horrendous forces, but it also contained various negative feelings to slaughter enemies, stirring up the enemy's mind and breaking their defensive forces so that the negative feelings could easily absorb into their mind. What is it? As soon as seeing the phantom, the three guys of the Wings Race all screamed out at the same time. ECU Bai's face slightly changed. She silently moved backward, keeping a distance from the phantom. The demonic sound clan's soul was unique. ECU Bai's soul competency was profound, and her power sense was thorough. At the moment that the phantom had appeared, she had immediately recognized a weird thing about this phantom. Although many malicious forces gathered inside its body, it also had a lot of emotional movements. This unusual creature with ferocious life was full of bloody, murderous desire. Break! Shi Yin shouted out loud, while lifting his two arms up in the air, launching the dazzling life and death seal. Han Long's silver secret treasure, like a giant claw, also emitted the sharp silver light, dashing towards Dan Yin like real sharp weapons. However, as soon as Shi Yin launched the life and death seal, the silver lights darting towards him broke into many silver points of light and vanished quickly. The life and death seal crushed that silver lights like cutting dry plant stems, and it then continued lunging straight toward Han Long's chest. Han Long's face changed dramatically. His sturdy body ceased in the air and quickly flew away. The tremendous, profound chi gathered inside his body. He flapped his wings very fast. Howling winds burst and formed a visible flow of whirlwind. The life and death seal kept dashing and piercing that whirlwind impetuously. Boisterous, explosive sounds continually reverberated. That whirlwind went off completely and quickly disappeared. Kill him. Han Long's eyes were like a poisonous snake, staring at Shi Yin. As soon as the whirlwind vanished, Han Long quickly stepped backward. The other two men of the Wings Race rapidly approached Shi Yin, one on the left and one on the right. After having moved back to avoid the aftershocks of the life and death seal's explosion, Han Long continued to dart toward Shi Yin, emitting a ferocious, murderous aura. Shi Yin, he is the son of the Grey Wings clan's leader. ECU Bai couldn't help but scream out loud, trying to stop Shi Yin from fighting with him. Go! Shi Yin didn't even bother to throw her a glance. He stretched his hand, pointing to Han Long. The giant phantom hovering about behind him suddenly flew out, extending its giant claws, showing its fangs, approaching Han Long and sinking its fangs into him. Boom! Many flows of glowing, burning fires suddenly inflamed in his palms, wrapping around his fingers like a worm, twisting. Let burn your feather first. Shi Yin swung his hand. A flame flew out from his hand, rolling toward the two men of the Wings race who were heading to him. He is the son of the Grey Wings clan's leader. Shi Yin, there is no use in killing him. Forget it. We should leave now. DCU Bai shouted. You moron, you cannot live. Under the Phantom's attack, Han Long was still idiotic. He grinned and said, Who insults me will have to wish to be dead than alive. Birdman is Birdman, limited intelligence. Shi Yin shook his head. His eyes were cold. When he flickered his consciousness, the Phantom threw itself on Han Long and spread out its violent negative forces covering Han Long's body in a blink. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A heart-rending scream rose up. The heaven flame had touched the two men of the Wings race. The burning fires burned up the gray wings on their back. Both of them drearily shouted in panic. All of the forces on their bodies gradually disappeared. No trouble in the future if you all die. The intense burning fires like masses of clouds suddenly changed direction, flying towards the three men of the Wings race. When ECU Bai screamed out in fear, the heaven flame had already wrapped them up. The Phantom quietly returned next to Shi Yin and gradually vanished. Being burned by the burning fires, the three men of the Wings race didn't have a chance to scream. In just a few seconds, their bodies were burnt to ashes, dispersing with the wind. None of their spiritual ori remained. Shi Yin was surprised. He closed his eyes to sense for a while, before shaking his head regretfully, thinking that he should just use only a small part of the heaven flame to fight next time. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for him to take. Ashes of those men dispersed and vanished. Just like that, the three men of the Wings race disappeared from Shi Yin's sight. ECU Bai's infatuating eyes were still full of panic. She horribly looked at the ashes scattering everywhere and suddenly felt chilled. Roar, roar. Inside the Sound Beast mountain ahead, the Sound Beasts instantly howled all together as soon as they saw the heaven flame. Many Sound Beasts had gone out of the Sound Beast mountain before the heaven flame's appearance. However, when the roars and howls reverberated, they all trembled and quickly ran back into the Sound Beast mountain. The high-level Sound Beasts could feel the destructive power of the heaven flame. They roared and howled to call their descendants to avoid Shi Yin's heaven flame. In a short time, all of the Sound Beasts had already retrieved. On the Sound Beast mountain flank, the Sound Beasts with firm bodies displayed panic and horror looks, staring at Dan Yin from a distance. Apparently, those Sound Beasts were frightened as they knew the danger of the heaven flame. You killed Han Long. Why did you kill Han Long? ECU Bai mumbled with a confused face. She said in shock, Han Long was the son of the Grey Wings clan's leader. The Grey Wings clan is one of the three branches of the Wings race. The head of Grey Wings clan has been very combative and always covered his men's weaknesses. When he finds out that Han Long has died, he definitely will get crazily mad. All three of them died. Who will be the bearer of the bad news? No one. Shi Yin smiled. That guy had wanted to kill me. Of course, I could not just let them kill me without doing anything. Their death was not too messy. If I stay here, the Sound Beasts on the Sound Beast Mountain will not come out for this moment. Maybe we should move away and wait for the Sound Beast to come down. We will then continue to kill them. Hope so. ECU Bai wasn't sure. The Wings race have a poor soul cultivation. He will find out that Han Long has been dead, but he cannot know who has killed him. I hope he will not know the cause of Han Long's death. Otherwise, not only will you get trouble, but also will our tribe have to suffer his anger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of flapping wings suddenly came up from a distance from behind the Sound Beast Mountain. This time, there were many flapping sounds in the air, which meant that many people of the Wings race were coming. Go quick! ECU Bai's face changed. She held Shi Yin and flew away, heading towards the giant stone ancient city. Chapter 243, Give Me a Reason. Underscore. Many Grey Wings clanspeople quickly appeared where Shi Yin and ECU had just left. After arriving, a group of them looked around from east to west, seeming to search for something. One of them took out a dark green crystal pearl and extracted a drop of blood onto that ball. The crystal pearl slowly emitted a green ray of light. Many beams of Han Long's spirit aura gathered from the scattering ashes in the air and went into the pearl. The face of the guy from the Grey Wings clan changed dramatically and said, Han Long is dead. All of Grey Wings clan's people there crazily roared all together and quickly scattered to search for the murderer. Behind the Sound Beast Mountain, in the Grey Wings clan's territory, there were many strange wooden huts on ancient tree trunks. The Grey Wings clan's people were cultivating inside those huts. Behind a big ancient tree trunk was a ravine overwhelmed with howling winds. Inside that ravine, an elderly man of the Grey Wings clan whose appearance similar to Han Long's was silently watching an appealing figure who was sitting in the middle of the shrieking winds. His cold eyes sparked lustful look. The figure with the sexy body was full of dense wind aura, and she was wearing a red fire armor. She was sitting in the middle of the ravine. A lot of the wind forces were quickly gathering, becoming the restorative medicine for her martial spirit inside of her body. It elated her mind and enlightened her glowing face. Miss He, you have cultivated very well. The wind forces of the Heaven Wind Valley are adamant. Normally, only I can cultivate it. Now I give it to you. The elderly man of the Grey Wings clan fixed his torch-lighting eyes on that beautiful body for a long while and mumbled, You are the gift from heaven. The wind martial spirit in your body is the best thing for me to cultivate the wind forces successfully. Wait until you gather enough the wind forces. I will take it to improve my cultivation realm, exceeding the other two guys. Inside the ravine, the wind forces were wrapping He Ching Man's body. Her beautiful eyes slowly opened, glancing at the elderly man over there and then closing again right away. Her face displayed a dreary look. Tinkling, tinkling. A strange sound suddenly resounded from the chest of the elderly man. He winced and hauled a dark green crystal pearl from his chest, and then annoyedly asked, What happened? Young master is dead. The crystal pearl transmitted a hasty, anxious voice. What? The elderly man's face suddenly changed with green veins prominently bulging. He looked very furious. He irritatingly shouted, Say it again. Young master is dead. His soul has scattered. Please spare my life, master. We did not know why it happened. The voice from the crystal pearl was anxiously worried. The elderly man of the Grey Wings clan could not bear it anymore. He raised his head up to the sky, deliriously shouting. Wailing wind and furious energy gathered all together, going into the crystal pearl. The crystal pearl projected dazzling green rays of light all of a sudden. The green light continually condensed, forming an image. Numerous green fibers sketched out Shi Yan's frigid face in that green image. The more energy that poured in, the clearer Shi Yan's appearance became. Humankind, the elderly man shouted out loud. Sharp winds burst strongly, pulling up all the surrounding ancient trees' trunks and scattering wooden pieces in the air. He Ching Man could sense his aggressive movements. She couldn't help but open her eyes, seeing Shi Yan's face sketched out by the green lights in the cave. Her eyes flared up an astonished look, and she almost shouted. She quickly closed her eyes, pretending to see nothing. He Ching Man, do you know this humankind? The elderly man of the Grey Wings clan breathed heavily. His bold face turned towards He Ching Man and shouted. Opening her eyes again, He Ching Man attentively gazed at Shi Yan's illusory image appearing in a green light screen for a while before speaking. He is our target. We have entered the chasm battlefield to hunt him down. I don't know where he is now. My group has separated since we have arrived here, and no one knows of one another's location. I will make him wish to be dead than alive. The elderly man took a deep breath. He now looked like an irritated beast roaring terrifyingly. How can you survive now? He Ching Man beamed out a miserable smile, slightly shaking her head, starting to worry for Shi Yan's life. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A beautiful figure dragging a person along was quickly dashing towards the giant ancient stone city. See you bye. A great shout suddenly came up from inside of the giant ancient stone city. Father! ECU Bai screamed out in surprise. She slowed down her speed, approaching the direction of her father. Do you feel the strange things of the Sound Beast Mountain? Etion Mo nodded. His ashy gray eyes flared up a strange light. See you Bai. Has this little rascal captured any beasts? He has killed 3 child devils. ECU Bai said. What? Etion Mo's face changed, but then quickly turned back to normal. He looked at ECU Bai for a while before asking, finally, what has happened? His body has the heaven flame. He also killed the son of the Grey Wings clan's leader. ECU Bai said with a miserable smile. The Etion Mo's skinny body slightly shivered. His terrified look was hard to cover up. He helplessly looked at Shi Yan with a shocked face. The heaven flame, I can't believe it is the heaven man. After mumbling for a moment, Etion Mo suddenly dragged a strange half-smile out of his mouth. Shi Yan, I can't believe you have the heaven flame. That's very good. Father, ECU Bai shouted loudly. Don't kill him. He has saved my life. Without him, the child devils could have killed me. ECU Bai understood her father very well. Etion Mo hadn't said nor smiled earlier, but once he showed that strange, smiley face, it meant that he wanted to kill someone. No need to mention that he has saved your life. Even if he saved mine, he still must die. Etion smiled while shaking his head. His ashy gray eyes stared at Shi Yan. His existence put the entire demonic Sound clan into a deadly danger. We have been deported to this place where we don't have any icy secret treasures to defend ourselves. Once he reaches the level where he is not afraid of our soul attacks anymore, he is the genuine danger for the demonic Sound clan. You cannot kill me, Shi Yan vigorously shouted all of a sudden. What? Etion Mo's face had a strange, cheerful look. His eyes became darkened. Tell me, what reason do you have that stops me from killing you? I know you are smart. You will not again mention that you have saved my daughter. I can help you deal with the Sound Beasts. This reason is not enough. Your existence is more dangerous than the Sound Beasts. The Sound Beast Mountain has changed, and thus many Sound Beasts might run out of the Sound Beast Mountain, including the child devils. They can destroy the demonic Sound clan. Shi Yan frowned and said, if we hide inside the ancient city, the Sound Beasts can hardly do anything. They will return to the Sound Beast Mountain after a while. You cannot convince me. Etion Mo continued shaking his head. The cheerful face remained unchanged. The formation technique on the Sound Beast Mountain has weakened. There will be a significant change. This time, the Sound Beasts on the Sound Beast Mountain will be probably more aggressive than before. ECU Bai could not help but scream. Father, let's wait for a while. Let's see the commotions of the Sound Beasts. If we keep them alive, we can have solutions to deal with the Sound Beasts. This reason is still not enough. Etion Mo continued shaking his head. The cheerful face was still there. The murderous intention wasn't gone yet. I can help you deal with the other leaders of the demonic Sound clan. I have heard that there are another 2 leaders like you. Think again. If you control me and keep me alive, you will have incredible support to oppress the other 2 leaders. Shi Yan suddenly became lucid. He immediately opened his mouth just right before Etion Mo took actions. The cheerful look on Etion Mo's face disappeared. His eyes flared up many strange rays of light. He was deep in thought with the somber face, considering the pros and cons. Not long after that, Etion Mo nodded his head and said, I provisionally shall not kill you, but you cannot let any other people see the heaven flame at any cost. Understood. Shi Yan hastily nodded. Swoosh. Not far from there, some figures were flying over, breaking the speed barrier in the air. There appeared that many people of the demonic Sound clan were approaching the Sound Beast Mountain's direction from the ancient city. See you Bai, you bring him back first. I'll go to the Sound Beast Mountain. Etion Mo knitted his eyebrows while instructing his daughter. Ecu nodded, grabbing Shiyin and quickly walking towards the ancient city. On the way, Shiyin quietly observed everywhere and realized that many high-level warriors of the demonic Sound clan were advancing towards Sound Beast Mountain. The two flows of soul movements among those warriors were too powerful that even Shiyin had to be frightened. These two flows of soul movements flashed up and quickly disappeared from Shiyin's soul consciousness. The two leaders, Kaba and Yimeng, are also going there. Ecu explained to Shiyin. They're like my father, the leaders of the demonic Sound clan. They are very dangerous. The abnormality of the Sound Beast Mountain has apparently astounded them as well. Are they running towards the Sound Beast Mountain? Are they not afraid of being attacked by the Sound Beasts? Asked Shiyin, a bit surprised. Both Kaba and Yimeng have very high-level cultivation base. Except for the high-level child devils, almost none of the Sound Beasts can hurt them. If they want to run, even the child devils cannot catch them. Ecu replied. Understood. In the giant stone ancient city. Inside an imposing structural building, Chao Lan, Gu Ling Long, Chu Yin Qing, Panja, and other warriors were confined in a secret chamber. Yimeng's guards regularly came and took a single warrior away each time. Not long afterward, a mournful voice could be heard from a chamber next door. At this moment, Chao Lan and Panja, the new outstanding talents of the Endless Sea, were wearing gloomy faces and losing their previous proud look. Chao Lan, your spirit, God Martial Spirit, can't deactivate the soul formation technique. A warrior of the Penlai Divine asked Chao Lan with a hopeless face. Chao Lan was sitting cross-legged. She slightly shook her head and reluctantly said, the soul knowledge of this pagan tribe is much more developed than ours. If there is any change in my spirit, God Martial Spirit, they can immediately sense and respond to it. Not to mention that my soul is in confinement. Even if it was not, I would not dare to use it. So, we just wait here, die. This warrior mumbled. Currently, I do not have any solutions. However, Shiyin has not been captured. He might have solutions. Anyway, his body has some special powers. Maybe he can survive here. Panja, Guling Long, and Chu Yinqing all surprisingly screamed out with astonished faces. Chapter 244, Five Devils Condensation Refining. Underscore. In a big stone chamber with dim light. Yin held his breath and meditated. His eyes sparked a subtle electric light, which looked splendidly bright in the dark stone room. When his fingers gently fondled the blood vein ring, his spirit was immersed in it. The world inside there gradually appeared within his mind. As he spread out his mind, he felt that the blood vein ring seemed endless, quiet, empty, and immense. In this strange space, there were three particular areas. One was so cold that it could freeze one's marrow, one was sweltering and dazzling, while the rest was unpredictably extraordinary. The ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the giant fire crystal sword stayed in three separate areas, being tied up by the blood vein ring inside of its anomalous space. Dubious gray hazes surrounded the ice-cold flame, preventing it from releasing the ice powers. Even when Shiyan's spirit called for it, the ice-cold flame had no strange reaction. Opposite to the scorching, dazzling light, the miraculous soul appeared clearer. After having obtained the sun power of the sun-refined spirit, the earth flame was going through a fast transformation. Its soul gradually formed and had a self-controlled consciousness. When Shiyan's spirit concentrated on the other area, and his consciousness went through many layers of obstacles, he realized that the earth flame's area was full of burning fires and flooded with light and terrifying heat. If it wasn't because of the sun power that had tempered his body and soul, nor the scorching sun power inside his soul consciousness could have been burnt to ashes already. The burning fires burst up, radiating dazzling light and releasing great heat as if it had to burn everything down completely. You come here. Suddenly, a fragile stream of consciousness slowly went into Shiyan's spirit from those fires. In the dark stone chamber, Shiyan's eyes shot out the electric light, his body slightly shivered. The earth flame sent out a complete message for the first time. It meant that its form would be shaped for real in a short period. It also meant that from now, it was able to communicate conveniently with him like the ice-cold flame. Finally, you can send out a clear message. That's superb. No need to rush. Continue cultivating. And I can have a real conservation soon. Shurian beamed out a smile from the corner of his mouth and gently fondled the blood vein ring, sending out his message. I can quickly transform to be like it. The earth flame's voice was like a baby practicing to speak. Although it was not fluent, Shurian still could understand it. Good. I am waiting for that day. Inside the blood vein ring, the earth flame's spirit violently vibrated in the middle of the burning fires. When Shurian's spirit observed inside of the blood vein ring, he could see each thin stream of burning fires twisted and condensed, weaving into a mysterious magnetic field. Burning fire fibers like human brain nerves became the life source of the earth flame. After having received Shurian's consciousness, the life of the earth flame twisted and refined faster through some miraculous ways. Each thread of the fire stream of souls was like a lively animal, dancing inside of the magnetic field and emitting firepower that made people's souls tremble. Shurian's mood was very good while he slowly retrieved his consciousness. Although he could not communicate with the ice-cold flame, the earth flame's transformation made him very happy. With the current transforming speed, the earth flame would have a complete form in no time, turning into the heaven flame like the ice-cold flame. After finishing this step, the earth flame would be considered the genuine heaven flame. Absorbing the sun power of the sun, refined spirit had apparently helped its transformation. Inside the dark stone chamber, Shurian was sitting cross-legged and breathing regularly. He was in deep thought. A moment later, he sent his spirit into the blood vein ring again to observe the huge sword's hilt in the blood vein ring. The gigantic sword was like a brilliant fire crystal. There were many closing evil eyes on the sword. The sword hilt had lost all its former splendid power since it had entered the blood vein ring. It did not release any special powers. The former attacking power that easily destroyed the other souls also completely disappeared. The gigantic sword hovered about in the blood vein ring. It seemed to have turned to a regular big sword. Shurian's spirit observed for a while, but still could not find anything special. His consciousness could hardly connect with the sword. He wanted to take the gigantic sword's hilt out of the blood vein ring to observe it carefully, but he realized that he could not do so. Although he had worn the blood vein ring on his finger, he still did not have a profound understanding about this ring, nor command the blood vein ring until now. He realized that he was always in a passive mode with the blood vein ring, and let the blood vein ring lead him around by the nose. He didn't like this feeling, but could do nothing. A ray of light flashed up from a corner of the blood vein ring. The light was not dazzling nor as glowing as the earth flame's light. Shurian had wanted to retrieve his spirit out of the blood vein ring before detecting the existence of the light, as well as layer upon layer of forces of the formation technique from that light. While being shocked, Shurian suddenly remembered that after having entered the earth realm, he hadn't continued to break the protection wall of the blood vein ring. Inside of the blood vein ring had a peculiar memory soul. Both the rampage martial technique and the life and death seal came from the blood vein ring. Every time the forces in his body increased to a specific level, he would receive a beneficial martial technique from the blood vein ring. After contemplating for a while, Shurian retrieved the spirit from the blood vein ring. In the stone chamber, Shurian quietly hauled out the refined pill, swallowed it, and started to restore his profound chi. After regulating for a long time, until he felt his energy peaked, he suddenly launched powers. The massive, profound chi, like a flood breaking dikes, poured into the blood vein ring aggressively and became a powerful light beam. With its highest speed, it went straight to the heart protection wall inside of the blood vein ring. Thud! An echoing sound from inside of the blood vein ring came out. The solid protection wall shattered into pieces all of a sudden. A wave of memory with different symbols dispersed out from behind the protection wall, like a surging tide, jumping into Shi Yan's sea of consciousness and becoming a memory engraving on his brain without being removed easily. A bunch of strange symbols in his head congregated and formed a strange heaven formation. This formation could gather the negative feelings which were the five devils in the sea of mind. The sea of consciousness churned up. These strange symbols slowly flew up in there, causing some abnormal changes. At the same time, Shi Yan's body slightly trembled. The negative feelings from the meridians of his entire body started to be uncontrollable, spreading out vigorously and assembling in the sea of consciousness. The soul consciousness gathering in the sea of consciousness was stirred up. Strange symbols from the blood vein ring started to absorb the soul consciousness forces in the sea of consciousness and engraved on Shi Yan's spirit. Gradually, those symbols turned to be five tiny transparent figures whose appearances were exactly identical to Shi Yan's. Each of those dwarves was immersed in the sea of consciousness, absorbing the power in the sea of consciousness. Shi Yan's living aura gradually developed inside of the transparent dwarves as if they were given some life seal. Inside the dark stone chamber, Shi Yan's eyes were sparkling like twinkling stars in the sky. Different uncontrollable negative feelings spread out and then flew towards the sea of consciousness very fast. Those flows of negative emotions rolled into the five transparent dwarves. Despair, fear, bloodshed, greed, and resentment were five different kinds of feelings. Once they poured into the sea of consciousness, they immediately dispersed. The five feelings divided into five flows, which were like separated long fibers going into each different transparent dwarf. Shi Yan was sitting motionlessly and suffering everything passively. After the five feelings of despair, fear, bloodshed, greed, and resentment poured into these five transparent dwarfs, the dwarf's appearances gradually transformed. The skin of the dwarf with despair became dark blue. His shoulders started to be covered with pangolin scales. 2 extra arms grew from underneath of his 2 original arms. The dwarf absorbing fear grew the peculiar sharp horn. His 2 eyes became a strange silver white. The dwarf with bloodshed had blazing red eyes, an angry face, and a long thin fang growing out from the 2 corners of his mouth. The dwarf absorbing greed closed his 2 legs while a tail grew behind him at his waist. The eyes of the resentment dwarf became deep blue and cold. The black veins wrapped its entire body. Its nails were like sharp knives. Different uncontrollable emotions flooded into the sea of consciousness and poured into the 5 dwarfs. After that, the 5 dwarves slowly transformed, becoming more and more devilish with full of the wicked aura covering their bodies, making other spirits frightened and panic. Shi Yan did not know what had happened. He just could passively accept everything. He then gradually realized that although his living energy had been instilled into the 5 dwarves in the sea of consciousness, they became more and more different from him and almost identical with the phantom which he had condensed and refined by making use of the negative forces. Shi Yan was frightened. Devil of despair, devil of fear, devil of bloodshed, devil of greed, and the devil of resentment. The 5 dwarves' appearances became more and more ferocious. From each flow of his bobbing consciousness in the sea of consciousness, the ancient symbols appeared again, went into the 5 dwarves' bodies flaring up and then disappearing right away. It seemed to check and identify these 5 dwarves. Those devils were condensed and refined by the negative feelings. Shi Yan's body was agitated. A stream of spirit light appeared in his head. For a moment, different kinds of profound Upanishads related to the formation technique of the 5 devils in the sea of mind started to respond from the 5 dwarves. These Upanishads also poured into Shi Yan's head, becoming a part of his memory. In a blink, Shi Yan seemed to master everything about these 5 dwarves. He had found a way to control them and figured out exactly how to use them. All kinds of negative feelings kept flowing out nonstop from inside and quickly pouring into the 5 dwarves. After they had received the feelings of despair, bloodshed, fear, greed, and resentment, the ferocious auras on their bodies were getting stronger and stronger that could violently intimidate other spirits. "Get out!" Shurian shouted out loud. The 5 dwarves in the sea of consciousness instantly disappeared. Right after that, 5 illusory, 10-meter-tall devil images reappeared behind Shurian. These were the 5 devils of despair, bloodshed, fear, greed, and resentment in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 245, He is Very Special. Rome. Outside the giant stone ancient city, in a thick immense forest, growls of sound beasts resounded regularly. A bunch of demonic sound clans people complacently stayed inside the city, did not dare to go out because they were afraid of being attacked by the beasts outside. In the past few days, Sound Beasts and Sound Beast Mountain all got out of the mountain because the control style had been weakened, which messed up everything around. Among Sound Beasts, there were even demon children at the 6th or 7th level. Demon Child could be said to be the natural enemy of Demonic Sound Clan. Demon Child's existence threatened each member of Demonic Sound Clan to the max. Once hearing the bitter cry of the Demon Child, they felt frightened out of their wits immediately. In the giant stone ancient city, on the old dark gray lava rock wall, they were full of drawings of different beasts. Each radiant stone was encrusted into the wall, emitted sparkling lights. This big city was covered by a powerful energy. This flow of energy always existed, just like big powerful waves strongly affected sound beasts. The control-style shelter covered the ancient city, prevented all sound beasts outside. Sound beasts only stayed outside howling, did not dare to invade the ancient city. On the wall of ancient city, Etianimo was wearing a blue tunic standing straight. His face was thoughtful, looking out far away, together with the other 2 leaders Yimeng and Ka Ba of Demonic Sound Clan. ECU Bai and Yaji were behind the 3 leaders. Etianimo, Yimeng, Ka Ba, they also seriously looked out. Outside the city, sound beast growls and shrieks resounded non-stop. Dark een hovered without dispersing. All kinds of sound beasts surrounded the ancient city waiting for something. 3 leaders standing on top of the castle frowned and discussed with a low tone. They did not seem optimistic. "See you Bai. Where is the human warrior you have captured?" Yaji was holding some green pearls, stolidly asked. Inside those pearls, there were light moving souls. The pearls collided to one another in his hand, often flashed out a little of strange soul energy. "How is it related to you?" ECU Bai knitted her brows slightly, did not want to answer him, turned back glancing at another girl nearby, and asked, "Shuefei, your father is very familiar with Sound Beast Mountain. Your people often go to Sound Beast Mountain recently. Do you know why the control style of the Sound Beast Mountain has been weakened?" Shuefei is the sole daughter of the leader Ka Ba, with glowing snow-white skin, picturesque eyelashes, deep eyes, was also an exceptional pretty girl of Demonic Sound Clan. "I don't know. The control style keeps getting weaker incomprehensibly. This time it is really strange. Many demon children have got out of the Sound Beast Mountain, but they still lingered here without dispersing. Eventually, what do they want to do?" Shuefei shook her head, showing that she did not know. "See you Bai. The human warrior is a little dangerous. You should exchange him to me." The pearls in Yaji's hand collided constantly. Soul energy circulated inside those pearls. These Een God pearls have been refined from those warrior souls by secret method. They are very useful for our soul cultivation. If you give them to me, these Een God pearls are yours. Yaji, since when do you become so generous? Shuefei was curious, opened her eyes, and asked surprisingly, "Just because of one human warrior, you can exchange these pearls. Is he very special?" "Warriors who I have captured came here to deal with that guy. Unexpectedly, he is not scared. He seems to have some secrets. Humph, I think he is special." Shuefei noticed that Siyu Bai did not want to exchange. She guessed Siyu Bai might also know something special about Shurian. She wanted to clarify more. "Is it so, Siyu Bai? You have captured him for long. You should have realized something special about him." "There is nothing to discover. ECU by coldly said. Yaji smiled, obviously did not believe her. Let do this, you come to my place. I can let you choose 5 human warriors. I use those 5 warriors to exchange for that guy. What do you think? Yaji, you are so annoying. ECU Bai's face was uncomfortable. Yaji coldly snorted. His eyes became frigid, clearly unhappy. Roam, roam. At this moment, sound beasts' crazy howls resounded from far deep of the forest outside the ancient city. Swoosh, swoosh. A birdman with 5 or 6 meter long gray wings being attacked by sound beasts flapped his wings, shrieking and flying away. Sound beasts surrounding aggressively attacked, but Elder of Gray Wings clan was not frightened. His body projected dazzling wind blades, which sound beasts had to ward off. Under pressure of sound beasts, this Elder of Gray Wings clan still dared to enter the ancient city of Demonic Sound clan, walking arrogantly. The control-style shelter on ancient city's walls of Demonic Sound clan shrank strangely when his figure appeared. Let him enter the ancient city freely. Duo Longji, what brings you here? Yimeng's head was full of white hair, held his head up to the sky laughing, clasping his hands towards Gray Wings clan's master in a distance. We are discussing if we should visit Gray Wings clan. Unexpectedly, Duo Longji already come here first. That is very good. Etion Mo's ashy gray eyes flashed up worried, secretly glanced at ECU by signaling. ECU by was talking to Yaji, Shui Fei. Suddenly her eyes changed strangely, nodded her head slightly without letting anyone notice, spoke to Shui Fei. Yaji, I have something to do. I should go now. Upon her words, without waiting for Yaji's, Shui Fei's reaction, her subtle body gently swayed and disappeared in a blink. The master of Gray Wings clan, Duo Long's eyes was murderous, stared at Yimeng. Etion Mo, Kaba shouting. I've heard you've captured some human beings. That's right. Yimeng's face looked astonished. Previously, some human beings appeared in the forest near here without any known reasons. They have been captured and confined. Why do Duo Longji also pay attention to these human beings? Why your Gray Wings clan also want to use humankind's soul to cultivate something? Bring out all those warriors here. I want to look for someone. Duo Long's eyes were like a ferocious, poisonous snake, extremely malignant. Han Long, my son, has been killed by a human being. I want to crush his bones into ashes, make him suffer all painful tortures. What? Yimeng, Kaba, Etion Mo could not help yelling. Their faces were extremely frightened. Okay, I know what to do. Yimeng nodded his head, understood this was important, turned to Yaji, said, bring all human warriors here. Yaji bent his body, leaving quickly. Etion Mo, I have heard you've also captured 1 human warrior. Should you also? Yimeng looked at Etion Mo. Ifeng, you go back and bring that human out here. Etion Mo did not say too much, looked toward the guy not far from him, commanded. Ifeng also quickly left. Duo Longji, does Gray Wings clan area over there also have sound beasts everywhere? Kaba suddenly asked. Only your area is serious. Sound beast levels are very low in our area, easily to be wiped out. Duo Long's face was cold. It seemed he did not want to talk about anything before taking his revenge. Kaba wanted to ask something, but seeing his cold face, he smirked and stopped asking. Yimeng, Etion Mo did not say anything more, waited silently with strange faces. Not long after, Yaji and other guys of Demonic Sound clan used some beasts to pull along a big cage with Chao Jilan, Panja, and others inside. Chao Jilan, Guling Long, Panja, Chiang Ching sat a corner of the cage. Their faces changed constantly, quietly observed Demonic Sound clan and Duo Long of Gray Wings clan, worrying. In these few days, their men had been taken away one by one and disappeared completely. They also understood Yaji's people had already killed those men who had been taken away. Although Chao Jilan did not dare to use spiritual martial soul, she still vaguely knew those men's souls had been extracted from their bodies, refined into special cultivation medicine for Demonic Sound clan. After Chao Jilan released her discovery, All others were full of despair, started to regret entering the abyss battlefield to killing Mu Shiyin, not letting it go, everything. Duo Long's eyes were resentful. He cast his eyes over and over, shaking his head non-stop. A deep blue-green crystal ball suddenly emerged in Duo Long's palm. Duo Long slightly flipped his hand. Each green light circle irradiated from the crystal ball. In the middle of green lights, Shiyan's appearance, like an illusion upside down in the water, gradually appeared. Shiyan, Chao Jilan, Pan Zhe, Guling Long, Chu Yin Qing, those who were kept inside the cage, had full of fear in their eyes and shaken spirits, immediately knew who Duo Long was looking for, the one who put them into this desperate situation. That's him, Yaji also shouted. Oh, Duo Long clenched his teeth. The guy who's been captured by Cu Bai. I used to meet him before. Facing Duo Long's cold eyes, Yaji did not dare to lie. Quickly said, he is a little special. Those people who I have captured came to this place because of pursuing him. Many people united still could not kill him. Etion Mo. Duo Long's body suddenly projected very sharp energy. He shouted and screamed out angrily. Hurry to bring that guy to me. In Etion Mo's ashy gray eyes, each ashy gray line emerged clearer. A strange flow of soul exploded in his head and sudden, profound qi quickly gathered in his body, running rapidly through his veins. He was ready to deal with Duo Long. I've already told Yifeng to bring him out. Etienne took precautions. His face was cold, said, he would be brought here in no time. Duo Long, you should not be too agitated. Okay, I hope your man can bring that guy here. Otherwise, don't blame me not to have mercy. Duo Long's eyes were wide open. He slowly nodded his head. Chapter 246, History Repeated. On the wall of the ancient city, Duo Long's body was full of murderous pressure. His eyes contained maximum resentment, waiting quietly. Three people, Ka Ba, Yimeng, and Etion Mo, stayed beside cautiously, did not say anything. Many people of Demonic Sound Clan did not even breathe hard, stood straight, did not dare to look at Duo Long. General strength of Wings race was more powerful than Demonic Sound Clan. Recently, when fighting with Wings race, if it was not because of the internal conflict tie-on inside Wings race, Demonic Sound Clan might have been conquered already. Wings race's build was strong. Profound Qi was large and powerful. Plus, they were not afraid of the invasion from Demonic Sound Clan Soul. They have a gifted advantage when fighting with Demonic Sound Clan. Duo Long was the master of Grey Wings Clan. Although Grey Wings Clan strength was not as strong as Black Wings Clan and White Wings Clan, they were very combative. Grey Wings Clan of Duo Long was the main force who exhorted Demonic Sound Clan's enslavement. Therefore, Duo Long of Grey Wings Clan was hated the most by Demonic Sound Clan's people, also made them frightened the most. Duo Long coming here was a shake for three people, Kaba, Yimeng, Etion Mo. For the rest of Demonic Sound Clan, Duo Long could be considered a deadly murderer, didn't know what he would bring up. In the cage, Chao Jilan's eyes were transparent, sweeping Duo Long's body one time, quietly stared at the crystal ball in Duo Long's hand, astonished. She did not know what Guild Shiyin had done to Duo Long after all, but looking at Duo Long's face, she was afraid that Shiyin would receive bad news more than good news this time. It was indeed not a just game this time. Chao Jilan reluctantly sighed inside. She had hoped that Shiyin could attack Demonic Sound Clan, so that she had a chance to escape the sole confinement of Demonic Sound Clan. But Duo Long coming here caused the Yin to become a target for everyone. Now everyone considered him a thorn in their eyes. After all, what did he do? Chao Jilan could imagine soon Shiyin would be brought and being confined, suffered painful tortures by Duo Long so much that he would rather be dead than alive, and would be dead before them. Chu Yin Qing, Panzhi were in the cage also had the same thought. Suddenly, Yifeng's figure appeared from a far distance. Not even having arrived the place, Yifeng screamed out, "Great Commander, that guy has escaped. Don't know when he has left the city. He should be outside of the city already." What? Etion Mo couldn't help but scream. Which direction? Duo Long shouted stridently. Over there. Yifeng pointed towards outside the city. Etianimo, hope it was not you who did it. Wait until I arrest him. I will question him. Duo Long's body plunged furiously in the air. If I know you did it, don't blame me for having no mercy. Upon his words, Duo Long quickly flew out. Yimeng, Kaba, Etianimo, and other high-level warriors of Demonic Sound Clan, all astonished for a while, flew towards Duo Long's direction to another wall. On another wall of the ancient city, Yimeng, Kaba, Etianimo, Yaji, and Demonic Sound Clan's people looked ahead in a distance with strange faces. Each flock of sound beasts surrounded that area in the forest. A sixth-level demon child kept shrieking, seemed to gather more sound beats. Counting up, there were not less than 1,000 of sound beasts, which was extremely dense like a cloud of mosquitoes gathering. Behind a large number of sound beasts, dazzling lights were emitted. Looking from far, it was possible to see many high-level warriors of Wings race, with long wings fighting with sound beats aggressively. A flow of red, burning fire like a lightning zoomed towards the numerous sound beasts. Closely following the red burning fire was Duo Long, who was full of wind blades, stirring in the air with his wide-open eyes and his teeth shone, held his head up to the sky laughing. Burning fire is really strong. That guy is the one whom you've captured? Kaba stared at Burning Fire's figure, carefully observed for a while. His face suddenly changed. That's not right. This burning fire is not the ordinary one. It's not. This is Heaven Flame. This is Heaven Flame. Etianimo, you did well. Etianimo's eyes flared up bright lights. His body slightly swayed a while. Miserably said, I did not know. You didn't know? Yimeng's face was suspicious. That guy's body has your soul confinement seal. If you put the control style on his body, how could you not know the secrets on his body? Etianimo, you are really not scared of playing with fire, which would burn you to death in the end. You yourself are the leader. You didn't know the danger of Heaven Flame to our whole clan? I really didn't know this moron could have Heaven Flame. Etianimo shook his head. But don't worry, Duo Long has gone there. Not to bother about this moron having Heaven Flame or not. He cannot hide from Duo Long's deadly strike. Things are turning out to be like this. No need to be worried too much. When Etianimo was talking, Siyu Bai's body reappeared quietly below the wall of the ancient city. You still claim it was not related to you. Kaba's face was cold. Perhaps you even already knew that moron had killed Duo Long's son. If not, you would not have let Siyu Bai free him. Etianimo, do you know what you are doing? When Duo Long arrests that moron and interrogates him, even after killing him, he still can hunt you down to take revenge. You know Duo Long's personality well. Why did you do that? I don't know what you're talking about. Etianimo's face was still unchanged. Even if Duo Long really wants to find me to take revenge, it's not related to you. Why do you care so much? Very good. Kaba's face was cold. Towards Etianimo, nodding his head, suddenly seemed to understand something, burst into laughter. I did understand now. Etianimo, it turns out you already had some intention for us. Ha ha, Heaven Flame is Demonic Sound Clan's nemesis. You want to use that guy to control me and Yimeng? Finally, I understood. Yimeng's face changed, also slowly nodded his head. So that's it. Etianimo, your plan sounds very good. Regretfully, Duo Long came here and ruined it. You definitely did not think Duo Long could know who has killed his son. That's how your plan went wrong. You guys surely have the gift of speculation. Etianimo shook his head, his face unchanged. You will regret. Kaba smiled faintly. Yimeng's face was also frigid, obviously extremely discontented with what Etianimo had done, seemed secretly to have some forethought to deal with Etianimo. A flow of burning fire spread out from his body. Shi Yin turned to be a rocket, accelerated towards Sound Beast's gathering area. After ECU by told Shi Yin that Duo Long had come, Shi Yin harumphed, ran out of the city with the speed of light. When he had killed Han Long, because he had wanted to prevent the opponent's father from knowing it, He had also killed the other 2 warriors who accompanied Han Long, killed all 3 of them. He had thought the enemy would have not found out if he had cleaned up everything. But he was wrong. So he could only hide. He knew his advantage. He had heaven flame. He was not afraid of sound beasts. Therefore, the place where sound beasts gathered was the place for him to hide. Sound Beast Mountain. He knew from Cu by there was a large, strong shelter in Sound Beast Mountain. This shelter was isolated from Sound Beast Mountain. Even the 3 leaders of Wings race could not remove the shelter. Inside Sound Beast Mountain, they were full of sound beasts. The world Een was really strong. Except sound beasts, ordinary people's power would decrease if passing by. He only needed to arrive Sound Beast Mountain. With heaven flame inside his body, he was not afraid of sound beast attack. Heaven flame could burn everything. Perhaps even the shelter in a mountain could also be destroyed. Sound Beast Mountain was dangerous for other people, but it was the place which saved him from Duo Long's pursuit. Boiling, burning fire in his body, Shi Yin urged electric shift. His body, like a flashing light, quickly dashed towards the place sound beasts gathering. Almost 1,000 of sound beasts gathering over there surrounded more than 10 people of Black Wings clan and White Wings clan. Among those sound beasts, there were some of the 6th or 7th level. Een was emitted everywhere from these sound beasts, creating a layer of gray cloud that could be seen. Sure, Yin was like a rocket, shot straight towards those sound beasts that were gathering there. Each flow of Een was like black rolling cloud moving. The Een hit his face. Shi Yin inhaled a deep breath, quickly felt more comfortable. His mind became extremely conscious. His eyes were full of surprise. Carefully perceiving for a while, Shi Yin's body slightly shivered. His face was full of joy. 3 meridians on his chest created an Een whirlpool, which quietly circulated. The Een whirlpool's movement was clearly related to the nearby Een. When the Een whirlpool moved, his body started to actively absorb gathering Een. At the same time, a whirl quietly formed on top of his head. Right at the time that whirl appeared, it immediately projected a violent power. The nearby Een, like a gray cloud, was gravitated by the whirl. All became the supplement for the whirl, made it bigger and bigger. Mysterious Een spell. This special martial technique came from the 3 God sect. It was useful to take the concentrated world Een. If using mysterious Een spell in a heavy Een area, it would automatically form a whirl absorbing the world Een of that area and turn to Een God Pearl inside Een whirlpool. That year, in Een Exhaustion Land, he had used mysterious Een spell to resist Een air. When unintentionally urging mysterious Een spell, he had absorbed completely the world Een in Een Exhaustion Land. That scene was still very clear. Currently seeing the transformation of Een whirlpool, a whirl formed on top of his head, Shi Yin suddenly felt it could happen again. He hovered still in the air. Burning fire hovered inside his body, but there was a whirl refined by Een flying on top of his head. The center of the whirl emitted powerful gravity, aggressively gathered Een from everywhere. This area, more than 1,000 of Sound Beast had already recognized some strange changes in the world, staring at Shi Yin resentfully. From the wall of the ancient city far away, 3 people, Kaba, Yiming, Itianamo, also could not believe what was happening, looked toward Shi Yan's place with eyes and mouth open.